Chapter 78. System Upgrade, Xiao Yi. It seems I have gained intelligence after upgrading the mobile fortress. Lin Sanhuo temporarily entrusted the laborious task of driving the crushing vehicle to Lu Chao. He stood before the combat display screen, familiarizing himself with the operation panel that had remained unused until now. The screen measured 15 by 15 with a resolution of 4K. In terms of functionality, it served as a radar intelligent control terminal and smart driving interface. The radar was responsible for providing visual feedback. The intelligent control offered weapon commands, while the smart driving conveyed road information. The terminal supplied target and vehicle status information. Collectively, these elements formed a simple combat center control screen. It allowed for far-reaching observation of the surrounding environment via radar and provided real-time data on weapons and vehicles. Unlike before when one could only view information individually on a vehicle display or mobile phone. The operation was remarkably straightforward. To strike a location, one merely had to click on the weapon, select the area, and confirm the attack to achieve precise hits. Just moments ago, Lin Sanhuo utilized this combat screen to expend 36 rockets, successfully obliterating the only batch of Lingguang tanks that posed a threat to the armored vehicle. Yet, he remained dissatisfied as the combat screen still lacked sophistication. It was incapable of locking onto a moving target for mobile assaults. Precision strikes could only occur while remaining stationary, akin to target practice. If either the target or he moved, the launched rockets would still only strike the originally designated target. Furthermore, the radar imagery was insufficiently clear, with the indicated range of 3 kilometers actually falling short of 2 kilometers, resulting in vague outlines that made it difficult to discern whether an object was a destroyed building, a vehicle, or a person. The information provided was also inadequate, as the dynamic nature of surrounding units often led to miscalculations, treating a dislodged stone as an enemy unit. Ultimately, this stemmed from an overly simplistic system. Had Xiao Yi been more astute, perhaps at least a dozen of the 36 rockets could have been conserved. Consequently, Lin Sanhuo contemplated the possibility of drawing upgrade schematics from the modification room, wondering if he could obtain blueprints for system enhancements. With a resolute look at the cold display of remaining survival points, 20,000, he proceeded to make 20 consecutive draws. Cost, 2,000 survival points as anticipated. He successfully obtained. Congratulations! You have drawn Radar Upgrade Blueprint, Upgrade Plan, Sonic Wave Contour, 3D graphics range 3 kilometers to 5 kilometers cost. 2,000 survival points. Congratulations! You have drawn Terminal Upgrade Blueprint, Upgrade Plan, Mobile Terminal Brain Machine Interface with IQ 10. Xiao Yi's Intelligence 1020, capable of simulating human consciousness. Cost, 2,000 survival points. Is this real? Without hesitation, he spent 4,000 survival points to upgrade. In the next moment, the radar display transformed from a rudimentary green sonic wave graphic into a clear 3D image. Additionally, the combat screen featured a new 3D projection function, capable of casting the surrounding battlefield conditions onto the floor, allowing for a more intuitive understanding of the environment. The terminal upgrade was even more impressive. A sharp pain coursed through his mind as information about the armored vehicle flooded his consciousness. Notification: your terminal control method has switched to brain machine mode. Would you like to log out of the mobile terminal? Lin Sanhuo heard a voice only he could perceive in his mind. Log out. Following this, his mobile phone displayed no signal, while he could autonomously monitor the vehicle status and upgrades through his consciousness. Xiao Yi's voice transitioned from the vehicle's sound system to his mind, where only he could hear her. Xiao Yi, Master, it seems I have gained intelligence. I feel awakened now. Lin Sanhuo, indeed, you have developed a human-like consciousness. With this realization, he quickly confirmed that the modification room could yield system upgrade blueprints, prompting him to draw another 20 rounds, leading to the upgrades of the intelligent control and smart driving systems. The upgraded effects were substantial. Intelligent Control Upgrade Blueprint Upgrade Plan. Intelligent Control Quantity 110 Cost, 2,000 survival points. Smart Driving Upgrade Blueprint Upgrade Plan. New Ship and Aircraft Operation Cost, 2,000 survival points operating a ship and an aircraft. Lin Sanhuo furrowed his brow, dismissing further contemplation. Upon examining the combat screen, he noted a complete transformation from before. The imagery now featured 3D projections, and the attack options included tracking current assaults. The surrounding situation was presented with clarity, detailing the number of armored vehicles, armed personnel, and potential threats. even displaying heavy artillery standards. The screen has borders illuminated with varying degrees of red warning lights to signify danger levels. Finally, Xiao Yi summarized their advantageous position, suggesting a thorough sweep of the area. Lin Sanhuo smiled slightly, agreeing with her assessment. Meanwhile, Lu Chao drove. Witnessing the armored vehicles falling under the immense wheels of the giant war machine, relishing the sensation of mowing down enemies. In contrast, Yu Xiaoyu stood nearby, her brow furrowed, seemingly struggling with her emotions. What's wrong? Chief Enforcer, is this too cruel for you to bear? Lin Sanhuo approached, his thoughts shifting as the real-time count of armored debris appeared in the upper right corner of his vision. Starting from less than 2,000, it had surged to 20,000 after a round of crushing. One could not deny the superior quality of vehicles in this danger zone. Yu Xiaoyu turned away, expressing softly, "These individuals are senselessly slaughtering the innocent. Even if you do not kill them, we will have to deal with them once we liberate this place." Soon after, she witnessed a vehicle escape from beneath the war machine, prompting a slight grimace and a sense of disappointment. "I noticed you standing beside him, frowning and muttering something. I thought you had objections," Lin Sanhuo remarked, leaning over the windshield to observe the battlefield. Many vehicles, realizing their attacks were ineffective against the war machine, began to retreat into the city. He knew he had to take further action. "Of course, I have objections." Yu Xiaoyu turned her head, unable to contain herself any longer. "What objections?" Lin Sanhuo inquired casually. He, a person who has never driven a car, is able to operate this vehicle. Lin Sanhuo furrowed his brow and withdrew. "What does that mean?" Yu Xiaoyu candidly replied. "What I mean is, I can do it too." Chapter 79. The army of mutants is mobilized, directly showcasing the encirclement. "You can do what?" In response to Yu Xiaoyu's veiled request, Lin Sanhuo outright declined. After speaking, he turned and approached the battle screen to prepare the next strategy. "Why?" Yu Xiaoyu followed closely, pressing for an answer. "There is no reason," Lin Sanhuo replied without turning back, maintaining his refusal. "The rationale is quite simple. Yu Xiaoyu represents the Special Affairs Bureau and the Foundation, while Lin Sanhuo stands for himself. Two distinct factions. Out of caution, Lin Sanhuo would never allow her to partake in the actual operation. Soon, upon returning to the battle screen, the upgraded three-dimensional projection vividly displayed the real-time conditions of the battlefield beneath his feet. On the battlefield, Su Changfa and his allied forces have been reduced to a sea of flames and ruins. Countless red dots, symbolizing the enemy, were frantically fleeing towards various exits of the city. "Master, according to radar scans, there are as many as 53 escape routes for the enemy. Our armored vehicles cannot intercept all of them in time." Xiao Yi's voice resonated appropriately in Lin Sanhuo's mind. Observing the scattered red dots on the floor, Lin Sanhuo's lips curled slightly. "It's fine, we have backup." With a thought, the spatial device was activated. A 4 to 5 meter long black fissure slowly tore open from both sides of the vehicle like a zipper. Following this, thousands of mutants, roaring and howling, surged forth from the crack like a tidal wave, launching indiscriminate attacks on the remaining enemies still stubbornly resisting. However, witnessing this chaotic scene, Lin Sanhuo quickly knitted his brows again. His intention was for this army of mutants to encircle and intercept the fleeing enemies. Yet upon their summoning, he realized that this command was impossible to issue. These mutants only understood the most primal form of slaughter. Wherever there was an enemy, they would pounce without any semblance of strategy. "This is troublesome," Lin Sanhuo mused, stroking his chin. Just then, two familiar figures silently appeared atop the vehicle. A small dog, entirely golden, was lazily stretching and yawning, appearing as though it had just awakened. Beside it was a gooey, shape-shifting liquid creature, Sangmu. The two small beings had evidently slipped out from the spatial crack and were now curiously observing the chaotic battlefield below from the edge of the vehicle's roof. Lin Sanhuo, through the cockpit side window, caught sight of these two little creatures. Xiao Yi's voice echoed once more. "Master, they can lead the army of mutants to carry out your commands." "They?" Lin Sanhuo's gaze ultimately settled on the seemingly harmless little golden dog. It appeared to possess a certain level of intelligence, but communication seemed rather inconvenient. He harbored some doubts. The next moment, the little golden dog seemed to sense Lin Sanhuo's scrutiny. It tilted its fluffy head and barked towards the cockpit. Immediately, a synchronized voice resonated in Lin Sanhuo's mind. Boss. Good evening. Lin Sanhuo was taken aback. This voice, Xiao, he promptly explained, that was what the canine creature just said to you. With my upgrades, I now possess the ability to translate known species languages. Thus, communication issues can be resolved. It can work like this? Lin Sanhuo was completely stunned. He then climbed to the roof of the vehicle to converse with the two small creatures. The exchange was surprisingly smooth. The little golden dog was in charge of conveying commands, while Sang Mu used its unique method to imprint the orders into the minds of the lower-tier mutants. Before long, the two ultimate mutants each led their own large armies, transforming into torrents of mutants that enveloped the city from the east and west directions, executing a flanking maneuver. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo personally drove the battle vehicle, leading the remaining mutants directly into the heart of the battlefield, eliminating every enemy encountered along the way. In an instant, the entire ruined city became a hunting ground. The armed survivors, who believed they had evaded death and were cowering in some corner, found themselves at a loss as hordes of unfamiliar mutants descended upon them. Were those things mutants? Where did so many mutants come from? These creatures are not from here. Where did they emerge? Cries of despair, pleas for mercy, and the thunderous roar of weapons resounded in succession. As Lin Sanhuo's battle vehicle crushed through each area, the mutant army swept through like locusts, devouring all life within a 2-kilometer radius. The entire city transformed into a bloody purgatory, while Lin Sanhuo's army of mutants systematically exterminated any remaining survivors within the city. As for the colossal structure ensnared by black vines, the primitive people clad in rudimentary vine garments cautiously peered from the edges of the massive openings, gazing uncertainly at the chaos outside, witnessing the once formidable expeditionary forces now being pursued and screaming by another group of monsters. A young man looked perplexedly at the elder beside him. Why are they fighting among themselves? The elder's murky eyes flickered with understanding. I don't know. It seems to be over a person. He shook his head, sighing. The world outside has always been like this. Human interactions are filled with deceit. Every year, they come to attack us, often engaging in infighting over resources, right? Humans will eventually destroy themselves. Only the green vine path is humanity's eternal way. After speaking, the group bent low, directing their attention toward the core of the building, murmuring incantations akin to a group of devout followers revering a deity. The black vine surrendered directly. In Sujing City, a command vehicle traversed the steep city center. Su Changfa's face was slick with cold sweat as he tightly gripped his phone, speaking excitedly to the other end. Mr. Hong, what exactly is this organization called Blackblade? I swear I didn't provoke them. I really didn't. I merely used the method you taught me and killed a worthless commoner right in front of them. And what happened? Without a word, they wiped out my Guangling Tankor. Now, they're chasing our entire Southern Alliance with this enormous vehicle. I'm not lying to you. I truly did not provoke them. The person on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment, seemingly processing the information. Su Changfa wished to utter more, yet as he began, the sky outside the car window abruptly darkened. It was not the onset of night, but a profound darkness that obliterated all light. An enormous entity, so vast that it defied measurement by the human eye, descended silently, exuding an overwhelming sense of absolute oppression that seemed capable of crushing everything in its path. With a jarring sound, he stiffly raised his head. A harsh, metallic screech echoed from the roof of the vehicle as thick alloy plates slowly buckled under pressure. Su Changfa hastily flung open the car door and tumbled out. However, upon looking ahead, he was confronted by several towering figures standing before him, clad in blood-stained aprons reminiscent of those seen in slaughterhouses. Their heads were shrouded in coarse burlap bags soaked in crimson liquid, revealing only two hollow, dark eye sockets. In their hands, they wielded rusted, massive axes. They stood in silence, blocking the only path to survival. Su Changfa mechanically turned his gaze backward, only to find another group of silent butchers waiting behind him. The hand that held his phone fell limply to his side, utterly devoid of strength. It was over. The slaughter continued. Every corner of the city, every ruin, had become a graveyard for countless survivors. Those who had narrowly escaped, believing themselves hidden well enough, were captured and slain by various emerging mutants. The air was filled with screams, explosions, and pleas for mercy. Ultimately, everything succumbed to a profound silence. This purge, unilaterally initiated by Lin Sanhuo, was executed with an efficiency that was strikingly brutal. Elimination of the leader of the Jingguang organization, Su Changfa, awarded survival points, 15,000. Elimination of the Jingguang organization deputy officer. In his mind, the prompt from Xiao Yi chimed in. This cleansing operation has yielded a total of survival points, 112. 500. Lin Sanhuo's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated such an outcome. Soon, as the last squad was torn to shreds by the mutants, the colossal war vehicle gradually halted its relentless advance. In the driver's seat, Lu Chao gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning pale from exertion. The recent frenzy of destruction had allowed him to vent all his pent-up grievances and sorrow. Yet, as the adrenaline faded, he was left with an overwhelming sense of emptiness and numbness. Lin Sanhuo approached from behind, placing a hand on his shoulder without uttering a word. He then turned and walked straight back to the combat control console. The war vehicle altered its course, its massive treads crushing the debris and blood-soaked ground as it returned to the building ensnared by black vines. However, upon arrival, an unusual scene unfolded. The once formidable black vines, akin to a steel fortress, relinquished their defensive stance. The vines withdrew, retreating into the crevices of the structure. The entire edifice resembled a beast that had retracted its claws, quietly prostrating itself before the war vehicle. Master, the other party is attempting to communicate with you. Xiao Yi's voice resonated directly in Lin Sanhuo's mind, indicating a willingness to surrender. Surrender? Lin Sanhuo raised an eyebrow. Shortly thereafter, a disjointed stream of consciousness, interspersed with peculiar static, was clearly conveyed through Xiao Yi's translation. Outsider, cease your slaughter. I can sense that you are different from them. I am willing to hand over the core intact to you. The stream paused briefly, seemingly organizing more complex phrases. But you must agree to one condition. Lin Sanhuo listened with keen interest, refraining from interruption. Spare the humans I have protected and allow them to leave safely. Otherwise, I will immediately self-destruct the core. Lin Sanhuo's gaze fell upon the massive energy source on the combat screen, representing the spore core. All right, I agree. His response was decisive, devoid of hesitation. As the words left his lips, the walls of the building emitted a low tremor. Moments later, a gate entirely controlled by vines slowly opened. A sapling, pulsating with a gentle green light like the heart of a colossal beast, was delicately lifted by countless vines and presented before the war vehicle. Following this, a group of survivors emerged from the shadows of the structure. Dressed in rags, clad only in vine leaves, their faces adorned with strange totems, they numbered in the hundreds, encompassing men, women, and children. Each countenance bore a mix of relief for having survived and sorrow for the surrender of the black vines. Children reached out, crying, "Grandpa hiding. Please don't go." Meanwhile, you have acquired Advanced Biological Core 1 Orange, after the war vehicle retrieved the sapling core. The massive black building began to emit cracking sounds from within. Countless vines rapidly withered, losing their luster, ultimately disintegrating into a cloud of ash that collapsed with a thunderous roar. It had kept its promise, safeguarding these humans. Lin Sanhuo, too, was moved to action, storing the precious sapling core within his spatial device, intending to study it at a later time. Finally, on the war vehicle's rooftop, Yu Xiaoyu watched as the group of survivors helped each other, stepping gingerly toward the city ruins. Their figures appeared small and fragile against the backdrop of the ravaged battlefield. Furrowing her brow, she approached Lin Sanhuo. "Are you truly letting them go?" Lin Sanhuo turned to her, extracting a cigarette and taking a drag. "Of course not." Time passed, and the group of survivors, who had been so thoroughly protected by the black vines, finally reached the edge of Shujing City. The collapsed buildings lay behind them, while before them stretched an open and desolate horizon. The air of freedom had never tasted so sweet. Some knelt to the cracked earth, kissing it with tears streaming down their faces as they bid farewell to the black vines they had once revered. Others raised their arms high, shouting joyously at the gray sky. They had finally escaped. Yet, just as they were about to take the final step beyond this urban area, a dark wall appeared ahead. It was neither a building nor a mountain, but a torrent composed of countless mutants. They did not roar or attack. They merely stood silently, forming an insurmountable barrier. Hundreds of crimson eyes flickered to life in the dim light, resembling a multitude of ghostly flames gazing out from the depths of hell, fixated intently on this group of unarmed humans. The cacophony of survival that had just filled the air was instantly replaced by a chilling silence. Even the wind seemed to be swallowed whole. A mother, clutching her child, felt her smile freeze, gradually transforming into sheer terror. Instinctively, she pressed her child's head into her embrace, her body trembling uncontrollably. Despair enveloped her more completely than ever before. Then, the suffocating army of mutants slowly parted like the Red Sea. They emitted not a single superfluous sound, their movements perfectly synchronized, clearing a broad pathway. Yet, at the end of this path lay not an escape, but a colossal beast of steel, akin to a mountain, gliding slowly towards them. On the vehicle's roof, the silhouette of Lin Sanhuo was illuminated by the headlights, a cigarette clenched between his fingers, unlit. Do you truly believe you can escape? Lin Sanhuo gazed down at the faces filled with fear. At that moment, an elder stepped forward. Lord Hiding sacrificed its life for ours. You promised it. Promised? Lin Sanhuo chuckled softly. He took a few steps forward, looking down upon the elder. I promised it that you would leave safely. You have indeed left that building unharmed. Have you not? You. The elder's lips quivered, unable to articulate a single word. Lin Sanhuo's gaze swept across the faces of despair surrounding him. So now, we can commence a new transaction. Chapter 81. Scavenging the Shujing City. Encountering the Dragon Mech Squad transaction. The elder's voice was hoarse, each word laced with profound suspicion. What transaction? Lin Sanhuo looked down at him, flicking the ash from a cigarette. That mutated Hiding chose to sacrifice itself to protect you. Although I cannot fathom its reasoning, it does suggest that your lives are deemed quite valuable in the eyes of these aberrations. He paused momentarily, a smile of delight at the terror etched upon the elder's face. Thus, I propose, Lin Sanhuo's gaze lingered over the crowd, ultimately resting upon the elder. Since one such aberration was willing to die for you, surely there must be a second, a third? As his words fell, a collective gasp arose from the crowd. Immediately, the elder's body trembled violently, his eyes widening in realization. You intend to use us as hostages. Lin Sanhuo remained silent, or rather, he could not be bothered to respond. With a mere thought, a dark rift silently tore open behind the survivors. The army of aberrations surged forth, engulfing the survivors into the spatial device. Their screams, cries, and curses abruptly silenced the moment they entered. Moments later, silence reigned once more. Lin Sanhuo forcibly imprisoned everyone. The war vehicle turned, its massive treads crushing the gravel as it made its way back to Shujing City. Beneath the vehicle, absorption devices incessantly devoured the remnants of Hiding scattered across the battlefield. Absorbing rare aberration remains, automatically decomposing. Biochemical energy 122. Absorbing rare aberration remains, automatically decomposing. Biochemical energy 168. Absorbing rare aberration remains, automatically decomposing. Biochemical energy 210. In his mind, the prompt from Xiao Yi echoed continuously, automatically coordinating with the energy transfer device to convert the acquired aberration materials into biochemical energy. Ultimately, as the remnants of the city were largely cleared away, the biochemical energy reserves of the war vehicle experienced a modest increase, totaling 210,000. A casual glance at the survivor points revealed 110,000. During the scavenging process, Lin Sanhuo discerned that this city was unlike any other he had encountered before. It was adorned with vast, untouched orchards. The air was thick with the sweet scent of ripening fruits, mingling with the earthy aroma of soil and flora. Between the crevices of abandoned buildings, numerous unnamed precious herbs thrived. There were even several well-planned farms, flourishing with crops. The entire city resembled an isolated ecological garden, devoid of any industrial pollution. Even more astonishingly, after scouring nearly half the city, aside from the weapons left by the expeditionary forces, they discovered not a single proper offensive weapon belonging to the local survivors. This indicated that the survivors here did not possess a strong inclination towards aggression. The city's self-sufficiency sufficed for them to live without resorting to invasion or plunder. Within the cockpit, Lin Sanhuo and Yu Xiaoyu, upon observing the resource distribution of this botanical city, both fell into a brief silence. These people, Yu Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, breaking the silence first. They do not seem to be the deceptive cults that the outside world has claimed. Her voice was soft. In response, Lin Sanhuo nodded. They merely sought to survive in a different manner amidst the apocalypse. Yet this alternative approach rendered them the target of scorn. Are you implying coexisting with aberrations? Yu Xiaoyu looked at Lin Sanhuo, her expression equally perplexed. She then shook her head. Aberrations are a common enemy to all humanity. Regardless of their reasons for coexisting with these aberrations, it is undeniable that anyone allied with them is an enemy. Yu Xiaoyu stared resolutely at Lin Sanhuo, as if harboring some unspoken concern. Lin Sanhuo chose not to dispute this, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, extending his hand toward the window. I have not been in this apocalypse for long. There are many things I might not understand, but one thing intrigues me. Lin Sanhuo gazed at Yu Xiaoyu, taking a breath. Do we humans kill aberrations solely for the sake of survival? Just then, a sharp, urgent electronic sound pierced through the air from Yu Xiaoyu's phone. Her expression shifted, and she quickly unlocked her phone, revealing a message. The New World is aware of the complete annihilation of the Southern Alliance. They have dispatched the most elite Dragon Mech squad, currently en route to your location. Furthermore, I have been compromised and will be unable to contact you soon. Do not worry. The message abruptly concluded. Dragon Mech squad? Before Yu Xiaoyu could finish her thought, alarms blared. Alarms! The voice of Xiao Yi reverberated in Lin Sanhuo's mind. Radar detected 6 high-speed units rapidly approaching. Distance, 5 kilometers. Distance, 4 kilometers. Distance, 3 kilometers. Distance, 2 kilometers. Distance, 1 kilometer. Lin Sanhuo approached the combat screen, where 6 striking red icons were hurtling towards them from the opposite end of the city at a terrifying speed. Xiao Yi registered the high energy response from the incoming units. It is an unprecedented electromagnetic energy. For the first time, Xiao Yi's voice carried a hint of gravity. The weaponry carried by these units possessed high penetration capabilities, sufficient to threaten the energy shields of their war vehicle. Simultaneously, Yu Xiaoyu leaned closer to the combat screen. Upon discerning the unique silhouettes and energy signatures of those 6 luminous points, her expression instantaneously crumbled. Indeed, it was them. Her voice was parched, as if a handful of sand had been lodged in her throat. One of the 3 formidable weapons of the New World, the dragon-shaped mecha squad. She inhaled deeply, compelling herself to regain her composure. All members were equipped with S-Class Dragon Series individual mechas, representing the most potent single combat force in the New World. It was rumored that there were fewer than 3 such elite mecha squads in existence, and they were audaciously deploying them against them. Lin Sanhuo's gaze remained fixated on the screen, where the 6 increasingly proximity red dots loomed closer. Clearly, the adversary had detected their signal and was steadily approaching. Hence, to remain vigilant, she activated reconnaissance mode and issued commands. The war vehicle's robust armor was fortified, and all signals were promptly disabled. Subsequently, another thought materialized. The spatial device was engaged. With a hum, the dark spatial fissures on either side of the vehicle slowly opened. Howling, hundreds of variably shaped mutants surged forth from the rifts, advancing towards the signal source. Inside the vehicle, in reconnaissance mode, an eerie silence prevailed. Sounds impressive, Lin Sanhuo murmured, observing the advancing mutants. Let us toy with them for a while. Chapter 82, Laser Energy Weapon, Energy Shield Malfunction Nighttime, within Sujing City. 5 humanoid armors, each towering close to 3 meters, ambled through the urban landscape. With each step, the hydraulic systems emitted a muffled sound, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly, sending fragments of stone cascading down. Eagle Eye, how far is the target signal? Came the voice of a pilot codenamed Steel Arm through the communication channel. Reporting, Captain. The signal source is less than a kilometer ahead, responded the reconnaissance armor, codenamed Eagle Eye. The energy reaction is remarkably stable, with no signs of movement. As he reported, he deftly maneuvered the miniature drone mounted on the mecha arm, allowing it to ascend silently, blending into the dim sky. Among the team, a mecha bearing a colossal cannon expressed a hint of impatience in the pilot's voice. I say, Captain, isn't this a bit of an overreaction? A coalition of over 100 organizations, taken down by a single vehicle? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe that. Silence. Explosive. Captain Steelarm barked. Underestimating the enemy is the gravest sin on the battlefield. I'm not underestimating, The explosive mecha chuckled lightly in the communications channel, his voice laced with undeniable arrogance. That's Su Changfa from the Jingguang organization, his batch of Guangling tanks, though they still utilize our outdated third-generation blueprints. I know their power, even with my eyes closed. To silently annihilate an entire squad, I've never heard of any force capable of achieving such a feat within 1,000 miles. His laughter brimmed with absolute self-assurance. Beside him, a mecha wielding a high-frequency, vibrating particle sword remained silent. The pilot's codename was Blade. The Blade mecha's stance was lower than the other four, exuding an air of latent aggressiveness. At the rear, the Bastion, equipped with a massive alloy shield, vigilantly guarded the team's rear flank, its electronic eyes scanning every shadow that might harbor danger. At that moment, Eagle Eye's voice suddenly turned urgent, losing its previous steadiness. The signal has vanished. Vanished? The steel arm mecha abruptly halted, its heavy metallic foot carving a deep scratch on the concrete. Eagle Eye mecha, report. It was just now. That intense energy signal disappeared in an instant. Wait, were those things? He then glanced toward the signal source, where numerous signals suddenly materialized. A multitude of life forms is appearing around us. Everyone, prepare for combat. Eagle Eye shouted. No sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding crash erupted. A shaky commercial building nearby unexpectedly exploded outward, its side wall bursting with no warning. Debris and twisted steel, enveloped in a cloud of dust, plummeted toward the 5 mechas. A colossal, mutated creature, resembling a small mountain, roared forth from the haze. It was a severely mutated corpse king, its bulk grotesquely swollen, its skin a corpse-like grayish-white, covered in varying lengths of bone spurs and dripping with foul pus. Enemy attack. The Bastion mecha roared, slamming its massive alloy shield into the ground. A faint blue energy barrier instantly unfurled, deflecting all incoming debris. The Corpse King's massive fist crashed down upon the barrier. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the ruins, the surface of the energy shield rippling violently. What kind of monstrosity is this? The explosive pilot gasped, yet his combat reflexes were astoundingly swift. The cannon on his shoulder had already pivoted, locking onto the Corpse King's head. Before he could fire from all directions, countless mutants burst forth from the shadows of buildings and street corners, charging towards the 5 humanoid mechas with a blood-curdling roar, their crimson eyes a sea of fury. Open fire. Captain Steelarm commanded with calm authority. The moment the order was issued, the Blade mecha's engine emitted a sharp roar. The entire mecha transformed into an elusive blue afterimage, the first to plunge into the throng of mutants. With each swing of his high-frequency particle sword, he carved lethal arcs, severing multiple mutants in half without a spray of blood, only leaving behind smooth, mirror-like incisions from the instantaneous searing heat. The explosive mecha unleashed beams of destructive energy from its shoulder cannon, the blasts not causing explosions, but rather pure energy penetrating everything in its direct line, be it mutants or buildings, reducing them to charred remnants and dust. Eagle Eye's drones whirred overhead, swiftly marking the coordinates of high-threat targets on all team members' tactical visors. From the very outset, the battle was a one-sided massacre. This mecha squad exhibited a terrifying combat prowess that matched their arrogance, instilling despair in their foes. Ultimately, within 10 minutes, hundreds of mutants, including the initially charging Corpse King, whose strength rivaled that of a small siege hammer, were completely eradicated. Charred remains and smoking corpses littered the entire block. Inside the war vehicle's cockpit, Lin Sanhuo and Yu Xiaoyu observed the entire battle through the massive three-dimensional tactical projection beneath their feet. Within the projection, the 5 humanoid mechas effortlessly dispatched the first wave of mutant forces they had unleashed. Yu Xiaoyu's complexion gradually paled, her grip tightening around the edges of the control console. Dragon-shaped mechas. This has already surpassed our capabilities. Should we run? Lin Sanhuo snorted softly. Run? The real spectacle has just begun. Why would we flee? Meanwhile, after the mecha squad had eradicated all the mutated entities but still failed to locate the source of the signal, the giant cannon mounted on the shoulder of the demolition mecha pivoted toward the nearby buildings. Can't find it? Then let us blast it out. Boom! A massive blue beam shot forth, instantly penetrating and melting the surrounding structures. Following this, the 5 mechas commenced indiscriminate, carpet-like destruction of the area, attempting to force the hidden enemy into the open. Buildings crumbled to dust amidst flames and beams of light, and the ruins beneath their feet were further obliterated. Finally, as a colossal wall shattered under the beam, a mountain-like war vehicle emerged into view. So massive, the other mechas were momentarily stunned, rooted in place by the sheer size of the war vehicle. Only the demolition mecha-S cannon barrel, almost simultaneously, achieved a lock on the target. Its movements were devoid of any hesitation. Perfect. I relish striking large targets. A beam of energy, thicker and more concentrated than any before, surged toward the war vehicle. The beam surged forward, seemingly poised to completely penetrate the vehicle. Just then, a dark shadow leapt from the vehicle's roof. It was a formless, writhing mass of flesh. A mutated entity that had previously withstood numerous lethal strikes on behalf of the Revival Organization's leader. With a leap, it lunged toward the deadly beam. The laser struck it without impediment. However, the mass did not explode immediately. Instead, it began to absorb the terrifying energy like a sponge thrown into water, swelling and distorting at a visibly rapid pace. The veins beneath its skin bulged, glowing red. Ultimately, after enduring nearly half the energy, it reached its limit. Boom! The massive body was forcibly sheared off by a third, bursting into a rain of charred flesh and blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Only a mutilated form remained, twitching slightly on the ground, swiftly losing vitality. Nevertheless, the war vehicle was still caught by the dissipating shockwave. The vehicle trembled violently, and the lights within flickered madly. Lin Sanhuo steadied himself, observing the smoking laser cannon of the mecha in the projection with a wry smile. It pierced through the energy shield. I wonder if this new energy weapon can be installed on my vehicle. Chapter 83. The 5 great mechas showcased their abilities, leaving me, the king of the land, bewildered. The combat screen displayed a red alert flashing on the light strip that represented the shield status. On the other side, the mecha, codenamed Demolition, shouldering the massive cannon, still emitted curling wisps of smoke from its scorched end. The enemy's energy defenses have been breached. Dao Feng, it's your turn now. Demolition glanced at Dao Feng on the left. In the team, the mecha armed with a high-frequency vibrating particle sword, codenamed Dao Feng, stepped forward. Understood. With that, the mecha's engine roared to life, transforming the entire unit into a streak of deep blue light, crossing 100 meters in the blink of an eye to reach the war vehicle. The high-frequency vibrating particle sword left a long blue flame trail in the air. Wherever the sword passed, the air was sliced open, emitting sharp cries. The half-bodied mass of flesh that stood before the war vehicle failed to complete its final twitch before being effortlessly cleaved in two, the cut smooth as a mirror. The sword's momentum unyielding, it swung downward, fiercely slicing through the war vehicle's cockpit. Sizzle. The sound of metal being scorched echoed as the blade cut down. The bulletproof glass, capable of withstanding heavy artillery, shattered upon impact, leaving a terrifying gash deep enough to see bone, grotesquely imprinted upon the glass. Mere inches from Lin Sanhuo's face, countless spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly from that scar. In Lin Sanhuo's pupils, the outline of the blue mecha reflected back at him. He could even see the cold expression on the face of the mecha operator through that menacing crack. I'll give you a chance. Surrender. I will spare your life. Dao Feng's voice dripped with murderous intent. He raised his particle sword high, the blue glow on the blade surging. Yet in the next moment, a deep roar erupted from the top of the vehicle. You want to kill my boss? You'll have to go through me first. At some unknown time, Xiao Huanggo and Sang Mu appeared atop the vehicle. With Xiao Huanggo's command, an invisible wave of mental energy emanated from Sang Mu, swiftly repairing the damaged glass of the war vehicle. Buzz. 2 pitch-black spatial rifts opened on either side of the war vehicle, unleashing a new wave of mutated entities, charging toward the 5 humanoid mechas. Protect the boss. A synchronized voice echoed in Lin Sanhuo's mind. This time, the foremost attackers were 2 even more terrifying ultimate mutated entities. Captain, those 2 seemed to be ultimate mutated entities. The 5 humanoid mechas did not retreat. Instead, they charged headlong into the torrent of mutated entities. I care not what kind of bodies they are. Billy, activate the Scorching Heaven mode. In the next moment, the Billy battle armor, which had been lagging behind, drew out its shield, and planted it firmly ahead. The steel shield expanded, emanating waves of heat. The temperature surged instantaneously, scorching the surrounding air into distortion. The powerful mutated entities rushing at the front barely had time to scream before they were ignited upon contact with the irresistible high temperature, turning to ash. The entire assault of the mutated army faltered, as if separated by an impenetrable barrier of heat. Those that charged ahead were instantaneously incinerated. Lin Sanhuo furrowed his brow. High-temperature defense? Randomly firing cluster rockets, grenade launchers, etc. But before they could truly attack, a translucent energy barrier unfolded, blocking all incoming blasts. Explosive flames erupted outside the barrier, creating ripples of energy, yet the shield itself remained unscathed. Is that all you can do? Demolition's mocking voice echoed through the communication channel once more. You think a bunch of mindless monsters in a tin that can only fire wildly can shake the Billy's defenses? Following this, the Daofeng mecha executed a nimble backflip, skillfully avoiding the lunges of several mutated entities below and various missiles in the air. Engines, power up. It dove forward with rapid intensity. Finally, he landed steadily atop the cockpit of the battle vehicle. Lowering his head, he tapped the glass with the tip of his sword. Bang! Bang! I offered you a chance. Since you refused, then, death. With that, he thrust his sword, piercing the cockpit. However, at that moment, Lin Sanhuo was looking at him with a smile devoid of fear, instead tinged with a hint of pity. The heart of Daofeng leapt violently. An intense sense of foreboding surged unexpectedly within him. In the next moment, he saw Lin Sanhuo's lips moving silently, clearly forming two words: activate Dewang form. Boom! Suddenly, the battle vehicle moved, not forward or backward, but it lifted off the ground. Countless menacing and heavy mechanical structures roared to life with hydraulic fury. The massive internal framework of the vehicle surged forth, violently expanding and brutally reconfiguring itself. The entire process was so rapid that one could hardly react. Almost as soon as Daofeng sensed that something was amiss, a colossal chainsaw, gleaming with a chilling light, emerged from a mechanical arm. Pull the line to activate. The Dewang chainsaw emitted a deafening roar. What is this? Immediately after, the chainsaw descended, pinning Daofeng to the ground like a piece of tofu placed on an industrial cutter. Sparks flying from a mech. Help me! Daofeng shouted in rare panic. The nearly 10-ton chainsaw bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 mechas stood dumbfounded, gazing up at the vastly larger machine before them, their eyes growing clearer. Moments later, the chainsaw fell. Daofeng's mech was instantly cleaved in two from bottom to top. Scalding blood erupted like a waterfall. Chapter 84. Resolve the mecha squad and upgrade the electromagnetic cannon. Following the growth of the mobile fortress's form, the Dewang mech had nearly doubled in size since the last encounter, now towering at a terrifying height of 25 meters. Under the dim sky, it cast a colossal shadow over the remaining 4 dragon-shaped mechas. What in the world is this? The explosive mech bellowed. After all, in the face of this gigantic armored behemoth, they appeared as mere toys. The steel arm forced himself to remain composed. Stay calm. Meanwhile, Lin Sanhuo inserted his hands into the control arms of the Dewang mech. Enjoy playing with mechas? Then let us play. With a thought, the system announced. Weapon module upgrading. Upgrade complete. Clack, clack, clack. The left arm of the Dewang mech began a large-scale installation of weapon modules. Numerous intricate parts sprang from within, rapidly assembling and combining. Ultimately, 10 Gatling guns fused into an ultra-dense array boasting nearly 50 gun barrels on the left arm of the Dewang mech. Simultaneously, the armor plates on both shoulders opened up, and 4 artillery pieces along with 2 rocket launchers slowly rose. The dark barrels aimed at the 4 dragon-shaped mechas below. When did he acquire such formidable firepower? The pilot of the Eagle on mech's voice shifted in pitch. In the next instant, Lin Sanhuo pulled the trigger. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. The 50-barreled ultra-dense Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of bullets at an astonishing rate of over 1,000 rounds per second. A rain of bullets, so dense it was despair-inducing, cascaded down like a waterfall. Barrier. Activate shields. Block it. Steel arm roared. The barrier mech immediately raised its alloy shield, activating both energy and high-temperature defenses. The other 3 mechas hastily took cover behind the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The bullet rain pounded against the energy shield, creating countless ripples of energy. Soon after, the artillery and rockets joined the fray, explosions illuminating the entire ruins as bright as day. Damn it! The shield's energy is depleting too quickly. Their firepower is too overwhelming. The barrier mech watched in horror as the shield's energy plummeted, cold sweat trickling down its forehead. At that moment, the mutant army on both sides completed their encirclement. Hundreds of mutants surged from all directions, surrounding the four dragon-shaped mechas for a new wave of assault, one far more terrifying than the last. If the previous assault of mutants had been numerous enough to be counted, this time it was an indistinguishable swarm, a tide of chaos. Insufficient energy. The shield is about to fail. Despair laced the barrier's voice. Just then, the Duong mech, with its heavy treads, began to move towards the barrier. With each step, the ground trembled violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Sanhuo withdrew the Duong chainsaw and activated it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chainsaw roared ominously. The barrier mech raised its shield, looking up at the colossal mech that overshadowed half the sky. Sizzle. The shield shattered in response. The chainsaw pierced through the shield. We can't hold on. The barrier's anguished scream abruptly ceased. The immense chainsaw cleaved the mech in two from head to toe, scalding blood and oil splattering everywhere. Barrier. Steel Arm let out a furious roar. But before he could act, a horde of mutants had already pounced upon the Eagle-Eye mech. Help! Help! The Eagle-Eye mech's armor began to crack under the relentless gnawing of the mutants. Ultimately, with a heart-rending wail, the Eagle-Eye mech was completely overwhelmed. Now, only Steel Arm and the explosive mech remained. Captain, I am retreating. In the next instant, the explosive mech suddenly activated its thrusters, attempting to flee. You bastard! Steel Arm cursed vehemently. But before he could finish, a relentless barrage of bullets engulfed him. Tot-tot-tot-tot. The Steel Arm mech swayed wildly amidst the hail of bullets, armor plates disintegrating. Eventually, the mech was reduced to a sieve, crashing to the ground. The fleeing explosive mech also could not escape far. Lin Sanhuo transformed back into battle vehicle form, activating hyper mode. The engine roared to life, and speed surged dramatically. The massive treads crushed the ruins as it pursued the explosive mech. The explosive mech dashed ahead in a frenzy, but the battle vehicle's speed was simply too great. Soon, it caught up to him. Crack! Lin Sanhuo deliberately slowed down, the massive treads pinning the explosive mech beneath, sparing his life for the moment. Half of the mech was trapped, and cries for mercy echoed from within. The battle vehicle came to a halt. Why not kill him? Yu Xiaoyu asked curiously as she observed the scene. He has other uses. Lin Sanhuo opened the door and jumped down, walking to the front of the explosive mech crack. The cockpit of the explosive mech opened, revealing a man with yellow hair. Please spare me. Lin Sanhuo said nothing, seizing the man's hair as his mind control ability activated. In an instant, consciousness was invaded. Countless pieces of information surged into Lin Sanhuo's awareness from the shattered confines of his mind. The principles of laser weaponry, energy configurations, and technical specifications were all assimilated. Moments later, Lin Sanhuo released his grip, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, this was feasible. Meanwhile, the pilot of the destroyed mech had utterly lost all vitality. Eliminated the dragon-shaped mech squad. Earned survival points. 50. 000. Acquired S-level mech remains. 5. Obtained advanced light energy batteries. 5. A prompt echoed in his mind from Xiao Yi. But soon, another notification followed. Detected the technological information recently acquired by the master. Combined with the analyzed remains, obtained modification blueprints. 2. Blueprint for a massive electromagnetic cannon. Requires 4 howitzers for modification. Consumes 50,000 survival points. Requires light energy batteries for operation. Blueprint for a plasma laser sword. Consumes 50,000 survival points. Requires light energy batteries for operation. Specifically designed for the Earth King battle armor. Lin Sanhuo regarded these 2 options without hesitation. Modification of the massive electromagnetic cannon. Modification complete soon. On the top of the combat vehicle, the 4 howitzers began to reconfigure, forming a cannon of immense caliber that emerged atop the vehicle. Testing its power, Lin Sanhuo aimed at a distant expanse of ruins. Buzz! The electromagnetic cannon began to charge, the air thick with a tang of ionization. Kaboom! A blue-white beam shot forth in an instant. The ruins 3 kilometers away evaporated entirely the moment the beam passed. Within a 5-meter radius, all structures, vegetation, and even the very earth were plowed into a deep chasm. The power was astonishingly terrifying. Yet, when Lin Sanhuo checked the energy consumption, his expression shifted. It required a full 50,000 bioenergy. One shot for 50,000 was more expensive than a minor celebrity. Chapter 85. A new target, Fiwen Port. A new enemy, Northern Expeditionary Army, 2. In one chapter. As the smoke cleared, the ruins returned to silence. Yu Xiaoyu stared at the still, smoking massive electromagnetic cannon atop the combat vehicle, speechless for a long moment. The weapon you just used was an electromagnetic cannon? Her voice trembled. How is this possible? Yu Xiaoyu suddenly turned to Lin Sanhuo. Disbelief etched across her features. The new energy weapons that New World had spent decades developing were effortlessly replicated by him. Lin Sanhuo flicked the ash from a cigarette, his gaze sweeping over the expressions of the group, taking in their astonishment. Indeed, he too was somewhat surprised by the successful development of the electromagnetic cannon. Yet amidst that surprise lay a chilling sense of control, as if it was only natural. Utilizing the brain control ability granted by his mother's demise, he had ruthlessly extracted knowledge from the enemy's mind, combined with the seized mechanical remains for reverse analysis, and finally, with the comprehensive upgrades provided by Xiao Yi, he conducted data integration and deduction. The intelligent analysis of knowledge samples required all 3 conditions to be met. Ultimately, the technological barrier that the enemy prided themselves on was transformed into a weapon for his combat vehicle. It was entirely unexpected, yet somehow anticipated. Moreover, within his consciousness, there lay another blueprint for a plasma laser sword that had yet to be utilized, quietly resting there. More importantly, he had validated a novel and efficient method of growth. Henceforth, as long as he continually repeated this process, stealing technology, seizing remains, and then conducting analysis and transformation, he could convert all the strength of his enemies into a part of his own power. Self-developing weapon blueprints. It seemed he needed to gather more high-tech remains. A smile crept across Lin Sanhuo's lips. With a thought, he accessed the system interface, his gaze landing on the final entry of traditional upgrade projects. Amphibious combat vehicle. Requires 20,000 survival points, 5,000 units of advanced metal, and 1 complete high-speed marine engine. As Lin Sanhuo contemplated this, Xiao Yi's voice interrupted. There is a high likelihood of acquiring the target materials at an abandoned shipyard less than 300 kilometers from here. The location coordinates have been sent. Does the master wish to proceed? Lin Sanhuo observed the newly appeared light spot on the map, marking a coastal port, Feihai Port. He smiled, not hesitating. Let us go. Night fell as the combat vehicle traversed a dry riverbed, the massive outline of the river faintly visible in the moonlight. Lin Sanhuo ascended to the rooftop of the vehicle, lighting a cigarette as he gazed at the blurred horizon in the distance. The evening breeze carried the distinctive, metallic scent of the wasteland, stirring the edges of his clothing. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. Yu Xiaoyu stepped up beside him. Overwhelmed by the day's events, she had reported everything back to the organization. The organization had reacted accordingly. After much deliberation, she decided to share with Lin Sanhuo both a good piece of news and a bad one. Which would you like to hear first? Lin Sanhuo did not turn around, but exhaled a puff of smoke. The good news. The good news is, after you eliminated the New World trading town in the southern province and annihilated the Southern Expeditionary Army, coupled with your recent complete destruction of the dragon-shaped mech squad, this sequence of events has successfully garnered the attention of my former employer, the SOP Foundation. They have decided to provide you with secret assistance, preparing to dispatch a special survivor team, whose combat capability is on par with the Dragon Squad, to support your upcoming operations. Lin Sanhuo paused in his smoking, slowly turning his head and narrowing his eyes at Yu Xiaoyu. If they come, I guarantee I will kill them. His voice was calm. Yu Xiaoyu was taken aback. No, that's not what I meant. She quickly defended herself. I contacted them for your safety. I do not need it. Lin Sanhuo replied decisively. All right. Yu Xiaoyu took out her phone and sent a message. I have already informed them not to come. Lin Sanhuo did not utter another word, raising his arm. What's the bad news? Yu Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before softly speaking. The bad news is due to the annihilation of the Dragon Squad. The higher-ups have detected that the Northern Expeditionary Army initially intended to attack Tang City, is now heading our way. Chapter 86. Fiwen Port, a territory of New World. The following morning, as dawn broke, the combat vehicle halted atop a mountain peak, the wind howling up from the slopes, imbued with a biting chill. Lin Sanhuo exited the cockpit, his feet on gravel and withered shrubs. His gaze extended over a distance of 1,000 meters, overlooking a port, Fiwen Port, a refuge of sorts, established at the river's edge, with trading docks where vessels of various sizes were docking. Scattered figures moved about, and a solitary lighthouse stood, reflecting dazzling light in the morning glow. Yu Xiaoyu followed closely behind, standing at his side. Xiao Huangguo and Sang Mu were joyfully engaged in a game of tossing grenades with Lu Chao, throwing them away only to retrieve them again. The two mutants competed to see who could collect them faster. Lu Chao observed these peculiar creatures, his face devoid of the initial fear that had once gripped him. After a while, Yu Xiaoyu's phone screen illuminated, and upon unlocking it, a stream of market intelligence data flowed across, causing her expression to grow increasingly grave. She lifted her gaze to Lin Sanhuo. This dock, a recent establishment of the Xian Shijia, served as a riverside stronghold. In addition to this location, the Xian Shijia had established 4 similar port-like sanctuaries along the verdant Jiang River in the 4 cardinal directions. At that moment, Yu Xiaoyu's phone vibrated once more. Lowering her voice, she stated, "My informant also mentioned that this Fei Hai gang is not merely an ordinary transport harbor. The forces stationed here belong to a newly formed corps of the Xian Shijia." Her fingers glided over the screen, magnifying the critical information. The attributes, codename, and personnel composition of this corps were all confidential. However, one thing was certain. Their overall combat capability was undeniably on par with the Dragon Xing mecha squad that you encountered previously. Is it truly that formidable? Lin Sanhuo inquired, pausing with the cigarette at his lips, surprised that a mere port would be under the jurisdiction of the Xian Shijia, let alone guarded by such a high-caliber force. Yu Xiaoyu nodded emphatically. The intelligence indicated that this corps had been secretly established in the first half of this year. They had never disclosed any information publicly nor executed any open missions. Thus, we must exercise caution when we approach, she advised Lin Sanhuo, articulating each word with emphasis. Yet, Lin Sanhuo seemed oblivious to her warning. He raised his head, casting his gaze once again toward the harbor below, before lighting a cigarette. "Is there another piece of news? Did you inquire?" Yu Xiaoyu was taken aback. "What news?" "The shipyard," Lin Sanhuo replied in a calm tone. "Is there a shipyard here?" "Yes, there is," Yu Xiaoyu instinctively responded, only to realize moments later that her informant had stated that the shipyard had been completely shut down since last year. "No, wait," she said, looking at Lin Sanhuo with confusion in her eyes. "Why are you so concerned about shipyard? Aren't we planning to take this route to circumvent Tang City?" She had always assumed that Lin Sanhuo chose this riverside mountain path to avoid the main forces of the Xian Shijia, utilizing the formidable terrain adaptability of their war vehicle to traverse an untraveled path silently and approach Tang City undetected. After all, aside from descending into the depths of water, ascending into the skies, or burrowing into the earth, there was hardly any terrain in this wasteland that could impede this war machine. However, she soon discovered that perhaps she had been overthinking it. Lin Sanhuo's expression and the cigarette in his hand instilled a sense of unease within her. Indeed, the next moment he declared, "When did I ever say we would pass through here?" Lin Sanhuo withdrew his gaze, exhaling a ring of smoke. He then gestured with his thumb in front of him. The width of the war vehicle approached 8 meters. After some silent calculations, he concluded that making 10 trips back and forth should suffice to completely flatten this obstructive dock before them. As for the shipyard, his gaze swept to the far right of the harbor, where a vast factory, the largest and closest to the river, stood. That must be it. Once they descended, they just needed to ensure they did not demolish it in the process. With that thought, he hesitated not a moment longer. Lin Sanhuo extinguished his cigarette and swiftly entered the war vehicle. A sense of foreboding gripped Yu Xiaoyu's heart. This feeling, she was all too familiar with it. Therefore, she hastened to follow suit and climbed aboard the vehicle. The words of persuasion that had almost escaped her lips transformed into a soft inquiry. "Do you need me to help you contact assistance?" "Not needed," came Lin Sanhuo's crisp and decisive reply. Once Lu Chao and the others had boarded, the heavy door slammed shut with a thud. The war vehicle's engine roared to life, causing the vehicle to shudder violently. The view gradually tilted downward, crushing the gravel beneath the treads. Like a roller coaster, the vehicle descended slowly, aligning itself with the ground. Lin Sanhuo turned back and shouted, "Everyone buckle up!" And with one swift press of the accelerator, they plunged down the mountain in the war vehicle. Chapter 87. The Mutants in the Shipyard Fei Hai Gang. The first ray of morning light penetrated the slats of the blinds, casting mottled shadows on the opulent carpet of a luxurious suite. Huang Su-dong awoke from the soft embrace of his bed, stretching his limbs with a contented groan. A servant clad in a crisp uniform silently approached, presenting a steaming cup of coffee with both hands in a gesture of respect. "Sir, your coffee." He replied, accepting the cup and sauntering toward the grand floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the dock area was already bustling with the activities of a new day. Several cargo ships, varying in size, lay quietly at anchor. Some workers busily loaded and unloaded goods, their silhouettes darting back and forth in the morning light. In the distance, the low rumble of machinery occasionally punctuated the air. Huang Su-dong took a delicate sip of the scalding coffee, savoring the rich aroma that enveloped his palate. A profound sense of satisfaction, born from the feeling of control over everything, welled up within him. Life as a guardian of the dock for the Exanshurjia is simply too comfortable, he murmured to himself, a proud smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The dock was a sanctuary funded by the Exanshurjia, and he, Huang Su-dong, was merely an obscure survivor from the area. Due to his familiarity with the riverside terrain, he had caught the eye of the Exanshurjia and was entrusted with the management of this port. Since its establishment, his daily tasks had consisted of merely tallying the incoming and outgoing cargo lists and pocketing the generous remuneration with a clear conscience. 2,000 survivor points a year. Being under the auspices of the Exanshurjia deterred anyone from causing trouble. Here, life was simple, safe, and lucrative. There were women, subordinates. It was truly a life akin to that of a deity. Huang Su-dong leisurely finished the last sip of coffee, preparing to embark on his routine inspection of his domain, after which he would enjoy the remainder of the day in freedom. He pushed open the door, stretching once more. Another blissful day, yet in that very instant, a deafening roar reverberated through the air. A colossal, incomprehensible shadow, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the atmosphere, flashed before his eyes. Following that was a cacophony of crushing sounds. Crack, crack, crack. The dock structures before him, those sturdy warehouses and watchtowers, appeared as fragile as a child's building blocks in the face of that monstrous entity. Wood splintered, steel twisted, and concrete was reduced to dust in an instant. The white porcelain coffee cup slipped from Huang Su-dong's grasp, crashing to the floor. What the hell? Crash! Shattered into pieces. A mudslide? This was the first, and indeed the only, rational thought that flitted through his mind. As he lifted his head, his gaze finally fixed upon the malevolent source of his dread. He was momentarily paralyzed. It was a war machine, a terrifying behemoth whose tires dwarfed his entire house. The obsidian armor glimmered ominously in the morning light, reflecting a cold metallic sheen. The massive treads left devastation in their wake, reducing everything to a desolate powder. What chilled his blood even further was the sight of the war machine coming to a halt after crushing the first area, only to begin retreating. It resembled a merciless and precise steel monstrosity, targeting another untouched section of the dock as it commenced its second wave of destruction, followed by a third and a fourth. Each movement exhibited a mechanical regularity, as if it were executing a preordained program. Every advance meticulously covered new territory, ensuring that not a single inch of structure could escape annihilation. The vessels in the harbor blared their horns in terror, desperately revving their engines and careening toward the river's heart. The screams of the guards were utterly consumed by the deafening roar. Some were crushed under the relentless treads, while others collapsed in a state of shock, paralyzed by the apocalyptic scene before them. Huang Su-dong watched helplessly as the dock he was entrusted with was obliterated, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This was the end. He understood the stakes. The new world had entrusted him with the dock. If the dock fell, he too would perish. In a moment of desperation, he trembled as he reached for a concealed crimson button at his waist. It was his last resort, a measure he had never anticipated he would actually need to employ. It seemed he had no choice but to summon those entities. With a decisive click, he exerted all his strength to press the scarlet button. Meanwhile, within the war machine's cockpit, Lin Sanhuo was leisurely attending to his breakfast. The tactical screen before him displayed a series of prearranged sweep routes. Each path of destruction had been precisely calculated by Xiao Yi, ensuring the complete obliteration of the dock while skillfully avoiding the massive shipyard on the far right. The efficiency was commendable. He took a bite of his bread, watching as the areas crushed beneath the treads turned green on the screen. Yu Xiaoyu, seated in the co-pilot seat, appeared somewhat pale. Through the viewport, she could clearly see the panicked masses fleeing and the structures collapsing under the relentless treads. "Could you not be a bit more merciful?" she inquired. "Merciful?" Lin Sanhuo replied, not lifting his gaze, his focus unwavering on the screen. To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. 10 minutes later, the entire dock area had been utterly flattened. Lin Sanhuo set aside his half-eaten breakfast and maneuvered the war machine towards the only surviving shipyard, hoping to procure the engine materials he desired. However, just as the war machine approached the rusted iron gates of the shipyard, a sudden flurry of movement erupted. Shadows surged from the dark corners of the factory, humanoid abominations, swarming towards the war machine. These entities were agile, scaling the armor of the vehicle with sharp claws, frantically scratching and tearing, searching for any potential weakness. Are there actually abominations here? Lin Sanhuo furrowed his brows, realizing that these entities would pose a significant challenge. He decided to activate a spatial rift. With a hum, 2 dark fissures open up on either side of the war machine. The army of abominations under Lin Sanhuo's command charged forth, colliding violently with the factory's inhabitants, igniting a brutal clash. The captured followers of Su Jing City emerged from the rift, their expressions vacant as they hid beneath the war machine. Lin Sanhuo observed the fray through the vehicle's window and soon noticed an uncanny similarity between the humanoid abominations emerging from the factory and those he had summoned. For instance, there was a butcher wielding an axe, while another entity donned knightly armor and wielded a longsword. Regardless of their size, strength, or combat style, they appear to be cast from the same mold. Do they possess the technology to create abominations as well? Lin Sanhuo's curiosity deepened. At that moment, the foremost abomination's eyes flickered with an eerie red light. Suddenly, they pivoted, launching a frenzied assault on Lin Sanhuo's war machine. His expression darkened instantly. A betrayal? Just then, the iron gates of the shipyard creaked open, revealing a humanoid figure completely enveloped in a viscous black substance, stepping forward as if compelled from the depths of darkness. Xiao Huangdog, witnessing this, sniffed the air and leaped to the side of the maternal figure. "Is that your brother?" In the next instant, a familiar scent filled Lin Sanhuo's nostrils, a scent unique to the maternal figure. Glancing at the maternal figure nearby, he noted its body pressed against the window, gazing with an intricate expression at the entity below. In the following moment, the surface of the maternal figure began to writhe violently, ultimately forming a sequence of distorted characters. "It resembles me." The text quickly dissipated, replaced by new words. "Familiar, but I cannot recall." Xiao Huangdog tilted its head, glancing between the maternal figure and the encircled humanoid liquid below. "No, it really is your brother." Lin Sanhuo's gaze locked with that of the humanoid liquid below. Even from hundreds of meters away, he could distinctly feel the unmasked killing intent being projected towards him. This being was no friend. With that realization, Lin Sanhuo delicately pressed a crimson button on the control panel. The intelligent fire control system activated. With a hum, 10 fearsome Gatling guns on the war machine's roof adjusted their aim, their dark muzzles aligning with the humanoid liquid below. The barrage erupted. A torrential downpour of bullets tore through the air in an instant, creating a devastating metallic storm that rained down upon its target. The humanoid liquid's form ruptured under the relentless hail, the black substance splattering outward as if a bottle of ink had been shattered. Yet, no matter how fierce the assault, the splattered liquid would retract and heal at a visible pace, exhibiting an almost insurmountable regenerative ability akin to that of the maternal figure. Outside the war machine, the traitorous abominations continued to assault the armor with frenzied intensity, their claws screeching against the metal surface. Their eyes flickered with an eerie crimson glow, completely devoid of reason, leaving only the most primal instinct to attack. Indeed, as I had surmised, this was yet another instance of a motherless being. Lin Sanhuo extinguished his cigarette, his expression unchanged. He had no choice but to employ a new weapon. His fingers glided across the screen, activating the electromagnetic cannon system. Considering the consumption of energy, this time, he refrained from maximizing its power, setting the output to the minimum of 1,000 units of biochemical energy. With a hum, the massive cannon atop the vehicle began to charge, the surrounding air producing a faint crackle, and a whiff of singed odor permeated the cabin. Boom! A blue-white beam shot forth, striking the chest of the humanoid liquid with pinpoint accuracy. The tremendous force sent it flying, carving a dark, charred trench dozens of meters long into the hard ground. Half of the humanoid liquid, along with the earth beneath it, was completely vaporized by the intense heat. Yet, only moments later, the remnants of black liquid began to writhe and coalesce, attempting to reconstitute itself into a humanoid form. This ultimate aberration was indeed troublesome. Lin Sanhuo lit a new cigarette, his gaze icy. Yu Xiaoyu, observing the battle below intently, suddenly spoke. This humanoid liquid bears too close a resemblance to the motherless beings we encountered in the Resurrection Organization. She furrowed her brow, deep in thought. It appears that the New World, in its quest to study the ultimate aberration of motherless beings, has collaborated with more than just the Resurrection Organization. Lin Sanhuo did not respond. His attention was wholly focused on the scene below. He pressed the button again. Boom! 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 Another 3 shots from the electromagnetic cannon were fired in quick succession, each precisely landing on the reassembling form of the humanoid liquid, shattering it time and again. Though it continued to regenerate, the speed of recovery was evidently slowing with each assault. More importantly, Lin Sanhuo keenly detected a detail. The once frenzied mutants attacking the vehicle exhibited flickering red lights in their eyes, now alternating in brightness. Their movements showed signs of delay and confusion. As expected, a faint smile crept onto Lin Sanhuo's lips. Their cerebral control abilities have a limit. When subjected to massive damage and needing to concentrate computational power for self-repair, they cannot allocate energy to maintain mental control over other mutants. With this weakness identified, the next steps became straightforward. Under the relentless firepower suppression of the electromagnetic cannon, the mutants under Lin Sanhuo's command saw the red glow in their eyes dissipate entirely. They ceased their assault on the vehicle, bewilderedly surveying their surroundings, before, under Lin Sanhuo's mental direction, they roared back into the fray against the enemy mutants. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. As the conflict gradually neared its conclusion, Lin Sanhuo reclined in his chair, leisurely smoking while overseeing the artillery, executing precise remote fire support. Watching the humanoid liquid below, its recovery speed diminishing under the repeated bombardment of the electromagnetic cannon, it was almost reduced to a puddle of uncoalesced sludge. It was time for that entity to make its appearance. Soon, the little yellow dog returned, carrying a familiar cylindrical metal container and dropping it at Lin Sanhuo's feet. It was indeed the one used to contain the motherless being earlier. The ultimate aberration could not be exterminated, as previously tested. Thus, Lin Sanhuo's only solution was containment. Picking up the container, he inquired, "How do we utilize this?" Yu Xiaoyu, undeterred, responded, "There's a delayed containment button on it. Set it, throw it, and it will work." Lin Sanhuo examined it, locating a red timer, adjusting it to 5 seconds, then pressed it. He hurled it toward the weakened humanoid liquid. Buzz! In the next instant, an invisible and powerful suction erupted from the container's opening. The struggling black liquid on the ground was forcibly peeled away. Drawn into a thin black line, all of it sucked into the container. Bang! The container sealed shut. In that moment, the remaining mutants, as if losing their minds, collapsed one by one. The battle concluded. Congratulations, Master, on conquering the ultimate aberration, black liquid motherless. Detection indicates the conquered target shares a common origin with the existing ultimate aberration, motherless, resulting in comprehensive upgrades. Advanced mutant manufacturing warehouse and 3 new mutant gene libraries added. New A-class gene manufacturing sequence, black liquid. Manufacturing requirement, 10,000 biochemical energy. Black liquid characteristics, capable of simulating a vast array of known material information, including weapons, clothing, armor, etc., and can even be worn as equipment. Highly offensive, extremely defensive, remarkably restorative. It is a symbiotic type of aberration, but can also operate independently. Neural parasitic ability upgraded. Mental control duration, 3 hours, 12 hours. Mental control unit limit, 110. A series of system notifications resonated in Lin Sanhuo's mind. He nodded in satisfaction, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon during his material gathering. Soon, the little yellow dog exited the vehicle, returning the container to Lin Sanhuo. He held the newly acquired container before him. Unlike the motherless being nearby, the liquid within this new container, named Black Liquid Motherless, lay quietly coiled at the bottom, showing no signs of activity, as if it were a true inert substance. Strange. Why is this in such a different state from the motherless being? Just as a hint of doubt arose in Lin Sanhuo's mind, the cold electronic voice of Xiao Yi suddenly echoed in his mind. Master, a complete high-speed boat engine has been detected nearby. Would you like to initiate the containment device and collect it? Lin Sanhuo shifted his gaze from the container, raising his head to peer through the front window of the vehicle towards the sole surviving massive factory amidst the chaos of battle. Containment. Chapter 89. Upgrading the 2 Selenium battle vehicle. Emergence of the aquatic behemoth. Containment completed. Materials acquired. 1 complete high-speed boat engine. Detection of special materials has triggered vehicle upgrade options. Amphibious vehicle upgrade plan generated. As soon as Xiao Yi's prompt concluded, a brand new upgrade interface appeared on Lin Sanhuo's screen. Amphibious vehicle upgrade. Required materials: 1 high-speed boat engine, 5,000 advanced metals, 20,000 survival points. Post-upgrade benefits: navigation mode, temporary submersion capability, free modification bay, sonar radar, ice-breaking ram. Navigation mode. The vehicle can traverse both on the water surface and underwater with a maximum speed of 120 knots. Free modification bay. Allows for personalized upgrades to any compartment, satisfying individual needs for developmental equipment upgrades. Lin Sanhuo, filled with anticipation, decisively agreed to the upgrade. Upgrade commencing. The vehicle trembled violently, as if myriad engineering machines were simultaneously at work within its structure. The metallic sounds of friction, the clamor of welding, and the hydraulic noises intertwined. Yu Xiaoyu clutched the armrest tightly. Have you upgraded again? Is 34 not sufficient? Lin Sanhuo lit a cigarette. The little yellow dog and the motherless creature lay on the ground, allowing the armored vehicle to sway. Lu Chao, however, appeared pale, seemingly suffering from motion sickness. Upgrade complete. All systems of the amphibious armored vehicle are ready. Shall we initiate navigation mode? Lin Sanhuo gazed out the window. The vehicle was currently stationed next to a shipyard, less than 100 meters from the banks of Lujiang. Initiate navigation mode. With a thunderous roar, sounds of mechanical operation emanated from the vehicle's undercarriage. The body began to transform slowly. The original tracks retracted into the vehicle's interior, replaced by a streamlined hull structure. The front became sharper, reminiscent of an icebreaker. Stabilizing wings extended from both sides of the body. The entire process lasted 5 minutes. By the time the transformation was completed, what lay before them was no longer a terrestrial armored vehicle, but rather a heavily armored warship infused with elements of science fiction. Wow, this is incredibly impressive, exclaimed Lu Chao, his eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Sanhuo activated the engine, steering the vessel towards the riverbank. At the moment of entry into the water, a massive splash erupted. The warship floated smoothly on the surface of the river, devoid of any turbulence. Lin Sanhuo attempted to maneuver, but just as he prepared to take control, an anomaly appeared on the radar screen. A multitude of red dots manifested in the waters directly beneath the warship. What is happening? Lin Sanhuo furrowed his brow as he examined the radar. Detected a large number of biological signals. Location: 50 meters underwater. Quantity: approximately 500 to 800 individuals. There is something underwater. Yu Xiaoyu also noted the radar anomaly. The quantity is substantial. Soon, Lin Sanhuo piloted the warship deeper. Apart from waterproofing measures taken for the weaponry atop the vehicle, the glass of the body was also nearly impervious to water. As they descended, the light from above gradually faded. The warship's searchlight automatically illuminated the waters ahead. At a depth of 50 meters, Lin Sanhuo beheld an astonishing scene. At the bottom of the dock lay an expansive underwater prison. Each cage contained several humanoid creatures, their bodies coated in the same black liquid as the earlier motherless creature. They appeared to be immobilized. Oh my, Lu Chao gasped, leaning against the porthole. The scale of the underwater prison vastly exceeded their expectations. Rows of cages extended outward, vanishing into darkness beyond the reach of the searchlight. Each cage housed a different type of mutant. What is the meaning of this? Yu Xiaoyu's voice trembled. Has the new world established a mutant prison underwater? Lin Sanhuo guided the warship closer to one of the cages. It seemed too conspicuous on the surface, hence the construction underwater. Through the porthole, he could clearly observe the condition of the mutants within the cage. They huddled in the corners, the black liquid on their bodies flowing slowly in the water, appearing more feeble and exhibiting almost no aggression. They seem to be resting, Yu Xiaoyu noted. Their state is quite similar to the one you contained. Lin Sanhuo nodded in agreement. These mutants were indeed in a suppressed state, lacking the ferocity they once displayed. Just then, an enormous shadow loomed from the riverbed above. Warning, detected an ultra-large target approaching. Detected body size exceeds 50 meters, far larger than the armored vehicle. Distance, 200 meters. Distance, 150 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. Finally, a colossal maw, nearly invisible, surged upward from below, swallowing the warship whole in an instant. Chapter 90. Instantaneous destruction by the abyssal maw. Huang Sudong was left dumbfounded. The river's surface erupted. An unfathomably large shadow burst forth from the depths, revealing a mouth capable of engulfing an entire building. It broke through the surface, carrying tons of river water as it leapt skyward. In that instant, the sky was obscured. The massive form cast a shadow over the shattered dock and the mountains behind it. Boom! The behemoth crashed back into the river, sending towering waves crashing against the shore, thoroughly washing away the remnants of the dock once more. On the riverbank, Huang Sudong was drenched by the icy spray. He wiped his face with his hand, clutching tightly to the red button he had pressed just moments before. A euphoric relief coursed through every nerve in his body. It was dead. Finally, it was unequivocally dead. He howled with excitement, his voice cracking from overwhelming exhilaration. Exhausted, he sank onto a relatively intact piece of rubble, trembling as he fumbled through his pocket for a half-wet cigarette pack, only to find he could not ignite it. He threw it aside in frustration. That scared me to death. I almost thought I was finished here. He had pressed the button to awaken this slumbering titan from the riverbed, the abyssal maw. This creature was a mutant deployed by the New World to guard Fei High Port, a bona fide Class A mutant. Typically, it slumbered in the deep muck of the riverbed, bound by heavy electromagnetic shackles. It served as the warden of the underwater cargo and the final, most formidable line of defense against invaders from the waterways. Huang Sudong had witnessed its power firsthand. Once, an ill-fated fleet had attempted to approach, only to be swallowed whole along with the rogues aboard. Now, it had consumed an armored vehicle, which was hardly surprising. However, Huang Sudong could not fathom how this behemoth had approached silently in such a desolate location, surrounded by sheer cliffs and towering mountains. Instinctively, he turned his gaze back, following the mountain's slope upwards. Soon, he discerned a shocking trail, a path that had been forcefully carved down from the mountain's summit. The earth was turned over, solid rocks crushed into fragments, and all the underbrush flattened, leaving a wide scar on the steep cliffside. Upon witnessing this, Huang Sudong's pupils constricted sharply. Suddenly, he recalled an incident. Late last night, the renowned dragon-shaped mech squad from the New World had briefly passed through this area for supplies. He remembered the captain, who exuded an air of elite arrogance, looking at him as if his gaze was a mere act of charity. They had mentioned their intent to deal with a rogue vehicle causing havoc in the wilderness. Could it be this very one? A chilling thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of his mind. Something was amiss, deeply amiss. If even the dragon-shaped squad had been mobilized, how had this individual managed to arrive here unscathed? It is worth noting that the dragon-shaped mech squad had a record of hunting S-class mutants and had even repelled a horde of the undead directly. If they could not stop it, then the elation on Huang Sudong's face was as if a frozen lake was gradually solidifying before shattering. He turned his head stiffly, casting a gaze filled with near terror towards the now tranquil river surface. Could an A-class abyssal behemoth truly eliminate that creature? Just as this thought emerged from his heart, bubbling began to disturb the calm waters at the center of the river, dense bubbles surging as if the entire body of water had been brought to a boil. Subsequently, a muffled wail, seemingly originating from the depths, pierced through the heavy layers of water, faintly resonating. Before Huang Sudong could react, a blinding blue-white beam of light shot upward from the riverbed without warning. The beam pierced through the murky water, tearing apart the surface and soaring into the sky. It flickered momentarily in the air, yet illuminated the entire expanse above as brightly as day. The color drained from Huang Sudong's face in an instant. He stuttered, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the river surface. A colossal corpse slowly surfaced, revealing its charred, hollow abdomen still emitting wisps of smoke. It was the once mighty abyssal behemoth, now utterly lifeless. Run! This single word echoed in Huang Sudong's mind. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all fear and shock. He scrambled up from the shattered wall, crawling and rolling as he attempted to flee towards the mountains behind him. But at that moment, the very earth began to tremble violently. This was no illusion. The foundation of the dock beneath his feet, those concrete structures deeply embedded in the riverbed, groaned under the unbearable burden. The dock was being torn apart. Yet this time, what emerged was not a mutant, but a sharp, menacing horn glistening with a sinister metallic sheen reminiscent of a deep-sea shark's head. Bang! 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 The terrifying war machine had forcibly uprooted the entire underwater foundation of the dock. The thick concrete pillars snapped like fragile biscuits. The entwined steel rebar twisted into spirals. The entire dock ruin began to tilt at an eerie angle. Ultimately, a massive, grotesque battleship surged forth from the water surface, accompanied by a cataclysmic roar. Resting upon the slanted debris, the murky river water cascaded down its dark, icy armor, forming spectacular miniature waterfalls. Huang Sudong's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, warmth spreading as liquid quickly soaked his trousers. With a soft click, the battleship's hatch opened. Lin Sanhuo emerged, dry as a bone, not a drop of water on him. A freshly lit cigarette dangling from his lips, looking down imperiously at Huang Sudong, who trembled on the ground like chaff. "Are you the head here?" Huang Sudong quivered, nodding desperately. Lin Sanhuo exhaled a cloud of smoke, the white mist slowly dispersing before him. He then inquired, "What is the situation regarding the water prison that holds the mutants below?" Chapter 91. The secrets of the New World and the true villain behind the scenes. Lin Sanhuo's cigarette glowed intermittently in the dim twilight. He gazed down at the crumpled Huang Sudong, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. Beneath him lay the dock foundation, forcibly ripped from the riverbed. The shattered steel and concrete moaned under the stress. The air was thick with the stench of river water, the foul odor of decaying earth, and the faint charred scent lingering from the electromagnetic cannon's assault on the behemoth. "Speak." Lin Sanhuo's voice was flat, revealing no hint of anger or joy. "What purpose do those cages below serve, and what is the significance of this dock?" Huang Sudong's body trembled violently. He dared not conceal anything, crawling a few steps before kneeling on the cold, damp ruins. "Big brother, I will tell you everything." His voice quaked as he raised a feeble hand, pointing towards the eerily silent river surface that had just engulfed the giant beast. "This place is actually a transport point for mutants from the New World. Ships arriving from various locations appear to be trading survivor supplies, but in truth, their holds are filled with mutants for transport. The cages underwater are the mutant prisons deliberately constructed by the New World to prevent outsiders from discovering the truth." Lin Sanhuo's brow furrowed imperceptibly as he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. The mist enveloped him, obscuring the harsh contours of his face. Transporting mutants? For what purpose? For deployment. Huang Sudong's voice cracked, now tinged with desperation. The New World regularly utilizes waterways to secretly deploy these cultivated mutants to various survivor gathering spots in Nam Province, artificially creating waves of the undead. Once those gathering spots are destroyed by the hordes, and the men are wiped out, the New World steps in as the savior, rescuing the desperate survivors. As he uttered the final 3 words, Huang Sudong's teeth chattered, especially the women. Unaware of the truth, they join the New World with gratitude, believing they have found a sanctuary in the apocalypse. Yet, in the end, they become mere playthings for the elite of the upper city. The infamous, sordid red light district of the New World is populated by many who have arrived in such a manner. Inside the battleship's cockpit, Yu Xiaoyu, who had been watching the scene unfold through the monitors, instantly lost all color in her face upon hearing this. Lin Sanhuo flicked the ash from his cigarette, the embers falling with a hiss onto the damp ground, extinguishing with a faint sound. His gaze turned icy. If the New World possesses such power to annihilate any gathering place with mutants, why not act directly instead of resorting to such underhanded tactics? Because of Lftang City, he blurted out almost instinctively. Lftang City? Yes. Huang Sudong swallowed hard, his throat bobbing violently. He lowered his voice. Because Lftang City is the only organization in Nan Province capable of directly challenging the New World. Moreover, the leader of that organization is the oldest and most enduring ultimate mutant in all of Nan Province. Although most survivors in Nan Province regard it as a city bewitched by mutants and harbor deep-seated aversion towards them, Huang Sudong's voice dropped even lower. In reality, Lftang City is the organization that has rescued the most survivors. They accept any survivor, regardless of whether they were good or bad in the past. As long as you are willing to lay down your weapons, they will provide you with food and shelter. Their only requirement is that humanity must respect nature, ceasing the wanton destruction of the pre-apocalyptic world, and instead coexist harmoniously with nature. Due to this, the influence of looting Sure is rapidly expanding. Many individuals oppressed by the New World, unable to survive, are desperately fleeing towards it. The New World is apprehensive. They fear that if they act too ruthlessly, they will drive all survivors into looting Sure, leading to an uncontrollable situation. After listening, Lin Sanhuo finally connected all the chaotic threads in his mind. Looting Sure saves lives, while the New World takes lives. However, due to their differing identities, one is regarded as a monster, while the other is hailed as a savior. The so-called crusade against looting Sure is nothing more than a complete facade. The true objective of the New World is to eliminate looting Sure, their only rival, and convert all survivors in the southern province into their resources and slaves. Meanwhile, those misled by hatred and lies are sharpening their weapons, preparing to attack their last refuge. What grand scheme it is! Huang Sudong, observing Lin Sanhuo fall into silence, his eyes darting with frantic energy, suddenly glimpsed a sliver of hope for survival. He scrambled to Lin Sanhuo's feet, clutching his thigh. Big brother, I could have stayed at the dock for a few more years and had a chance to become one of the upper city dwellers. But now that the dock is destroyed by you, I have no way back. Big brother, are you planning to join forces with looting Sure to take down the New World? Take me with you. I want to join you. Huang Sudong's face was filled with anticipation. Tears and mucus smeared across his cheeks. No. Lin Sanhuo's response was simple, decisive, devoid of warmth. With a swift motion, he struck Huang Sudong, sending him sprawling. Before Huang Sudong could recover from the pain and dizziness, Lin Sanhuo advanced, placing a hand on his crown. Huang Sudong's pupils instantly constricted. In the next moment, an invisible force invaded his mind. All of Huang Sudong's memories were forcibly extracted and examined. However, Lin Sanhuo's expression abruptly changed. He discovered that there was a critical piece of information in Huang Sudong's memories that had not been mentioned. This dock had a top-level emergency plan. If the dock were completely destroyed and the red emergency button pressed, if the signal was interrupted for more than 10 minutes, the New World would activate remote strike weapons, launching indiscriminate carpet bombings on this coordinate to eliminate all evidence. From the moment he pressed that red button until now, time had long since passed. Lin Sanhuo abruptly looked up, his gaze piercing through the dimness, shooting towards the pitch-black night sky. At some point, the previously empty night sky had ignited with countless densely packed points of light. Those points were not stars. They were rapidly expanding, trailing fiery tails as they approached. Get in the car. Hurry. Lin Sanhuo turned and rushed toward the warship, not casting another glance at Huang Sudong on the ground. Chapter 92. Yu Xiaoyu runs away from home. Lin Sanhuo makes no effort to retain her. In the sky, the fiery points grew larger. A piercing sound of something slicing through the air echoed from above. Yu Xiaoyu pulled Lin Sanhuo into the vehicle. The hatch slammed shut. On the other side, survivors from Xu Jingcheng, who had emerged from the spatial device, stood frozen. What are you waiting for? Get in. Lin Sanhuo opened the spatial device, and the survivors from Xu Jingcheng immediately surged in. The moment everyone was back inside the vehicle, an explosion erupted. Boom! 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 The deafening sound of explosions reverberated like thunder around the warship. The entire dock was instantly engulfed in flames. Massive shockwaves battered the vehicle's armor in relentless waves. The vehicle rocked violently, tossing everyone about. But that was not the end. A dull explosion emanated from the riverbed. Boom! The mutated creature prison at the river's bottom suddenly self-destructed, and the explosion continued for several minutes. Once everything settled into silence, Lin Sanhuo opened the car window, revealing a cloud of dust outside. The dock had completely vanished, reduced to rubble, with large craters filled with mud. Fortunately, the armored vehicle remained intact. It appeared that the information was correct. The New World was indeed concerned about the discovery of evidence and sought to eliminate it. The extent of the danger zone's loss of control far surpassed our expectations. I had always believed the danger zone was merely a world of the survival of the fittest. I never imagined it could spiral out of control to this extent. Yu Xiaoyu stood by the window, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the countless mutated corpses floating on the river surface, utilizing mutated creatures to eliminate humanity, ultimately forcing humans into servitude. If the New World succeeded in controlling the entire southern province's danger zone, the threat to the safe zone would be unimaginable. Just as Yu Xiaoyu was gripped by fear, the war vehicle suddenly lurched forward, driving directly onto the river surface. Such a waste to not make proper use of all these mutated corpses, Lin Sanhuo remarked, lighting a cigarette and activating the biochemical energy conversion device. Coupled with the storage function, beams of absorption shot from the vehicle's underside, drawing in the floating remnants of the mutated creatures. Acquired biochemical energy, 12,000. Acquired biochemical energy, 8,000. Acquired biochemical energy, 15,000. After sweeping the area, the conversion was complete. Current biochemical energy, 150,000. Lin Sanhuo nodded in satisfaction. The energy that had been nearly depleted from using the electromagnetic cannon was restored to a considerable level. Furthermore, after scavenging the dock, a substantial amount of metal fragments and various materials had also been collected. Current metal fragments, 200,000. Current survivor points, 180,000. Acquired several fresh ingredients. Quite a harvest. Lin Sanhuo exhaled the last of his cigarette and called out to Aunt Li in the kitchen. Aunt Li, let us have crayfish for dinner this afternoon. We've been eating seafood for days. All right, Brother Lin, I will prepare it right away. Aunt Li's voice came from the kitchen. Lin Xiao returned to help in the kitchen. The three of them appeared completely unfazed, each immersed in their own thoughts and tasks. Unable to contain herself, Yu Xiaoyu tilted her head and questioned, after everything that just happened, aren't you going to think about what to do next? This concerns the entire southern province. Lin Sanhuo ascended to the rooftop of the war vehicle to catch some fresh air, only to find it covered in dirt from the explosion. Yu Xiaoyu immediately followed him. We must take this matter seriously. I could understand your reckless behavior before, but now, we must discuss what to do next. Yu Xiaoyu grasped Lin Sanhuo's arm firmly. Lin Sanhuo brushed his hand over the Gatling gun atop the vehicle, which was clogged with dirt. While meticulously clearing debris with his hands, he responded, I have discovered an escape route from the memories of the individual I just encountered. If we proceed forward for merely a few dozen kilometers, we shall reach Nanwanhai in Nanqing. I intend to take refuge there for a while. Duck? Yu Xiaoyu could scarcely believe that such words had escaped Lin Sanhuo's lips. After all, her previous attempts to persuade him had borne no fruit, yet now he seemed to yield effortlessly. This won't do. Our objective in the New World is the entirety of Nanqing. There is no evading it. What do you propose we do? Lin Sanhuo tilted his head, gesturing for Yu Xiaoyu to assist in clearing the mud from the Gatling gun's barrel. I believe, Yu Xiaoyu said, scraping away a clump of mud and lifting her gaze to Lin Sanhuo. We must release the survivors from Shujing City that we captured today. In an instant, Lin Sanhuo ceased his actions. Yu Xiaoyu hurriedly clarified, did that person not mention that looting Shi saved many survivors? They are not the deceptive force of legends. Our true adversary is the New World. Currently, the only entity capable of thwarting the New World is looting Shi. Therefore, if we release those individuals and explain our intentions, they will join us in resisting looting Shi. We can obstruct the plans of the New World. A smile graced Yu Xiaoyu's face as she felt her reasoning was impeccable. However, Lin Sanhuo merely shook his head in mild disapproval. That is not feasible. I still rely on them to eliminate the ultimate mutant of looting Shi. Why do you need to eliminate it? Yu Xiaoyu countered as she approached from the opposite side of the Gatling gun. Have we not established that it is benevolent? Just because it is benevolent does not mean it cannot be killed, Lin Sanhuo retorted. This statement immediately left Yu Xiaoyu at a loss for words. As for Lin Sanhuo, His intentions were straightforward: to destroy the ultimate mutant of looting Sure and fulfill his conqueror's mission. This objective had never wavered. Yet, he had yet to devise a strategy to confront an organization of unknown magnitude, one he had yet to fully comprehend. Lin Sanhuo, I always believed you to be. Believe me to be what? Observing Yu Xiaoyu's exasperation, Lin Sanhuo's expression remained impassive. Did you think I was a good person? I'm sorry, but before you messaged me for the first time, I had already taken lives in this vehicle. Therefore, regardless of how malevolent the new world may be, I will still choose to eliminate the ultimate mutant of looting Sure first. Choosing to find a place to rest is simply a means to wait until the new world and looting Sure are sufficiently weakened before I make my move. Clang! Lin Sanhuo patted the now-cleaned Gatling gun, preparing to return to the vehicle. Behind him, Yu Xiaoyu shouted with reddened eyes, "Fine, I misjudged you." She then turned back towards the cockpit. Lin Sanhuo, through the glass, noticed Yu Xiaoyu had exited the vehicle alone, stomping angrily through the twisted ruins, barely managing to move a few steps. "Hey, are you really planning to walk away like this?" Lin Sanhuo called out. Yu Xiaoyu turned back, her face filled with resentment, expecting Lin Sanhuo to plead for her to stay. Just as she was about to say, "You don't need to keep me. My decision is made," the next moment, clang. A pack of ferocious dogs brought a motorcycle and tossed it in front of her. "Don't want the bike?" Lin Sanhuo inquired once more. Without further ado, seizing the opportunity before she had time to reconsider, he drove off, gliding over the river. Chapter 93. The Freedom Modification Chamber. Transforming into a Gatling gun spitting blue flames 2 hours later, Lin Sanhuo piloted the battle vehicle in its navigational form, traversing the murky waters of the Lujiang and entering a broader expanse of water, Nanwanhai. From the memories drained from Huang Sudong, he learned it was a vast inland sea, covering nearly 1/10 of Nanjing. Looting Sure lay on the periphery of this aquatic expanse. The sea breeze, infused with a salty tang, filled the cockpit, dispersing the last remnants of gunpowder. The battle vehicle glided steadily across the water surface, the roar of the engines swallowed by the crashing waves, creating an eerie tranquility. Lin Sanhuo did not head directly toward looting Sure, but maneuvered the vehicle to a central point in the sea. From this vantage, he could vaguely discern the blurred outline of the city on the distant horizon, a perfect observation point. "Initiate reconnaissance mode," Lin Sanhuo commanded. With a hum, ripples coursed across the metallic armor of the vehicle. Its colors swiftly blended with the surrounding waters, and at the same moment, the radar signals vanished entirely. Viewed from above, this colossal war machine seamlessly melded into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. Yet remaining suspended over the sea for an extended period inevitably fostered a sense of confinement. Lin Sanhuo's fingertips lightly tapped the control panel, and after a moment, he issued another command. Switch to base mode. The command was executed, and a heavy mechanical whirring resonated from the ship's underside. Metal structures began to extend downward, thick armor plates assembling on the water's surface to rapidly form a vast floating platform. In just a few minutes, the vessel in navigational mode transformed into a fortified steel bastion anchored upon the waves. Click! The cockpit door swung open as Liu Chao emerged, gripping the railing and gazing anxiously at the shimmering expanse of the sea. "Liu Dage, are we just going to stay here? Hide? Hide?" Lance-nu lit a cigarette, shaking his head as he took a deep drag, exhaling the smoke which was whisked away by the sea breeze. No. His gaze remained fixed on the distant silhouette of the city, his eyes betraying no emotion. "This is reconnaissance. From here, I can clearly monitor when looting Sure and the New World engage in conflict. After all, I have witnessed the strength of the New World firsthand. The ancient creature that has survived the longest in looting Sure is certainly no benevolent being. Once they are mutually weakened, I will step in to reap the rewards. This is the most prudent and beneficial course of action." Returning to the main control panel, Lin Sanhuo accessed the vehicle's information interface. Taking advantage of this interval, he intended to elevate his combat capabilities further. Survivor points, 180,000, bioenergy, 150,000, metal fragments, 200,000, biological core, 3,000, gunpowder, sufficient quantity, various materials, abundant reserves. These resources were ample enough to assemble a terrifying army of mutants. However, Lin Sanhuo's gaze did not linger long on these familiar figures. Instead, It was drawn to a new module that had been added following the amphibious vehicle's upgrade, Freedom Modification Chamber. He murmured the name softly, a frown creasing his brow. While other upgrades often came with multiple functions, this one offered only a single capability. I shall see what you have to offer. He promptly clicked to delve into the detailed information. Zu Gai Zao Tsong, also known as the Fusion Transformation System. Function: it allows the fusion of any two items to create a brand new object. Characteristics: the fusion result is entirely randomized, with a possibility of failure. Important note: once fusion is successful, the method will be recorded and can be used indefinitely. Requirements for constructing the transformation pod: consumes 10,000 survivor points. Would you like to build? Lin Sanhuo gazed at the introduction displayed on the screen, the corner of his mouth curling slightly as he held a cigarette. The fusion of any two items, uncertainty. Yet another module steeped in the nature of gambling. He decided to proceed without hesitation, confirming his choice. Survivor points: 10,000. In an instant, within a spacious chamber of the base, the sound of intense mechanical operation echoed. The walls slid apart, revealing a metal transformation pod over 3 meters tall, slowly rising from its concealed compartment and firmly anchoring itself to the ground. Unlike the basic transformation pod, this one featured two independent doors, one a deep crimson, the other an icy blue, imbued with an aura of enigmatic mystery. Lin Sanhuo stepped forward, and the doors opened automatically. Inside, intricate mechanical arms and energy conduits crisscrossed, while the central control panel displayed a plethora of fusion material options. Gatling, cluster rockets, adaptive glass, heavy barriers, light energy battery, butcher, spiral meat grinder. In theory, anything could be tossed in for fusion. The only distinction lay in the elusive success rate. Lin Sanhuo's fingertips glided across the panel, lines of data materializing before his eyes. Cluster rockets butcher success rate: 0.01. Cost and survivor points: 1.000. He could hardly conceive of what the fusion of these two items would yield, and promptly skipped it. Adaptive glass heavy barrier success rate: 70. Cost and survivor points: 1.000. While the fusion outcome seemed quite practical, it was not his most pressing need at present. Spiral meat grinder Gatling success rate: 20. Cost and survivor points: 2.000. Although it appeared rather violent, the low success rate rendered it an expensive gamble. He patiently compared and tested each option. Finally, his gaze settled upon one particular combination. Gatling light energy battery success rate: 99. Cost and survivor points: 5.000. The steep cost promised an almost certain success rate. As long as the final product proved sufficiently powerful, this investment would undoubtedly yield returns. A glimmer of resolution flashed in Lin Sanhuo's eyes. Fusion. He selected the option. A hum resonated as the blue door of the transformation pod swung open, and a light energy battery was delivered inside by a mechanical arm. The red door opened to reveal a menacing Gatling gun, securely affixed to the fusion core. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. The pod began to shake violently, and blinding blue light illuminated its interior. The light energy battery instantaneously disintegrated into pure energy streams, resembling blue electric serpents that entwined and permeated every component of the Gatling gun. The metallic structure groaned under the strain of the energy infusion. Ultimately, all fell silent. Fusion successful, a line of green text appeared. Congratulations. You have modified a Gatling gun powered by a motor, which emits blue flames from the muzzle when firing. Penetration: 500, range 200, rate of fire 500, special effect. Upon hitting biological targets, the bullets will induce a severe paralysis effect. Chapter 94. The upgrade of new energy, the assault on Luteng City, begins. Lin Sanhuo regarded the green fusion's successful notification with a rather neutral expression. He approached the transformation pod and ran his hand over the newly forged Thor Gatling. The gun's body retained its fearsome metallic black, yet every groove shimmered with subtle blue electrical currents, as if it possessed a life of its own. Not bad, he mused, before redirecting his gaze to the control panel. 4 light energy batteries remained, salvaged from the docks. They must not be wasted. Lin Sanhuo's fingertips danced rapidly across the screen, swiftly finalizing 2 additional fusion schemes. Adaptive glass light energy battery success rate: 95. Heavy barrier light energy battery success rate: 92. Fusion. The command was issued, and another 20,000 survivor points vanished. The transformation pod flickered with light, energy surging within. Moments later, fusion successful. Congratulations, you have obtained electromagnetic induction glass. Characteristic: can actively release high-voltage currents, paralyzing or electrocuting any target attempting to touch the glass. Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the paralysis electric net barrier. Characteristic: creates an invisible paralysis electric field around the vehicle, instantly incapacitating any nearby biological targets. Lin Sanhuo nodded in satisfaction. These two new gadgets, one for internal defense and the other for external, were specifically designed to counter those mutants that favored jumping and climbing. In the future, any entity attempting to scale his vehicle would first have to experience the effects of electric therapy. Regarding the last two batteries, he pondered for a moment before his gaze fell upon the drone. Recon drone light energy battery success rate 98. Fusion. Another 10,000 points were invested. Congratulations. You have obtained the Hummingbird electromagnetic reconnaissance drone. Endurance 1000. Control range 50 kilometers. Special effect: capable of short-range spatial jumps to evade attacks and carry many electromagnetic pulse bombs. All 5 batteries have been utilized. The defensive and reconnaissance capabilities of the vehicle had ascended to a new level. However, as Lin Sanhuo observed the rapidly decreasing figures on the energy panel, a frown creased his brow. These new pieces of equipment were all energy-hungry. Although the accumulated biochemical energy of over 100,000 seemed substantial, once fully unleashed. Converted into electrical energy, it would likely suffice for only a few shots from the electromagnetic main cannon. A sustainable energy solution must be found. He summoned the overall upgrade interface of the vehicle. Amphibious vehicle base form. Required survivor points for next upgrade. 1,000,000. Available upgrade options. 1. Dongfeng vehicle, equipped with long-range cruise missile system, transforming into a mobile missile base. 2. Land aircraft carrier, capable of accommodating and producing small combat units for multi-line coordinated operations. 3. High fortress, ultimate defensive form, featuring robust self-repair and counterattack capabilities. 1,000,000 survivor points, a staggering figure. Yet, Lin Sanhuo's attention was riveted on a newly unlocked module beneath the upgrade options. Core module unlocked. Mini nuclear power reactor. Upon reading those words, the corner of Lin Sanhuo's mouth finally lifted in a smile as he held his cigarette. This was precisely what he desired. With this, energy would no longer pose a problem. It seemed he needed to devise a grand scheme. He closed the interface, momentarily setting aside the upgrade matter. For now, he must first expand his cannon fodder troops. Lin Sanhuo activated the biological modification interface, investing tens of thousands of survival points and biological cores. Create mutant, black liquid 10. Create mutant, C120 soon. The cultivation tanks within the biological chamber beneath the war vehicle illuminated one by one. 10 entities, entirely enveloped in black, fluid-like forms that incessantly shifted shapes, were produced. They lacked a fixed form and could permeate any crevice. Additionally, 20 sea hunters were created, a fusion of hound and some deep-sea fish genes. Capable of swift movement both on land and in water, with sharp fangs, they were the perfect tools for hunting. Go, fetch something fresh, commanded Lin Sanhuo, and the 20 sea hunters leaped into the sea like dumplings, vanishing without a trace. Before long, they returned to the warship's platform, each one carrying various fresh seafood, wagging their tails in excitement. Grouper, dragonfish, and even a half-meter-long lobster. Aunt Lu Chow. Lin Sanhuo called into the cabin. Come out and collect the bounty. Coming right up, Brother Lin. In the kitchen, Aunt Lu and Lu Chow joyfully emerged, their smiles widening upon seeing the abundant seafood. Soon, the aroma of garlic wafted through the air atop the steel fortress's platform. Lin Sanhuo settled into a chair at the edge of the platform, leisurely savoring the spicy crayfish prepared by Aunt Lu while casting his fishing rod, patiently awaiting the commencement of the spectacle in the distance. He casually retrieved his phone and opened a long-neglected chat group for survivors in the southern province. The group was already abuzz with activity. 999. Have you heard? The Dragon Squad sent to the south by the New World has been annihilated. It's said to be the doing of Latengshi. No way. Is that true? The Dragon Squad can hunt S-class entities. Absolutely true. The New World has confirmed it. They issued an announcement to gather all forces to avenge the fallen heroes. Latengshi is too terrifying. If we let them grow any stronger, we'll all be doomed. Count me in. I must join the expeditionary force. Not for anything else, but for the future of humanity. Yes, for our descendants. Let us fight these monsters. The group was filled with fervent messages flying across the screen. The New World made no mention of the dock or the terrifying war vehicle, cleverly redirecting all animosity towards Latengshi. Countless oblivious survivors, incited by this deception, sharpened their blades, ready to assault their last sanctuary. Lin Sanhuo peeled the shell off a shrimp, placing the succulent meat into his mouth, observing the impassioned rhetoric within the chat with a mere sneer. A group of fools who had been sold, yet still counted the money. Just then, a live stream sharing link suddenly popped up in the chat. Initiator, Battlefield Reporter Xiao Shuai, title, directly hitting the front lines. The vanguard of the expeditionary force has arrived at the outskirts of Latengshi. Justice will prevail. So this chat group can live stream? Lin Sanhuo clicked on the stream. The image shook violently, revealing countless armed survivors charging towards the ruins of a city enveloped in green vines. Then, a dull cannon sound echoed from the distant skyline, causing the steel platform beneath him to tremble slightly. Lin Sanhuo lifted his gaze towards Latengshi, where the sky was already illuminated by the glow of cannon fire. He spat out the shrimp shell and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. It has begun. Chapter 95. Goodness, it's a real rocket. Lin Sanhuo tapped lightly on his screen. The preview of the shared link flickered briefly before the stream loaded. Entering the live room, the image shook violently, mingled with the sharp sounds of gunfire and shouts. A breathless voice emerged. Hey folks, family, you see it. Our expeditionary force's vanguard is already engaged with the monsters of Latengshi. Justice will prevail. Give our heroes a wave of 666. A pop-up abruptly appeared. Trial time remaining. 4 minutes, 59 seconds. Consume 3 survival points to unlock full viewing privileges. Consume 20 survival points to become a distinguished member of this live stream. Permanently ad-free. And unlock colorful bullet comments at the bottom of the screen. A row of glittering gift icons was displayed, ranging from the cheapest beer to the most expensive rocket. Lin Sanhuo expressionlessly paid 3 survival points. In the chat group, inquiries began to flood in. What's going on? The chat group can live stream? Which deity is the streamer? How do they have this feature? The streamer, known as Battlefield Reporter Xiao Shuai, dodging splashes of mud, proudly exclaimed, My shelter is quite special. It's a live streaming room. This feature is unique to me. Everyone, show some love with gifts, and Xiao Shuai will take you to see the frontline battle. Lin Sanhuo ignored the commotion. His focus remained firmly on the city depicted in the live stream. A vast ruin established by the seaside. Countless thick, dark green vines coiled like giant pythons, entwining every crumbling structure, transforming the entire city into a vibrant yet eerily terrifying botanical fortress. At the heart of the city stood an indescribably colossal tree, reaching into the clouds. Its canopy shrouded half the city, resembling a sprawling green umbrella. That was the ultimate mutant of Latengshi. Looting. Boom. The livestream image jolted suddenly. The camera panned to the distance. The New World-S artillery positions opened fire, missiles trailing flames as they accurately struck the edges of Latengshi. However, upon contact with the city's perimeter, they were ensnared by countless vines bursting forth from the ground, detonating mid-air. Flames erupted skyward, thick smoke billowed. Yet as the dust settled, the vine-constructed defense line was only slightly charred, swiftly returning to its original state, even more resilient than before. Goodness, this recovery ability is too abnormal. How can we even fight? We can't get in at all. The chat group was filled with exclamations of astonishment. Soon after, several heavy armored vehicles roared towards the defense line, attempting to forcefully create an opening. Just as they approached, the ground cracked open and dozens of giant vines, thicker than the armored vehicles, surged forth like thrashing tentacles, mercilessly striking, binding, and strangling. Steel was as fragile as paper before the vines. Armored vehicles were effortlessly lifted into the air and then crushed into twisted metal discs. As survivor soldiers scrambled from the contorted cockpits, the frenzied vines tossed them aside without delivering a fatal blow. Lin Sanhuo squinted. Even at this point, they were showing mercy? This wouldn't do. Meanwhile, The battlefield soon fell into a stalemate. The New World's expeditionary forces relentlessly bombarded from a distance, even deploying a mysterious unit clad in fully enclosed heavy armor. Yet, without exception, they were repelled by the seemingly endless plant defenses of Latengshi. Those vines appeared inexhaustible, safeguarding the entire city as if it were impenetrable. As the spectators believed that this battle was beyond possibility, the live broadcast suddenly shifted. A group of individuals emerged from the rear of the territory of Xianxiji, bound together by heavy chains. Clad in rudimentary attire, their faces were etched with despair and fear, driven forward by soldiers wielding rifle butts, step by step towards the battlefield. The anchor, Xiao Shuai, seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly shifting the camera to the ground. Ahem, dear viewers, the situation ahead is too intense. For everyone's mental well-being, let us temporarily switch the camera. His voice took on an unnatural tone. Yet, even without the visuals, the anguished cries of those individuals echoed through the live stream. Then, a thunderous explosion erupted, a sound unlike the booming of artillery. It was the dreadful sound of flesh vaporized in an instant. No, please. I don't want to die. The wails and explosions rang out in succession. Everyone in the live stream was bewildered. What was happening? Why the sudden blackout? What were those cries? What was Xianxiji doing? Anchor, turn the camera back. Xiao Shuai's voice quivered with tears as he muttered, Brothers, I can't show you this. It will lead to serious trouble. I feel I must flee. At that moment, a golden barrage with a prestigious membership insignia floated across the screen. Turn the camera back, and I'll send a big rocket. Lin Sanhuo messaged. The live stream fell into a moment of complete silence. Xiao Shuai's breath hitched. He stammered, Big brother, are you serious? You must not deceive me. Indeed. Now, immediately, the immense temptation overpowered his fear. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Shuai resolved to a certain decision. He cautiously maneuvered the camera from its concealed position. In an instant, the visuals transformed into a hellscape. As Lin Sanhuo had predicted, Xianxiji had captured a group of innocent survivors, turning them into human bombs. Utilizing the empathy of the green vines, they employed the most brutal methods to breach the impenetrable defenses. Chains bound rows of desperate individuals, coerced by soldiers from behind, moving towards the verdant vines. Then, those in the rear would activate the detonators. Boom! Flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. For the first time, the green vine's defenses were torn asunder, leaving gory wounds. Enough! Enough! I can't watch anymore. Xiao Shuai dared to keep the camera on for only 2 seconds before retracting it, his heart racing. Gasping, he shouted into the live stream. Big brother, where's the rocket? You can't go back on your word. Lin Sanhuo did not reply. He ended the broadcast, pondering that if Green Vine City fell, Xianxiji would surely turn their sights upon him next. No, I must intervene. Activating the battle vehicle form, Lin Sanhuo concentrated. The steel fortress on the sea rapidly contracted and transformed, surging forward towards the battlefield. In the live stream, Xiao Shuai was on the verge of panic. Where are you, big brother? Where are you? I can't believe this. Where's my rocket? He thought he had been deceived and was ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But in the next moment, the golden barrage reappeared. Don't worry, the rocket is on its way. No sooner had the words left the screen than a series of glaring red dots ignited on the distant horizon, trailing fiery tails as they tore through the air towards the artillery positions. The live stream erupted in chaos. What the hell, it's a real rocket. Chapter 96. Lin Sanhuo forcibly landed, delivering a blow to Xianxiji. Boom! 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 Numerous cluster missiles, trailing heated tails, cleaved through the sky, striking the artillery positions of Xianxiji with deadly precision. The soldiers clutching remote detonators had no time to utter a cry before being engulfed by the cataclysmic inferno. The entire position was instantly reduced to scorched earth. The shockwave from the explosions violently swept across the battlefield, shattering the chains binding the survivors, rendering the bombs mute as they lost their signals. Bewildered, they turned back to witness the sea of flames, and the instinct to survive ignited within them, prompting a desperate dash towards Green Vine City. Countless vines erupted from the earth, gently lifting these unfortunate souls and transporting them to the safety deep within the city. In the live stream, after a moment of silence, the barrage went wild. What is happening? Are we attacking our own? No. Look at the trajectory. It's coming from the sea. The sea? Who's out there? Anchor Xiao Shuai's camera shook violently as he crouched behind cover, desperately trying to direct the lens towards the sea, but could see nothing but the churning waves. The commander of Xian Shiji's face turned ashen as he grabbed the radio, shouting angrily, "Naval Reconnaissance Team, immediately head to the missile launch coordinates. Find out what it is." "Yes, sir." A dozen speedboats rushed from the temporary military port along the shore, racing towards the depths of the sea. Lin Sanhuo observed the rapidly approaching blips on the radar, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The metallic armor of the battle vehicle rippled, blending with the seawater, rendering it nearly undetectable. At the same time, he released the created mutants, Black Liquid and Sea Hounds. "Let us see how you fare." 20 Sea Hounds silently submerged into the depths, while 10 Black Liquids transformed into ominous dark fluid, swiftly navigating through the waters. As the first speedboat entered the target area, a sharp crack rang from beneath the hull. "What's happening?" The driver glanced at the instruments, but before he could react, icy seawater surged in from below. "Damn! The boat is leaking." Panic ensued among the soldiers. Just as they attempted to jump overboard for safety, writhing black liquid suddenly surged from the surface. The black liquid swiftly climbed up the boat's sides, enveloping the nearest soldier and dragging him silently into the depths, leaving no cry behind. Mutants! There are mutants in the water. Other speedboats witnessed this bizarre scene and immediately turned to flee. But it was too late. Countless crimson eyes suddenly illuminated beneath the surface. The Sea Hounds encircled from all sides, their sharp fangs slicing through the fragile hulls of the speedboats like a knife through butter. In less than 10 minutes, all the speedboats sank. The sea returned to its eerie silence, leaving only scattered debris as evidence of the recent chaos. On shore, the commander of Xian Shiji, clutching the radio, waited in vain for any response. "Naval Reconnaissance Team, respond. Please acknowledge." The radio emitted nothing but a cacophony of static. His expression grew increasingly grim. "Dispatch a second wave. 50 speedboats. Transform that maritime area completely." "Commander, the main forces have yet to arrive. Could this be an overextension?" One of his subordinates cautioned. At this moment, the commander, named Ma Ning, representing the closest forces from the New World, chose to advance prematurely, disregarding orders from above in a bid to claim the first victory. He aimed to breach the city gates of Ultangshire and take the credit for himself. Unexpectedly, intervention occurred midway, placing him in a precarious position. "Execute the orders." Ma Ning Belovet. The remaining forces press on. Consequently, 50 fast boats formed a denser formation, hurtling towards the treacherous waters known as the Sea of Death. Lin Sanhuo observed the dense array of lights on the radar, igniting a cigarette. They truly fear nothing. This time, he refrained from deploying the mutated entities. Submersion mode, activate. The massive war vehicle gradually sank beneath the waves. Above, the 50 fast boats conducted a thorough search. Suddenly, the lead boat's operator widened his eyes, pointing ahead. "What is that?" A colossal shadow, unfathomably large, surged upwards from the depths below. The next moment, a deafening roar erupted as the sea exploded into towering waves. A gigantic iron warship broke the surface, akin to a moving mountain, crashing into the nearest fast boats. The boats, frail as children's toys before it, shattered upon impact, sending soldiers soaring into the air. Lin Sanhuo paid it no mind, pressing onward towards the landing coast of the New World. On shore, all soldiers of the New World were left in disbelief. What on earth is that? A warship? What a joke. Countless bullets and small rockets rained down upon the armored vehicle. Clang! Sparks flew, yet not a single mark was left. Instead, it activated the immobilizing electric net barrier. Blue arcs of electricity danced around the vehicle, forming an invisible force field that repelled all assaults. With a tremendous rumble, the vehicle surged onto the beach, its massive treads crushing the sandy terrain, directly colliding with a landing dock constructed with immense effort by the New World. The solid structure of reinforced concrete crumbled like tofu before the vehicle. Boom! The entire dock collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending massive chunks of cement flying, burying hundreds of soldiers along with heavy weaponry beneath the rubble. Fall back! Retreat! The remaining soldiers, utterly shattered, abandoned their weapons and fled in every direction. Attempting to escape? Lin Sanhuo's voice turned frigid. "Thor's Gatling, activate." The 6 barrels began to spin, unleashing a torrent of azure flames, bullets charged with electricity sweeping across the beach. The fleeing soldiers barely made it a few paces before being struck by bullets. Even the armored vehicles could not withstand the onslaught, succumbing one by one. Within mere minutes, the entire coastal position was devoid of standing men. Lin Sanhuo lit another cigarette, gazing distantly towards Ulftang, where the sounds of gunfire remained fierce. They clearly had yet to realize that their retreat had been severed by Lin Sanhuo's landing. In a live stream, the host, Xiao Shuai, had completely altered his tone, infused with both tears and unrestrained excitement. My goodness. Family, did you see that? An enormous vehicle surged forth from the sea. What on earth is it? The landing dock established by the New World has been taken down by a single individual. The chat exploded with fervor. What the hell? Whose vehicle is this? One person, one vehicle, and yet so overpowering? That firepower, that defense. Ultimately, Lin Sanhuo glanced at the incessantly refreshing messages on his phone screen, exhaling a puff of smoke, and charged towards the unaware forces of the New World ahead of him. Chapter 97. The small legion of the New World is annihilated. The true main forces are approaching. The thunderous rumble of massive treads rolled over the blood-soaked earth. Lin Sanhuo's war vehicle resembled a moving peak of steel, advancing towards the New World forces still engaged in combat. The soldiers besieging Ulftang turned at the terrifying roar that reverberated from behind. Upon seeing the steel monstrosity charging from their own rear, their expressions shifted dramatically. Boss, what is that thing behind us? Ma Ning, clutching his binoculars, watched the colossal object barreling towards him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A vehicle? The very thing the Northern Expeditionary Army had been seeking? Ma Ning's mind raced back to a message disseminated in the New World group chat last night. The Southern Expeditionary Army had been annihilated by a mysterious vehicle. Subsequently, the long-form squad had ventured forth, only to meet the same fate. Following which, the Northern Expeditionary Army had turned to pursue this enigmatic vehicle, which had inexplicably vanished. Yet now, who could have anticipated its reappearance here? Everyone, concentrate fire. Target that vehicle. Maning swallowet hart shopting. Dozens of artillery pieces immediately redirected towards Lin Sanhuo. Boom! 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 Shells rained down upon the vehicle. However, the heavy munitions capable of obliterating tanks struck its surface, leaving not even a discernible dent. In less than 10 minutes, the battlefield devolved into a one-sided slaughter. Ma Ning watched helplessly as his meticulously trained forces were ground to dust. In his final moments, a bullet pierced his chest, and he collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes filled with deep resentment and confusion. I cannot die. I must become one of the Ascendants. Eliminated the New World Expeditionary Army. Acquired survival points, 102931. Lin Sanhuo observed the numbers flashing on the interface, furrowing his brow. He had anticipated the New World's expeditionary forces to be more formidable, yet these were but a mere handful. He had not even encountered electromagnetic weaponry. Could it be that the true main forces had yet to arrive? Lin Sanhuo extinguished his cigarette, turned the vehicle towards Ulftang, and drove forward. Within Ulftang, countless survivors peered through the cracks of the vines, terror-stricken by the unfolding events outside. Are they here to assist us? Uncertain. Yet he has indeed vanquished the New World's forces. Could this be another foe? The crowd remained on high alert, recalling past instances where internal strife had led to the downfall of many expeditionary forces. However, as discussions swirled among them, the massive war vehicle suddenly halted before the enormous gate formed by vines. A figure slowly rose atop the vehicle. All held their breath. Moments latte. The rear hatch of the vehicle opened, and several bound individuals were pushed out. Survivors from Shujingcheng. Someone on the city wall recognized them. They were still alive. Among them, a venerable elder was singled out and brought to the top of the vehicle. The survivors within the city were immediately stirred by the sight before them. It was indeed Chen Lao. Professor Chen Mingyuan was still alive. Chen Lao, the venerable elder, known as Chen Lao, was none other than the most respected educator in Sujing City, a prominent biology professor in Nan Province before the apocalypse. After the world changed, he utilized his knowledge alongside the green vines to construct a series of pristine, pollution-free natural cities. Many believed he had perished in the massacres of the New World. Thank the hero. He saved Professor Chen. We must repay him well. The crowd expressed their gratitude to Lin Sanhuo. However, The next moment, Lin Sanhuo suddenly drew a handgun, pressing the cold muzzle against Chen Mingyuan's temple. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. If you wish to save him, Lin Sanhuo's voice echoed throughout the city via a loudspeaker. Remain still. The survivors were utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Wasn't he here to rescue us? At that moment, the colossal tree in the city center swayed slightly, and countless vines rose from the ground. It did not attack Lin Sanhuo, but instead surrounded the armored vehicle, maintaining a posture of vigilance. Lin Sanhuo nodded in satisfaction, maneuvering the vehicle slowly through the city gates. The immense vine gate gradually closed behind him. The heavy sound of the door shutting plunged the city into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away from Green Vine City, a massive army advanced along the mountain roads. Armored vehicles, tanks, and missile trucks blanketed the hills, stretching for dozens of kilometers like a tide of steel. At the forefront of this army was a battle vehicle, transformed from a giant mining truck, resembling a moving fortress as it crushed everything in its path. This vehicle was even larger than Lin Sanhuo's, painted entirely black, with armor so thick that it was formidable. On the rooftop platform stood a woman with short red hair, her expression impassive as she gazed at her phone. Her name was Zhao Exin, the Supreme Commander of the Southern Legion, and the driver of the dragon-shaped mecha team's No. 0 Mecha Emperor battle vehicle. Commander, we have received news from ahead. A subordinate rushed over to report. Ma Ning launched an attack without waiting for orders and has been completely annihilated. Zhao Xian did not lift her head, continuing to scroll through the live stream replay in the chat group. Moreover, it was not the Green Vine City that exterminated him, her subordinate continued, but the mysterious battle vehicle that the Northern Expeditionary Army had been pursuing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian finally raised her head. She looked at the screen showing the iron behemoth emerging from the sea, a glimmer of interest flickering in her eyes. Interesting. She stood, surveying the dense army below her. Akin to ants. The reason Ma Ning had not gained the identity of the upper city people over the years was not without cause. She scoffed coldly. Overzealousness and disobedience to commands, he deserved to die. However, I'm indeed curious. That vehicle is indeed formidable, but how does it compare to my Emperor battle vehicle? Her battle vehicle emitted a deep rumble, akin to the roar of a colossal beast. Behind her, a vast torrent of steel surged forth, heading toward Green Vine City. Within Green Vine City, the enormous treads of the battle vehicle rolled over streets paved with living vines, producing a sound that was a bizarre blend of tearing and crushing. This place resembled not a ruin, but rather the interior of a colossal beast. The thick vines served as its veins and bones, stitching together and enveloping the shattered concrete structures, transforming them into lush, vibrant ecological fortresses. Clear water seeped through the crevices of the high vines, converging into meandering streams that silently flowed along both sides of the streets, nourishing every meticulously cultivated crop in the corners. Countless survivors hid in the shadows of the vine-constructed shelters, casting glances mixed with fear, hatred, and curiosity through the gaps in the leaves. Their eyes were fixated on the iron behemoth that trampled their homeland. On the vehicle S platform, Professor Chen Mingyuan could distinctly feel the cold metal pressed against his temple, vibrating slightly with each jolt of the vehicle. The chill seemed to penetrate directly into his skull. His lips were cracked, and his voice trembled with extreme tension. What do you truly want? Lin Sanhuo did not look at him. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, his gaze piercing through the rising smoke toward the towering giant tree at the city's center. That was the true target of his visit. Let it come forth to discuss. His voice was low, yet carried an undeniable coldness. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath them began to tremble lightly, as if a slumbering giant was awakening. Suddenly, countless giant vines, thicker than barrels, burst forth from the earth, their surfaces coated in a dark green, smooth skin, writhing through the air like a colossal serpent, surrounding the battle vehicle with an air of primal and overwhelming vitality. An elderly, gentle, yet profoundly weary voice resonated not through the air, but directly within Lin Sanhuo's mind. It felt as though an invisible hand had plucked at his thoughts. Outsider, why do you wish to harm the innocent? Lin Sanhuo was not surprised by this, merely exhaling a cloud of thick white smoke. Greenvine? Indeed, the voice responded, weariness even more pronounced. Speak, what do you desire? Lin Sanhuo's response was succinct, mirroring the coldness in his gaze without any superfluous emotion. Your life. Those two words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake. At that moment, all subtle sounds in the city ceased. The wind stopped, the sound of flowing water vanished, and even the survivors' suppressed breaths were abruptly held. The massive vines encircling the battle vehicle tightened suddenly, their resilient surfaces bulging with muscular fibers. As an oppressive atmosphere filled the air, reminiscent of a storm brewing, the hidden survivors could distinctly sense the wrath emanating from the green vine. What has happened to Lord Greenvine? What did that person say to Lord Greenvine? The green vine fell silent. It was a dead silence, pregnant with the promise of storm. After a long pause, its voice echoed once more in Lin Sanhuo's mind. But this time, the gentleness had vanished, replaced by a chilling inquiry. If I perish, will you spare the people here? Lin Sanhuo flicked the ash from his cigarette, watching it disperse in the air. If you cooperate obediently, I might consider it. His word became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The ground trembled violently once more. More vines surged madly from all directions of the city, but this time they were entirely different from the previous ones. You are not to be trusted. They appeared with a dark, almost black, chitinous layer, their surfaces riddled with hard spines and knots, producing a piercing sound akin to metal scraping as they moved. These vines, like colossal serpents laying siege, began to wrap around Lin Sanhuo's battle vehicle with a destructive momentum. The harsh, keratinous layers scraped against the armored vehicle, creating dazzling sparks. Lin Sanhuo raised an eyebrow, poised to instruct Xiao Yi to activate the paralysis electric net. Yet, in the next moment, the menacing psychic wave from looting suddenly faltered, as if the signal had been abruptly severed. Its voice resonated for the third time, but this time it was devoid of anger or fatigue, replaced instead by a pure, incredulous horror. The concept of space echoed intermittently in his mind, laden with confusion. How could such technology possibly exist? Looting's voice grew increasingly astonished, as if it had encountered an existence that transcended its comprehension, a taboo of sorts. How could it manifest on a mere vehicle? Before the thought could linger, those keratinous vines, resembling iron tentacles and tightly coiling around the war chariot, recoiled violently as if they had touched a searing iron, retreating in a frenzy. They withdrew as if the vehicle were an indescribable horror. The survivors in the city were left dumbfounded, unable to grasp what had transpired. Why had Lord Looting ceased its attack? What could possibly be inside that vehicle? Lin Sanhuo furrowed his brow, sensing that the shift in Looting's demeanor stemmed from his war chariot. What are you saying? A hint of unspoken reverence tinged Looting's voice. It fell silent for an extended period, as if digesting a staggering reality. After a long pause, it finally spoke, its tone entirely transformed. I can grant you this. I will give you my life. However, I have one condition. Lin Sanhuo narrowed his eyes. Speak. Take all the children and women away from here. Looting's voice was remarkably resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Let them leave this place, which is about to become a battlefield. Upon hearing this, the entire city of Looting erupted in chaos, for they could sense Looting's intent. Countless survivors rushed forth from their hiding spots, disregarding their fear of Lin Sanhuo, and knelt on the ground. Chun Mingyuan trembled with excitement, shouting loudly, Lord Looting, we have endured for so many years. Yet Looting's voice remained eerily calm, imbued with a detachment that suggested a profound understanding of life and death. This time is different. Lin Sanhuo listened, his expression impassive as he took another drag of his cigarette. He was unconcerned with the backstory. He was only focused on the transaction itself. Why should I trust you? Because I have lived for 1,000 years. A faint smile of bitterness crept into Looting's voice. I am weary. If my death can ensure their survival, it is worth it. The city was filled with the sound of weeping. Lin Sanhuo regarded the scene with indifference, finding it somewhat noisy. He flicked away the spent cigarette, but it's a deal. He uttered 2 words. I can take the individuals you mentioned, but I must first secure your life. Looting fell silent for a moment. Very well. At that instant, the trunk of the towering tree in the city center began to glow with a soft, resplendent green light. An immense life force began to converge, preparing to extract its core. But just then, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed from the distant horizon. The sound grew closer, clearer, and louder, shaking the very earth beneath them. On the horizon, a dense line of black dots appeared. The dots rapidly enlarged, transforming into countless armored vehicles, tanks, and missile carriers forming an unstoppable tide of steel, barreling toward Looting City. At the forefront of this colossal army was a black behemoth, several times larger than Lin Sanhuo's vehicle, crushing the ground beneath it and emitting a beastly roar as it surged ahead. There is no time. Looting's voice was laced with unprecedented urgency. They are coming. Lin Sanhuo squinted, his gaze fixed on a massive black entity. Just the sight of it alone exuded an oppressive force that was suffocating. Indeed, it was formidable. It seemed necessary to first address this nuisance before further negotiations could proceed. Chapter 99. Release the mutants. The ground trembled with a rhythmic resonance, a heavy vibration emanating from the distant horizon, clearly transmitting through the rock and soil to the feet of every survivor in Looting City. A torrent of steel was materializing from the edge of the skyline. This was no mere metaphor. Thousands of moving metallic dots converged into lines, which then expanded into planes, ultimately forming a black tide that obscured the entire wilderness, carrying the will to crush everything in its path. The roar of tracks grinding the scorched earth and the symphonic cacophony of thousands of engines merged into a destructive symphony capable of tearing through eardrums. At the forefront of this ironclad army, a colossal black, prehistoric beast marched heavily, each step causing the ground to tremble. Lin Sanhuo stood atop the war chariot, binoculars in hand, his lens reflecting that suffocating metallic ocean. Intriguing. He lowered the binoculars, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket with practiced ease and placing it between his lips. The New World boasts such colossal vehicles. The black behemoth was even larger than his own chariot, its armor so thick it seemed unreasonable, akin to a mobile fortress. 6 imposing cannons on either side emanated a frigid aura of death, while a massive rotating turret atop the vehicle was firmly locked onto the direction of Looting City. It appeared truly formidable. Lin Sanhuo's voice bore no hint of tension, resembling more of an evaluation of an intriguing item. Within the city, the atmosphere was entirely different. Countless survivors peered through the gaps in the vines, staring blankly at the army capable of reducing them to dust, their faces drained of color. It's over. This time it's truly over. A middle-aged man sat helplessly on the ground, his gaze vacant, unconsciously repeating, "How could we possibly withstand so many tanks and armored vehicles?" Despair spread like a plague among the crowd. "Lord Looting, flee quickly. I will cover you." Several impetuous youths shouted toward the giant tree at the city center. The immense canopy of Looting swayed gently, producing a rustling sound akin to a resigned sigh. "My roots are spread throughout the city. If I leave, I will perish." Its voice resonated directly in everyone's minds, weary yet resolute. "And I will not abandon a single person." The moment the words left its lips, countless thick vines erupted from the ground, rapidly intertwining around the city's perimeter, constructing green barriers. Yet, all knew that against such a torrent of steel, these plant-based defenses were as fragile as a single sheet of paper. 3 kilometers away, the army of the New World abruptly halted. The black behemoth leading the charge raised its rooftop, revealing a figure. Fiery red hair danced wildly in the wind, and a sharply tailored black military uniform accentuated her formidable silhouette, the hilt of her katana glinting in the sunlight. Her gaze was colder than the steel beneath her feet. "I am Zhao Xin, the commander of the expeditionary force from the New World." Her voice resonated through the amplification system, transforming into a thunderous wave that drowned out the cacophony of the battlefield, reaching every corner of Looting City with crystal clarity. "Mutants of Looting City and the driver of that enigmatic war vehicle, heed my words. Surrender now, and I can grant you a swift and merciful end. Otherwise, I shall make you acquainted with despair." Lin Sanhuo listened to this declaration, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. This woman certainly had a flair for arrogance. He leisurely lit a cigarette, while with the other hand, he retrieved his phone and opened the familiar live streaming room. As expected, the camera of the streamer, Xiao Shuai, was shaking violently, showcasing the full might of the distant Steel Legion to all viewers. Family. This is a disaster. The main force of the New World has arrived." Xiao Shuai's voice had morphed into a pitch of suppressed sobs and terror. "How many people must there be? My goodness. Tanks and armored vehicles are everywhere. Looting City is truly doomed this time." The barrage of comments in the live stream, after a brief moment of silence, began to refresh at an unprecedented speed. "This is terrifying. The New World has truly gone all out. Have they emptied their coffers? It's over. That mysterious war vehicle, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly contend against an entire legion. Looting City is about to be erased from the map. Lin Sanhuo's gaze swept across the rapidly scrolling comments, his eyes narrowing slightly. A thought rapidly took shape in his mind. He closed the live stream, and with a flick of his intent, a brilliant Azure interface unfolded before him. Visible only to himself. Current survival points, 184,7392. Current biological nucleus, 127. These were the substantial resources he had amassed on his journey. His fingers glided through the air without hesitation. Create mutant, mutant steel beetle 100. Create mutant, mutant python 50. Create mutant, mutant ant 20. Manufacturing command confirmed. Consumption of survival points, 500,000. Manufacturing commenced. In the next moment, the ground of Looting City began to tremble violently. Not from the pressure of the distant enemy, but from below, a disconcerting rhythm emanating from the depths of the earth. The streets, paved with living vines, cracked inch by inch as the solid ground seemed to be torn apart by invisible giant hands. Countless massive metal incubation tanks, adorned with bizarre veins, slowly emerged from the ground amidst a cacophony of hydraulic sounds. The murky liquid within churned violently as enormous, distorted shadows frantically gestated and took form. In less than 10 minutes, a resounding explosion shattered the reinforced glass of the first incubation tank. A gigantic beetle, comparable in size to an armored vehicle, crawled out, its body covered in a dark shell that flickered with metallic cold light, its 6 appendages ending in razor-sharp hooks capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. Soon after, the second, third, 100 mutant steel beetles erupted from the earth, forming an orderly line, their shells producing a spine-chilling sound as they rubbed against one another. The ground was once again upheaved as 50 mutant pythons, each as thick as a barrel, emerged from the depths, each measuring over 10 meters long. Their dark golden scales glinting in the sunlight, their cold vertical pupils devoid of emotion. Finally, there were 20 massive mutant ants, each the size of a small car, followed by millions of ordinary soldier ants, coalescing into a surging black ocean that instantly covered the ground surrounding the incubation tanks. The soldiers of the New World, stationed at the front lines, stood collectively stunned as they beheld this terrifying army surging forth from Looting City. What is that? Is that the mutant from our transport vehicles? Who issued the command? Were they released early? At the forefront, atop the Imperial war vehicle, Zhao Xian furrowed her brows. She picked up the walkie-talkie, her tone icy. Which unit in the rear released the mutants? A static crackle filled the air, followed by the confused and panicked response of her subordinate. Mutants? Reporting, Commander. All our mutants are still in the transport vehicle. We haven't released them without your orders. Not released. Zhao Xian's gaze shifted back to the assembled mutant army ahead. At that moment of confusion, a thunderous roar erupted simultaneously from the 100 steel beetles. The sound waves materialized into a shockwave that swept across the battlefield. In the next moment, the newly appeared mutant army turned their heads in unison towards the iron tide of the New World. They advanced. The 100 steel beetles charged forth like heavily armored cavalry, launching a deadly assault against the New World's forces. The 50 pythons slithered across the ground, moving so swiftly that they left only fleeting shadows in their wake. The 20 giant ants led their ant legion, transforming into a ravenous black sea of death. Surging towards them. They're coming for us. Zhao Xian's face displayed shock for the first time. Open fire, she commanded sharply. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells were instantaneously discharged, igniting massive fireballs and clouds of dust within the newly spawned mutant army. However, as the dust settled, an icy chill gripped the hearts of all soldiers of the New World. The shells capable of toppling tanks merely left charred dents on the beetles' shells. The resilient scales of the pythons even deflected armor-piercing rounds. As for the sea of ants, the bombardment was akin to tossing pebbles into an ocean. The voids immediately filled by the endless tide of ants. In mere minutes of contact, the vanguard of the New World army was torn open by this fearless horde of monsters. Tank armor was easily pierced, and armored vehicles were twisted into pretzels by the pythons. This is impossible. Zhao Xian watched in disbelief as her elite troops disintegrated before the enemy's mutants. These are clearly our manufactured mutants. Meanwhile, at the far end of her vision, atop the mysterious war vehicle in Looting City, Lin Sanhuo stood leisurely, exhaling a thick plume of white smoke into the sky, the smoke rings rising and merging with the distant battlefield's haze. His expression was akin to that of a spectator enjoying a grand performance, detached from chaos. Let's see what it feels like to have your own creations turn against you. Chapter 100. Clash of war vehicles. The battlefield had transformed into a highly efficient meat grinder. A mutant steel beetle violently overturned a main battle tank with its menacing horn. Its sharp forelimbs tore through the top armor with the ease of opening a sardine can. Inside, terrified soldiers were dragged out screaming, only to be effortlessly torn in two mid-air, warm entrails and shredded flesh raining down upon the beetle's shell. A python, thick as a barrel, coiled around an armored personnel carrier. The jarring metallic screech reverberated as the hefty steel plates were ruthlessly twisted into a mangled heap of scrap, along with the flesh and blood within, reduced to a pulpy mass. Wherever that surging sea of black, akin to a swarm of ants, passed, not a blade of grass remained. Even the earth was scraped bare. Any flesh and blood that fell into its maw was devoured within mere seconds, leaving only stark white bones behind. Fire! Fire! Do not let them approach. A soldier from the New World, his eyes bloodshot, had his index finger firmly pressed against the trigger, the gun's barrel belching forth useless flames. The bullets struck the metallic shell of the armored beetle, producing only a feeble shower of sparks. In the next moment, a shadow swept overhead, and his upper body was severed from his lower half entirely. On the rooftop of the Imperial chariot, Zhao Xian's nails dug deeply into the soft rubber of the control panel. On the tactical screen, the green dots representing friendly units were extinguishing in clusters, at a pace that quickened her heartbeat. All heavy artillery units. Her voice was sharp with fury. Forget ammunition control. Commence indiscriminate bombardement. Dozens of self-propelled artillery immediately pivoted their barrels, unleashing a thunderous roar. Boom! 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 The explosive flames almost coalesced into a single mass, as the rising smoke and dust obscured the entire battlefield. Yet, when the haze momentarily cleared, those monsters emerged unscathed from the inferno, their charge undeterred. Zhao Xian's knuckles turned white from exertion. Almost forgotten, she forced a few words through clenched teeth, tinged with bitter self-mockery and hatred. This is the monstrosity we created, utterly unfazed by conventional heavy artillery. Just then, a languid voice intruded upon her chaotic public communication channel, crystal clear in her ears. Your troops seem rather inadequate. The voice paused. Is this all you've got? Zhao Xian's chest heaved violently, a metallic taste flooding her throat. Slamming her hand against the control panel, she commanded, engage. Imperial chariot, battle mode. A rumble echoed as the black behemoth beneath her roared to life with a series of heavy mechanical clanks. The absurdly thick armor plates on either side of the vehicle flared outward, revealing a densely packed array of missile launchers within, resembling a hive. The massive turret atop the vehicle split open, and a gigantic cannon, pulsating with an eerie blue electric glow, slowly ascended with a disconcerting hum. The air filled with a peculiar scent generated by high-pressure ionization. At the gates of Lintang City, Lin Sanhuo gazed at the energy-gathering electromagnetic cannon, finally intrigued. At last, a worthy toy. Unwilling to be outdone, he willed the camouflage layer atop his chariot to slide away, revealing a more futuristic, sleekly designed electromagnetic main cannon, adorned with intricate energy circuits. The two colossal guns, emblematic of apocalyptic technology, began charging simultaneously from opposite ends of the battlefield, separated by several kilometers. In that moment, every minute sound on the battlefield was silenced. More firepower? Lin Sanhuo chuckled softly. Gulme. Boom. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only two blinding beams of light, capable of searing through retinas, instantaneously traversed the distance and collided violently above the center of the battlefield. The world fell into silence, following the absolute stillness. A spherical mass of energy exploded, unleashing a devastating shockwave that swept across the land. Within a radius of several kilometers, both the valiant mutated beings and the steel war machines of the New World were hurled, shredded, and reduced to powder by this sheer force. All functioning electronic devices were instantly filled with static, followed by complete destruction, emitting tendrils of black smoke. When the dazzling light faded, the two massive war chariots remained steadfast in their positions. How does he possess an electromagnetic cannon? Zhao Xian's brow furrowed in confusion. But the next moment, her expression shifted entirely. The surface of Lin Sanhuo's war chariot only displayed a few fleeting blue arcs before falling silent. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian's imperial chariot's cockpit was ablaze with sparks, and a shrill alarm echoed throughout. Warning: main circuit overloaded by 80%. Cooling system offline. Cannon temperature excessively high. Electromagnetic cannon energy core interrupted. Unable to recharge. Staring at the malfunctioning screens, Zhao Xian was taken aback. Lin Sanhuo's mocking voice once again pierced through the private channel. All right, I don't have time to play with you anymore. In his mind, the weapon system interface of the chariot unfolded, and he selected cluster missiles. Goodbye. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of missiles, leaving long trails of flame, erupted from concealed launch ports across the chariot, tracing arcs of death in the air as they accurately descended upon the now semi-paralyzed black behemoth. Zhao Xian abruptly raised her head, her pupils reflecting the rapidly enlarging fireballs. Boom! 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 A series of violent explosions completely engulfed the imperial chariot, forming a massive, rolling fireball. However, when the smoke and flames dissipated, the formidable black fortress stood intact, shielded by a visible energy barrier, rippling with the aftermath of the explosions. You think your missiles can destroy it? Zhao Xian's voice came through the loudspeaker, laced with heavy breaths of survival and a hint of frenzied excitement. You have an energy shield. Do you think I do not? The semi-transparent barrier on the imperial chariot flickered, its energy waves nearly identical to those on Lin Sanhuo's vehicle. Meanwhile, a thunderous rumble, even more profound and colossal than before, echoed from the horizon. The sound resembled the wail of the earth itself. On the battlefield, a squad equipped with exoskeleton armor charged forth from the rear of the New World Legion, wielding high-frequency blades and plasma weapons, commencing efficient slaughter against the mutated army summoned by Lin Sanhuo. Shortly thereafter, the New World unleashed their own army of mutants. The tides of battle turned instantaneously, as Lin Sanhuo's monstrous forces were swiftly subdued. In the distant skyline, countless dark dots reappeared, this time multiplying several-fold. They converged, forming a true black tide that blotted out the sun, rolling towards this direction. Chapter 101. The New World launches a fierce assault. The Foundation arrives. Boom! 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 The concentrated artillery fire stained the sky a dirty orange-red. Each shell that landed caused violent convulsions deep within the core of Linting City. Lin Sanhuo maneuvered his chariot through the barrage, executing deadly zigzag patterns at high speed, ultimately dashing back into the city. The recently conjured army of mutants had indeed inflicted a brief moment of chaos and shock upon the New World Legion. However, in the face of their terrifying numerical superiority, this loss was but a drop in the bucket. Lin Sanhuo gazed through the thick, bulletproof glass, his eyes sweeping across the boundless metallic ocean outside the city. His brow furrowed deeply. Just how many had arrived? The siege tactics of the New World reveal a ruthless and resolute ferocity that disregards all costs. The assault is delineated into 3 distinct waves. At the forefront lies a formidable barrier of main battle tanks and self-propelled artillery, their sole mission being to unleash a torrent of firepower through indiscriminate carpet bombardment. In the middle, an endless horde of mutated entities advances under the cover of artillery fire, launching a death charge toward the city as defenses. At the rear, elite squads clad in exoskeleton armor, wielding high-frequency blades and plasma weaponry, traverse the battlefield's fringes with calculated precision, akin to efficient butchers, methodically eliminating any stragglers attempting to escape. This tactical approach is devoid of embellishment, relying solely on overwhelming military might for its execution. Luteng sealed the city. Lin Sanhuo roared towards the colossal tree at the heart of the city. A resonant hum emanated from the depths of the city, and a thick green barrier surged upward, enveloping Luteng City in an instant. Countless living vines, thicker than pythons, erupted from the ground, intertwining and merging to form an impenetrable spherical shield. The surface of the vines emitted a faint, pulsating green light, transforming the entire city into an immense green cocoon. Everyone, take cover. Professor Chen Mingyuan's hoarse voice echoed throughout the city. However, just as Lu Teng's defensive posture was established, calamity struck. A series of blinding crimson beams shot forth from the New World Legion's rear, striking the vine shield with impeccable precision. These laser weapons were evidently designed to counter plant-based mutations. Upon contact with the vines, there were no explosions, only the excruciating sound of burning. The green sap boiled violently under the intense heat, producing a hissing sound, while the scorched areas rapidly carbonized, turning black and exuding a pungent odor. A howl erupted, not from any living being, but rather exploding directly within the minds of every survivor. The sheer agony of being seared alive transmitted through a mental link, vividly resonating in the minds of all who remained. Countless individuals instinctively clutched their heads, curling up on the ground, emitting involuntary groans. Lu Teng, the survivors within the city lifted their heads, and through the gaps in the vines, they could clearly see the shield's exterior marred by charred holes. Their eyes brimmed with tears. The laser assault persisted, targeting the newly repaired weak points of the shield with relentless precision. With each strike, Lu Teng's anguished mental waves swept through the city once more. More critically, a multitude of New World soldiers had already reached the base of the shield. They activated their personal cutting devices, which with high-frequency vibrating blades, effortlessly carved openings into the resilient vines. They began to swarm upward through these apertures, preparing to dismantle the green fortress from within. The battle had plunged into a state of utmost urgency within mere minutes. Outside the city, the army of mutated entities summoned by Lin Sanhuo engaged in a bloody clash with the monstrous legion of the New World. The thunderous crash of armored beetles shattering tanks, the metallic twisting of armored vehicles by constricting serpents, and the rustling of ant swarms devouring flesh melded with the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, composing a symphony of death in this apocalyptic realm. Inside the city, some youthful survivors felt Lu Teng's pain firsthand, witnessing its torment as it endured excruciating suffering to protect them all, igniting a fervent resolve within their hearts. "I've had enough." A young man suddenly stood, his eyes ablaze. "Lu Teng, transform me into a mutant. I want to fight. Count me in." More and more individuals rose, their faces devoid of fear, replaced by a fervent, determined glow. Lu Teng's voice resonated in everyone's minds, filled with unmistakable fatigue. "Stay safe and do not venture out. But we cannot just stand by and watch you perish." A brief silence ensued, laden with solemnity and resolve. Ultimately, Lu Teng relented. Dozens of relatively slender vines ascended from the ground, gently caressing the arms of those volunteers with a hint of reluctance. The green luminescence enveloped them like flowing water. Genetic modification occurred at a visible speed under the gaze of all present. In less than 5 minutes, over 30 new plant-based mutants were birthed. They retained a semblance of human form, yet their skin had hardened into a bark-like texture, with arms capable of extending sharp thorns, their speed and strength surpassing that of ordinary humans. "Go!" A furious roar erupted. This makeshift squad of mutant volunteers charged forth without hesitation, bravely confronting the hail of gunfire outside the shield. Within the command vehicle, Lin Sanhuo lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intensely on the 3D radar interface before him. A dense cluster of red dots threatened to paint the entire screen crimson. Estimated enemy strength, 31,000. Allied forces, 1,847. Among them, mutants, 100. The disparity was staggering. Lin Sanhuo's eyes narrowed slightly as he exhaled a cloud of thick white smoke. His focus shifted past the minuscule red dots representing the grunts, ultimately honing in on the largest signal on the radar, a Dominion battle vehicle situated 3 kilometers away. The radar feedback clearly indicated that nearly all attacking commands originated from that point. Capture the king before the thieves. The rationale was simple. It appeared imperative to neutralize the command vehicle. Yet the question remained, how? He had exhausted nearly all available long-range attack options. The electromagnetic cannon had merely overloaded the enemy's energy core without destruction, while the cluster missiles were perfectly blocked by their energy shield. Now confined within the city, in an utterly passive defensive posture, even exiting the city had become a luxury. How could he assault that battle vehicle? Just as Lin Sanhuo's thoughts raced, a familiar notification chimed through his communication system. An encrypted voice message pierced through the interference, directly entering his consciousness. "Leave the outside to us. You protect the civilians inside." Lin Sanhuo hesitated, recognizing that cold, yet familiar voice. "You Xiaoyu?" He quickly accessed the communication interface, and a long-dormant avatar was now illuminated. "How did you get here?" he asked in a hushed tone. "Look to the sky." Yu Xiaoyu's voice was devoid of emotion. Lin Sanhuo instinctively lifted his gaze, peering through the top window of the cockpit. In the distant skyline, several inconspicuous black dots had appeared, rapidly enlarging and gradually clarifying in form. It is neither a fighter jet nor an armed helicopter. It is a mech. 3 streamlined and aesthetically stunning flying mechs are hurtling towards the battlefield at an astonishing speed. Their thrusters leave behind long blue trails, etching graceful arcs across the smoke-darkened sky. The leading silver mech bears a crest on its chest armor that makes his pupils contract, a circular emblem formed by 3 inward-pointing arrows. SCP. As the mechs descend, dozens of miniature missiles already whistle forth from their shoulder-mounted weapon bays. Their trajectories are impeccably precise, trailing white smoke as they strike the most densely packed artillery positions of the New World Army. A series of violent explosions instantaneously engulfs hundreds of soldiers and a dozen self-propelled artillery pieces, tearing apart the orderly formation of the New World Legion, leaving behind gaping, bloody wounds. The 3 mechs land steadily, their heavy metallic feet thudding against the scorched earth with a resonant boom. From within the silver mech, a chilling announcement, synthesized from human voices and machinery, echoes out, accompanied by the unsheathing of a sword radiating blue light. SCP Foundation has arrived. Unauthorized personnel, evacuate immediately. Chapter 102. A night's breather. As the 3 mechs touch down, silence befalls the land. Their forms are far more slender than the Imperial war chariots. Yet the interlocking of each joint and the curvature of every inch of armor exude a lethal and unassailable precision. The leading silver mech's circular emblem, composed of 3 inward-pointing arrows, reflects a cold metallic sheen under the battlefield's remaining flames. Outside the city, in the command room of the Imperial war chariot, Zhao Xian's expression darkens instantly. SCP Foundation, her voice transmits through the public channel, colder than the steel beneath her feet. Are you intending to breach protocol and intervene in the extermination of anomalies within the danger zone? The voice of Yu Xiaoyu emanating from the silver mech's loudspeaker is devoid of any human emotion, sounding entirely formulaic. According to Article 7, Clause 3 of the Post-Disaster Reconstruction Zone Agreement, no organization may deploy armed forces exceeding 5,000 personnel to conduct devastating strikes on survivor settlements without prior notification. Her voice pauses, every word crystal clear. Commander Zhao Xian, your legion has crossed the line. Zhao Xian's chest heaves violently, nearly succumbing to laughter in her fury. Cross the line? Did you not see the colossal ultimate anomaly within? Just as she finishes her sentence, the weapon systems of the 2 heavy Guardian mechs beside her begin to warm up, their barrels slightly elevating. The response from the silver mech is the silent sliding open of its shoulder-mounted weapon bay. Dozens of dark muzzles lock onto them in a heartbeat. There is no warning, no intimidación, only an icy confidence that could obliterate the adversary from existence at any moment. An invisible pressure grips the throat of the entire battlefield. Zhao Xian's gaze is fixed on the silver mech. Moments later, her tightly clenched fist gradually loosens, leaving deep impressions from her nails in her palm. She inhales deeply, forcibly suppressing the surging wrath. Engaging in battle with the Foundation's reckless lunatics is a futile endeavor. Very well, I shall grant you Foundation a modicum of respect. Zhao Xian's voice reverberates once more through the loudspeaker, laced with a suppressed humiliation and arrogance. Before dawn, you may take everything from the city. She pauses, adding each word with deliberate malice. Except for the green vine. Upon finishing, she cuts off the communication abruptly. The New World Army receives the order and begins to withdraw slowly, like a receding tide, setting up camp several kilometers away. Yet the dark muzzles remain steadfastly aimed at the direction of Ultang City. They have not departed, but transformed into a pack of more patient wolves, lurking in the shadows. A brief peace descends. The immense vine shield of Ultang City gradually opens a breach. Yu Xiaoyu, accompanied by 2 Foundation members, disembarks from the mech and enters the ravaged city. The dilapidated buildings, walls blackened by artillery fire, the air heavy with the stench of gunpowder and blood. The dazed, terrified, and numb gazes of the survivors evoke a stirring even in the hearts of Foundation members, who are accustomed to various anomalies. Yu Xiaoyu approaches Lin Sanhuo's war chariot. Gazing up at the man on the rooftop, Lin Sanhuo, come with us. Lin Sanhuo does not respond. He attempts to establish a mental connection with Wolftang, but encounters only a suffocating silence. All he senses is an overwhelming fatigue and weakness. In the center of the city, the crown of the colossal tree droops limply, having lost all vitality. Useless. A Foundation technician following Yu Xiaoyu holds a scanning tablet, sweeping it over the roots of the giant tree. His brow furrows as he pulls up the data stream. During the recent laser assault, a specially formulated high-concentration neural suppressant was mixed in. Its core consciousness has been forcibly put to sleep and will not awaken for at least 12 hours. Lin Sanhuo's pupils constrict sharply. He understands. The New World has calculated that the Foundation cannot take away a giant tree that has succumbed to slumber and is now one with the city. And he, Lin Sanhuo, could never relinquish a mission target so tantalizingly close. I will not leave. Lin Sanhuo extinguishes his cigarette with a swift motion. I will wait for it to awaken. Are you mad? For the first time, Yu Xiaoyu's voice wavers slightly, rising in pitch. At dawn, they will raze this place to the ground. If you stay, you are courting death. Lin Sanhuo does not glance at her, merely stating a fact calmly. My mission is not yet complete. Yu Xiaoyu's gaze lingers on his face for a long time. There is no fear, no hesitation, but rather an almost stubborn calm. Finally, as if giving up on persuasion, she gently exhales. When dawn breaks, we will depart. Whether to leave or stay, consider it for yourself. With that, she turns and walks away, establishing a temporary secure zone guarded by mechs within the city to begin treating the wounded. The survivors within the city overhear their conversation. The flicker of hope that had ignited on their faces is extinguished by a deluge of cold, harsh reality. They slowly gather around, gazing up at the solitary figure on the war chariot's rooftop. Sir, please leave with them. Professor Chun Mingyuan pleads with a trembling voice. You need not gamble your life here. Yes, please go. Muffled cries and pleas arise from the crowd. Lin Sanhuo does not turn back, silently observing the scene outside the city. The New World Army has begun cooking, the raucous cheers and rising bonfires echoing from a distance. The blinding light starkly contrasts with the silence and darkness within the city. He suddenly smiled, turned around, and gazed at the survivors behind him, their faces ashen and their eyes vacant. How long has it been since you last enjoyed a war meal? The crowd fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Before they could process his words, Lin Sanhuo leaped down from the rooftop, landing with poise. With a thunderous sound, the heavy war vehicle behind him rapidly extended and transformed with an unsettling mechanical clatter. Thick armor plates slid apart, the vehicle's structure reconfigured, ultimately morphing into a fully equipped mobile base. The side door of the compartment slid open. Lu Chao and his mother were summoned out by Lin Sanhuo. They stared at the sight of over 1,000 ragged, expressionless survivors, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Ai, fire up and cook. Lin Sanhuo's command was straightforward. With a thought, boxes of self-heating rice, military canned goods, and high-energy compressed biscuits were transported before the crowd, forming a small mountain. There were also several large bags of vacuum-sealed fresh vegetables and cold meats emitting a chill. Blinding lights ascended from the top of the base, casting beams that illuminated the ruins as bright as day. The rich aroma of meat soon wafted through the cold, desolate air of Wolftang City, accompanied by curling wisps of smoke. A few kilometers outside the city, within the command room of the Imperial War Vehicle, a massive screen vividly displayed the scene within the city. Zhao Exin peered through the screen at the unexpected lights flickering amidst the ruins and the faint trails of smoke rising, carrying the scent of food. A cruel smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. It seems they have no intention of leaving. They're in a mood for a last supper. Chapter 103. Charging towards a New World faction. The rich aroma of meat, mingled with the steaming heat of rice, stubbornly tore open a rift of humanity amid the ruins soaked in death and gunpowder. The survivors cradled scalding disposable meal boxes, their arms trembling slightly from lingering fear. Initially, they mechanically and numbly stuffed food into their mouths. Yet, as the first warm bite of rice slid down their cracked throats. That long-forgotten warmth flowed down the esophagus and into their cold stomachs. As it spread to their stiff limbs and bodies, a suppressed emotion burst forth like a dam breaking. A middle-aged man halted his chewing, his shoulders beginning to shake violently. He bowed his head, burying his face deep into the meal box, allowing hot liquid to overflow from his eyes. It was indistinguishable whether it was tears or sweat. More individuals could no longer hold back. The muffled sounds of sobbing and ravenous swallowing intertwined under the lights of the makeshift camp. They all understood the depth of the meal's aroma was matched only by the despair awaiting them at dawn. This was their last supper. At that moment, a little girl with braids timidly approached Lin Sanhuo. Her small face was smudged with ash, resembling a calico cat, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity. In her tiny hand, she tightly clutched a green apple, one of the few fruits in the city that had escaped the ravages of artillery. "Big brother, eat." Lin Sanhuo paused for a moment, taking the apple from her, cool to the touch but warmed by the child's palm. He casually wiped it on his dusty clothes and took a large bite. Crack! The crisp sound of the break echoed. The tart juice exploded on his palate, instantly washing away the lingering taste of tobacco. "Thank you." He flashed a smile, revealing a row of white teeth. The little girl returned a shy smile before turning and running back to her mother's embrace. Yu Xiaoyu approached unannounced, sitting beside him, the metallic fabric of her combat suit brushing against the ground with a soft sound. Her gaze swept over the engrossed survivors before settling back on Lin Sanhuo's face. "Why not leave?" Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb the fleeting tranquility of the ruins. "Your vehicle's performance far exceeds that of conventional transport. It is more than capable of whisking them all away." Lin Sanhuo took another bite of the sour apple, his eyes drifting to the little girl who was glancing back at him. "They won't leave." Lin Sanhuo's gaze once again scanned the survivors. Each face bore an imprint connected to the very blood of this city. In their eyes, Wolftang was not merely a mutated entity, but a sanctuary, a deity, a home. If Wolftang does not leave, they would rather perish here. He paused, his tone calm and devoid of any turbulence. "Moreover, I discern a scent from them that is intertwined with the essence of Wolftang. Crucially, I have yet to fulfill a promise with Wolftang." He looked at Yu Xiaoyu, his gaze containing a logic she could not comprehend. "That is the crux of the matter." Yu Xiaoyu fell silent. Her world was composed of data, regulations, and absolute rational objectives. The outcome was simply survival, which would yield all opportunities. Just then, a member of the Foundation approached her briskly from behind, his voice low beneath the tactical helmet, urgency lacing his tone. "Miss Yu, we intercepted internal communications from the New World. The neural suppressant they injected into Wolftang is military-grade Type 7, designed specifically for supergiant biological entities, with a dosage exceeding 3 times the standard. According to model simulations, Wolftang's core consciousness will require at least 10 hours to awaken from forced dormancy." He paused, his voice turning colder. "At dawn, the New World will launch a full-scale assault. We cannot wait until then. This operation bypassed the normal approval processes. It falls under irregular deployment. We must evacuate before daybreak." The member's gaze swept over the surrounding civilians, devoid of any emotion, as if viewing a pile of inconsequential data. "I will find a way." Lin Sanhuo's voice, though soft, sharply interrupted him. He looked at the cold-faced Foundation member and then back at Yu Xiaoyu. "At dawn, you can leave on your own." Time slipped away in the silence, each second echoing in the stillness. The eastern skyline gradually took on a cold hue, reminiscent of the pallor of steel cooling after being forged. Outside the city, at the camp of the New World Legion, the last pile of bonfire was ruthlessly extinguished under military boots. The engines, which had remained silent through the night, roared back to life with a dull growl. That sound coalesced into a collective resonance, causing the earth to tremble beneath it. Steel treads crushed the scorched earth, cannon muzzles slowly rising, countless dart gun barrels once again aimed toward the city. The moment of confrontation had arrived. "Lin Sanhuo, I asked you one last time. Are you truly not leaving?" Yu Xiaoyu stood before him, making one final futile plea. Lin Sanhuo ignored her. He leisurely lit the last cigarette, inhaling deeply, the acrid smoke filling his lungs. Then, he turned and climbed atop the war vehicle. In his mind, the vehicle's system interface materialized clearly. The digits representing all his assets quietly pulsed on his retina. Bioenergy, 1347392. Without a moment's hesitation, his thoughts crystallized into a cold command. Xiaoyi, convert all energy into power for me. Just leave a small remainder. Xiaoyi acknowledged. Energy conversion in progress, conversion complete. Boom! The core of the battle vehicle emitted a low, suppressed growl, no longer resembling mechanical rumbling, but akin to an ancient beast confined within a steel cage. It had finally broken its last chain and opened its ravenous eyes. Lin Sanhuo leaped down from the rooftop, landing steadily in the driver's seat. Xiaoyi, a crisp and exuberant electronic voice, immediately resonated within the cockpit. Master, I am here. After your evolution, your driving skills should be commendable, right? Absolutely. There was an unmistakable excitement in Xiao Yi's tone. That's good. Lin Sanhuo turned to look at Lu Chao and his mother, who stood by the vehicle door, visibly perplexed. Aunt Lu, you and Lu Chao should exit the vehicle and find a safe place to hide. On the other side, Yu Xiaoyu's expression changed abruptly upon witnessing Lin Sanhuo's resolute demeanor. Lin Sanhuo, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do? Lin Sanhuo interrupted her, resting one hand on the window while the other held a half-burnt cigarette. He flicked the cigarette, but out of the window. The glowing ember traced a transient arc in the grayish air before extinguishing. He had contemplated this for an entire night and felt that this was the only method to decisively resolve the encirclement. Have you heard of Xiangyu? Lin Sanhuo smiled, stating, in the midst of thousands, I will claim the head of the general. Today, I shall emulate him. Having said that, Xiao Yi, activate super-frequency mode. Lin Sanhuo's voice was cold and clear. Lock onto that largest command vehicle outside. Give me the order to annihilate it. Chapter 104, Collision of Two Vehicles. The most primal struggle. Boom! The entire battle vehicle surged forward as if infused with raw life, suddenly plunging ahead amidst a violent tremor. Lin Sanhuo, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do? Yu Xiaoyu's words barely left her lips when the vehicle transformed into a streak of pure black lightning. Propelled by unparalleled super-frequency energy, it charged through the defensive gap of Wolftang City, plunging into the depths of the city before dawn. The front line of a New World Legion was thrown into confusion by this unexpected turn of events. Something is emerging. It's that vehicle. The frontline main battle tanks immediately adjusted their turrets, hurriedly unleashing fiery tongues. Yet, the shells appeared painfully sluggish and absurd before the rapidly advancing black monstrosity. The battle vehicle did not evade. It allowed those shells to crash against its heavy frontal armor. Boom! Boom! Amidst the explosive flames, the battle vehicle surged forth unscathed, with its speed unabated. The shock wave, powerful enough to topple fortifications, failed to cause even the slightest deviation in its tires. Mecha Squad, intercept it. Use high-frequency blades to sever its treads. 3 heavy mechas advanced with heavy footsteps, flanking from the side, the high-frequency blades in their hands humming as they traced deadly arcs. However, they had barely approached within 10 meters of the battle vehicle when an imperceptible blue arc of electricity flashed across the surface of its armor. ZZZZT. The 3 mechas were as if grasped by an invisible giant hand around their throats, abruptly seizing up, their bodies erupting with a series of dense electrical sparks. Alarms blared within the cockpit, the entire machine instantly succumbing to a short-circuit paralysis, collapsing to the ground, mercilessly crushed by the massive wheels of the battle vehicle. Those costly war machines were reduced to a heap of smoking scrap metal. Inside the command room of the Imperial battle vehicle, Zhao Xian's pupils constricted sharply at the sight displayed on the tactical screen. That black battle vehicle had torn a straight, bloody path through the New World's fortified formation. It did not attack, nor did it shoot. It advanced with the most primal and savage manner. Tanks were sent flying, armored vehicles were crushed, and mutated creatures were torn apart. Before it, the so-called torrent of steel was as fragile as a pile of building blocks. Its objective had been unmistakably clear from the very beginning. It is coming for me, Zhao Xian murmured, and then a wave of provoked fury instantly overwhelmed her reason. She slammed her hand on the control panel. Imperial battle vehicle, maximize engine power. Charge forward. Commander. The adjutant beside her was taken aback. The opponent's energy is too strong. A direct clash would silence. A frenzied light flickered in Zhao Xian's eyes. All of them are modified mining trucks. I have an upgraded diesel engine. Should I fear it? Rumble. The black steel fortress roared, charging toward the oncoming black lightning with unstoppable force. The two steel behemoths pushed their speeds to the limits. Separated by less than a kilometer, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze in that moment. Master, the opponent is charging as well. Xiao Yi's electronic voice carried a hint of excitement. I see it. Lin Sanhuo's lips curled into a cold arc. His thoughts lightly brushed across the weapon system interface. Xiao Yi, siege mode. Acknowledged. Click, click, click. Survival points were instantaneously consumed. The sound of mechanisms engaging reverberated from the front of the vehicle. The heavy frontal armor slid open to the sides. A massive metal column, thicker than a main battle tank's cannon and covered in intricate energy circuits, thrust forward, locking onto its target. Yet that was not the end. On either side of the main siege column, the armor cracked open again, revealing two slightly thinner, yet equally stunningly violent secondary siege columns. The three menacing horns gleamed with a deadly chill in the dim light of dawn. Inside the Imperial battle vehicle, Zhao Xin was left dumbfounded as she witnessed this scene through the main screen. What was that thing? Your vehicle is large? Lin Sanhuo's voice carried a hint of mockery, clearly resonating in her ears through the public channel. But it's not as tough as mine. The moment the words left his mouth, boom, the world fell silent. The two colossal beasts, representing the pinnacle of apocalyptic technology, collided fiercely before the astonished eyes of countless soldiers. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact, transforming into a circle of white airwaves, violently dispersing everything within a 100-meter radius. The earth groaned as if struck by a colossal hammer, rolling, cracking open immense scars. The piercing sound of metal grinding against metal nearly ruptured eardrums. Both battle vehicles' wheels spun wildly, gouging deep pits into the ground, black tire smoke billowing into the sky. This was a pure, unreasonable contest of strength. Inside the cockpit of the Imperial battle vehicle, sparks flew and red alarm lights flashed erratically. Warning: diesel engine power has reached critical levels. Warning: transmission system overloaded. Zhao Xin gazed at the alarms flashing on the screen, her face a mask of disbelief. How could his vehicle possess such immense horsepower? A more terrifying metallic groan emanated from the front of the vehicle. Lin Sanhuo's three siege pillars, akin to indomitable swords, relentlessly pressed against the heavy armor of the Imperial war chariot, causing it to buckle inward. The entire front of the chariot was being slowly lifted by an irresistible force. No, this is impossible. Zhao Xin's nails dug deeply into the control panel, her eyes bloodshot. At that moment, Lin Sanhuo's languid voice resounded once more. Xiao, take this fellow for a ride. Understood, master. In the next instant, the power core of Lin Sanhuo's war chariot emitted a deafening roar, an unimaginable surge of energy instantly flooding into the drive system. The war chariot, weighing several hundred tons, was forcibly lifted off the ground, its front end soaring high. Then, to the astonished gaze of all, Lin Sanhuo's chariot, bearing this colossal burden, began to accelerate, from a standstill to a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in less than 5 seconds. Then, 150, 200, a thunderous rumble. The two intertwined steel behemoths transformed into an unstoppable black torrent, careening wildly towards the distant wilderness. Trees, rocks, and abandoned structures along their path crumbled like paper, obliterated effortlessly. They even barreled across a dry riverbed, leaving behind two unfathomable ravines on the opposite bank. Chase! Hurry, catch up! The army of the New World finally reacted, frantically pursuing from behind. Yet the speed of those two vehicles was too swift, especially with a burden of several hundred tons. Maintaining a velocity of 200 kilometers per hour was beyond comprehension. They could only watch helplessly as the two black dots shrank in their line of sight, eventually vanishing beyond the horizon. Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away, a piercing screech of brakes echoed as Lin Sanhuo's war chariot came to a halt. Xiao Huang, leading the newly released army of mutated beings from the chariot, quickly constructed a temporary defense line to obstruct any pursuing enemies. As for the Imperial war chariot, dragged for over 10 kilometers, it now lay in a pitiful state, half its body deeply embedded in the mud, immobile. Lin Sanhuo's chariot slowly retreated, retracting the three siege pillars. Then, the armor atop the vehicle slid open. A 6-barreled Raijin Gatling gun, shimmering with blue electric light, slowly ascended. Its dark muzzle aimed at the half-disabled behemoth. Radar scan complete, detecting high-intensity biological signals within the target. Lin Sanhuo's gaze turned icy. Except for her. Dismantle the entire vehicle. With a thunderous crackle, the deafening surge of electricity instantly replaced the roar of the engine, becoming the sole sound in this desolate wilderness. The 6 barrels unleashed not physical ammunition, but a tempestuous torrent of blue electric serpents, weaving into a lethal net that precisely enveloped the immobile body of the Imperial war chariot. There were no violent explosions, only the excruciating sound of metal melting. The proud and heavy armor of the Imperial war chariot, under the baptism of super high-voltage current, transformed as if it were butter cast into a furnace, visibly reddening, distorting, and vaporizing. The surface circuitry erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, the entire war chariot emitting a painful hum akin to an overcharged battery. In less than 10 seconds, this once mighty land fortress was reduced to a heap of charred scrap metal, billowing thick black smoke. Following this, a colossal steel beetle began to move, resembling a moving mountain as it approached the remnants of the Imperial war chariot. Its fearsome mandibles easily tore through the melted cockpit shell, preparing to extract its occupant. Capturing the king to seize the thief. This was Lin Sanhuo's strategy. Once Zhao Xin was apprehended, the war would come to an end. However, just as the mandibles of the steel beetle penetrated the cockpit, a decisive flash of light burst forth from the darkness. It was not the flare of a weapon, but a hand grenade with its pin pulled. Boom! A muffled explosion resonated from within the Imperial war chariot. The shockwave sent the steel beetle's head reeling backward, while charred. Shapeless fragments of flesh mingled with metal debris erupted from the cockpit's breach. Zhao Xin chose to end her life in the most tragic manner, preferring to become a mist of blood rather than a bargaining chip in Lin Sanhuo's negotiations. For the first time, Lin Sanhuo's brow furrowed tightly. This situation had become troublesome. Almost simultaneously, on the distant horizon, clouds of dust billowed. The main force of the New World Legion had finally caught up. Con las tanks, armurad vehículos. And a dark horde of mutated beings converged from 3 directions, encircling him and his small army of mutated beings in the center. This time, the distance between them was closer and the encirclement was tighter. Hundreds of dark muzzles and countless glimmering eyes of mutated beings locked onto Lin Sanhuo's war chariot. The air once again became thick with tension. Master, it seems like things have gone awry. Xiao Yi's voice carried a hint of anxiety. Lin Sanhuo remained silent, silently calculating the remaining energy. That previous hyper-paced charge and the full force strike from the Raijin Gatling had nearly exhausted all his energy reserves. Now, he could not even maintain his energy shield for long, let alone initiate another collision. Was he truly fated to perish here? Just as the situation reached a critical point, an unexpected system prompt reverberated in Lin Sanhuo's mind. Xiao Yi alerts, detecting remnants of a same-source mineral-modified vehicle. Analysis complete. Core structure of the target remains at 71. Energy circuits are the same source as this vehicle, compatibility at 98. Special command unlocked, devour and merge. Upon merging, the vehicle structure, armor strength, and power core will receive a substantial enhancement. Execute immediately? Lin Sanhuo was momentarily taken aback. Devour and merge? Vehicles could merge? He gazed at the still smoking wreckage of the Imperial war chariot, then at the encroaching enemy forces, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. I'm betting on it. Devour it. Received. Fusion device activating. A powerful, invisible gravitational field suddenly radiated from Lin Sanhuo's war chariot. The heavy remnants of the Imperial war chariot, weighing several hundred tons, were forcibly yanked from the ground with a sound of agonizing metal distortion and flew towards Lin Sanhuo's chariot. The soldiers of the New World Legion were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Was this telekinesis? Before they could comprehend, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The moment the 2 chariots made contact in midair, there was no collision. Instead, they began to merge like 2 droplets of mercury, permeating into one another. Countless liquid metal-like substances surged forth from Lin Sanhuo's war chariot, resembling living tentacles that ensnared the remnants of the Imperial war vehicle. The steel wailed, reconfigured, and grew. All onlookers stood transfixed, gazing at the undulating, morphing metallic creation. Its size expanded at an unreasonable pace. The length of the chariot was stretched, its width broadened, and the treads grew more colossal and heavy, adorned with menacing metal barbs. Most frightening was its height, which skyrocketed from 7 or 8 meters to over 10. When a fusion was finally complete, a brand-new steel behemoth, embodying a raw and violent aesthetic, descended upon the battlefield. It loomed like a moving black mountain, casting shadows capable of enveloping the foremost ranks of main battle tanks entirely. The overwhelming pressure rendered the air almost viscous. "Open fire!" A commander of the New World, jolted from his shock, bellowed hysterically. Boom! 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 The concentrated artillery fire instantly engulfed the steel monstrosity. Yet when the smoke cleared, it remained unscathed, its armor's sheen undiminished. Fusion complete. Total mass of the vehicle increased by 52. Armor strength enhanced by 110. Power core upgraded to dual-core linkage mode. "Master, I sense we can annihilate them." Xiao Yi's excited voice echoed in the cockpit. Lin Sanhuo felt the surging, seemingly inexhaustible power beneath his feet. The diesel engine of Zhao Xian's war chariot had replenished the vehicle's energy. He was even disinclined to activate any weapon systems. "Xiao Yi, here, master. Annihilate them." With that, Lin Sanhuo pressed the accelerator to the floor. Boom! The black mountain stirred. It made no tactical evasions, advancing with a sheer, unyielding demeanor straight into the densest formation of the enemy. A heavy mech at the forefront attempted to block with a high-frequency blade. However, the blade, capable of slicing through alloy, snapped in two upon contact with the chariot's armor. Subsequently, the costly mech, along with its pilot, was effortlessly drawn beneath the massive treads, crushed into a thin iron disc. A main battle tank attempted to fire, but before the shell could leave the chamber, the gigantic vehicle collided with it, sending it soaring, flipping a dozen times in midair before crashing heavily into the rear of the mutated creature horde. The so-called steel tide appeared fragile before this behemoth, akin to a pile of easily crushable blocks. Mechs, tanks, mutated creatures, anything obstructing its path faced a singular fate. They fell without ever touching its armor, collapsing directly beneath its overwhelmingly massive treads. The battlefield transformed into a one-sided, bloody massacre. Chapter 106, wrapping up the battle at that moment. The battlefield lost its qualification as such. It was no longer a contest between two armies, but had devolved into a slaughterhouse, subjected to unilateral violence. The moving Black Mountain did not fire a single shot or shell. Its mere existence was the ultimate weapon. When the first main battle tank, attempting to stand against it, was drawn into the chariot's unreasonable treads, a brief and piercing metallic shriek erupted from beneath. Then, silence reigned. Moments later, as the war chariot passed, the tank had become a piece of iron embedded deep in the earth. The psychological defenses of the New World Legion shattered completely with that shriek. This was not battle. It was a natural disaster. "Retreat. All forces retreat." The remaining commander shouted over the communication channel, his voice cracking with tears, distorted by sheer terror. Yet, the retreat command seemed utterly powerless in the face of absolute might. The chariot's speed far surpassed their frantic attempts to turn around and flee. It was a searing iron plow, brazenly tearing through the New World Legion's proud steel formation. Where the treads passed, whether it be the million-dollar heavy mechs or the tough-skinned mutated creatures, they all faced the same fate, crushed, torn apart, and mangled into unrecognizable remains. A grotesque mix of flesh and steel. A top ace mech pilot, consumed by terror, overloaded the engine, attempting to leap sideways to evade. He had barely lifted 3 meters off the ground when a mountain-like chassis slammed into him. Boom! A deep, resounding crash. The expensive war machine, along with its seasoned pilot, was flung away by an irresistible force. The mech spun wildly in midair, severed limbs and scattered parts, tracing a deadly trajectory before crashing into the ruins over 100 meters away, erupting into a blazing fireball. More mutated creatures, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura, abandoned their attack. Their instinct for survival overwhelmed every command, and they turned to flee. However, their speed paled in comparison to the terrifying horsepower of the chariot's dual-core linkage. A massive shadow swept over them, and then there was nothing further. "Master, it seems we might have run over something soft." In the cockpit, Xiao Yi's electronic voice carried a hint of innocent curiosity. "Ignore it, keep driving." Lin Sanhuo's expression remained unchanged. He did not even take control himself, merely leaning back in the wide seat, quietly observing the flowing, blood-colored scenery outside. The army of mutated creatures behind him, led by Xiao Huanggo, had lost all purpose. They had initially planned to act as an ambush force, ready to tear at the enemy's flanks amidst the chaos. But now, they could only follow in the wake of that black mountain, like a pack of scavenging hyenas, bewilderedly watching the one-sided slaughter ahead. Xiao Huanggo even yawned, lying on the ground, idly scratching at the dirt with its paws. This so-called war had already concluded prematurely. The newly reborn behemoth, having fused with the remnants of the Imperial war chariot, was not content with merely breaking through the encirclement. It resembled a thoroughly enraged primordial beast, pursuing the fleeing soldiers, carving death's path across the wilderness. It traversed from the east to the west, then from the south to the north. The entire episode lasted less than 10 minutes. When the war chariot finally came to a halt, the eastern horizon's pale light had transformed into a splendid dawn. Golden sunlight poured unobstructed into every corner of Ultang City for the first time. Outside the city, the once dreaded steel tide, composed of 30,000 troops, had completely vanished. In its place lay a vast expanse of colossal landfill, billowing with black smoke and the stench of charred remains. Twisted tank wreckage, severed mech limbs, and countless bodies, crushed beyond recognition, formed a hellish tableau. At the center of this grim canvas stood the black steel mountain, silently towering over the devastation. His body bore scarcely any traces of blood, with only a few inconsequential scratches reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the morning light. The internal cooling system of the vehicle emitted a low, throaty hum akin to that of a slumbering beast, dissipating the immense heat generated during the merger into wisps of white steam that slowly escaped through the seams of the armor. Within the confines of Ultang City, an eerie silence prevailed. Whether it was the desperate soldiers at the breach of the Vine Shield, the trembling survivors amidst the ruins, or the members of the Foundation led by Yu Xiaoyu, all were transfixed by the scene outside the city, their minds rendered blank. A survivor's lunchbox slipped from his grasp, spilling steaming rice onto the ground, yet he remained oblivious. A member of the Foundation instinctively raised his hand to capture the moment, but his fingers lingered over the tactical tablet for an eternity, unable to type a single word. In Yu Xiaoyu's pupils, the once fluid streams of data were now marred by a halt and distortion. Her prideful logic processor faltered in deciphering the unfolding spectacle. They had envisioned countless outcomes: fierce urban warfare, valiant sacrifice, ultimately reduced to rubble by artillery fire, or perhaps a hasty retreat under the Foundation's protection. Yet they had never anticipated this scenario. With a rumble, the side door of the armored vehicle slid open, and a metal ramp descended. The figure of Lin Sanhuo emerged at the threshold. He faced the rising sun, igniting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. His face, darkened by the smoke of battle, revealed neither joy nor fatigue, only a serene calm that followed the completion of a task. Exhaling a plume of thick white smoke, he regarded the astonished crowd within the city, his brow slightly arching. "Why are you all standing there in a daze?" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "Time to clean up the battlefield. It's a wrap." Chapter 107. The threat has not yet been neutralized. Lin Sanhuo's words sliced through the collective stupor like a cold command. "Time to clean up the battlefield. It's a wrap." Silence. An utter silence. Then, a man kneeling on the ground began to pound the earth with his fists, emitting a sound that was more beast than human. "We won." A hoarse, broken roar shattered the dawn. "We won." The pent-up emotions found an outlet, transforming into a tempest that swept through the city. Survivors rushed towards one another, embracing with all their might, the sound of creaking bones under the strain. The mutated soldiers, who had previously resigned themselves to death, discarded their weapons and collapsed to the ground, some bursting into laughter, tears mingling with snot streaming down their faces. Professor Chen Mingyuan trembled violently, adjusting his glasses, which only had one lens remaining, as murky old tears flowed down the creases of his face. "We survived," he stammered, repeating the words. "We all survived." Amidst the crowd, a little girl with horn braids was held tightly by her mother. She neither cried nor laughed. Her remarkably clear eyes, unmarred by the smoke of battle, remained wide open, gazing over the sea of heads towards the distant steel peak. She watched the man leaning against the ramp of the armored vehicle, who lit a cigarette, the scarlet glow flickering across his soot-covered face. In the pure realm of the little girl-esque world, that silhouette intertwined with concepts of sanctuary, divinity, and all that was dependable. The crowd began to move spontaneously towards the outskirts of the city, their steps slow and tentative, carefully maneuvering around grotesque, twisted steel remains and unrecognizable flesh. Ultimately, they gathered before the colossal machine, halting in their tracks. They looked up. The enormous vehicle obscured the rising sun, casting a shadow that enveloped them entirely. Awe, gratitude, and a near pilgrimage reverence were etched upon every upturned face. Thank you. Thank you for saving us all. The cacophony of gratitude mingled with muffled sobs. Some attempted to draw closer, yet were deterred by the invisible pressure emanating from the iron beast, their steps frozen a few meters away. Lu Chao and his mother emerged from a dilapidated structure. Lu Chao gazed at the scene before him, a revelation that defied comprehension, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he vigorously waved his fists, yet found himself at a loss for words. As expected of my brother Lin, he finally managed to exclaim. His mother remained silent, standing at the edge of the crowd, brushing off the dust from her garments, her hands clasped before her in prayer, bowing deeply and solemnly in Lin Sanhuo's direction. In this sea of clamor and ecstatic jubilation, a few figures stood apart. Yu Xiaoyu, accompanied by two members of the Foundation, navigated through the throng of revelers. Her face bore no trace of victorious elation, nor relief at having survived. Her eyes, typically as calm as precision instruments, were now filled with suspicion and scrutiny. She did not approach Lin Sanhuo immediately. Instead, she circumnavigated the colossal, terrifying entity that had expanded in size, her steps precise, as if measuring a beast beyond comprehension. She extended her hand, clad in black tactical gloves, gently brushing against the cold armor. The tips of her fingers absorbed a startling residual warmth, remnants of dual-core engines operating at their limits. Transformed again, Yu Xiaoyu turned, her gaze finally locking onto Lin Sanhuo's face. Did you consume that Imperial battle tank? Lin Sanhuo removed the half-burned cigarette from his lips, flicking the butt into a puddle, where it extinguished with a hiss. His reply was succinct. Consumed. Consumed? A technician behind Yu Xiaoyu gasped in uncontrollable astonishment, nearly stumbling forward as he raised his tactical tablet towards the vehicle. A blue scanning beam swept from top to bottom. On the screen, a series of incomprehensible and unprecedented data streams danced erratically, characters warping, models collapsing. Ultimately, all data vanished, leaving behind a glaring, blood-red warning symbol. Warning: unparsable material recombination and energy fusion phenomena detected. The technician's face turned ashen, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he gazed at Lin Sanhuo. His expression no longer one of observing a powerful individual, but rather of encountering a creature that defied the boundaries of known science. For a fleeting moment, Yu Xiaoyu's breath quickened. Yet, her formidable self-control enabled her to regain composure swiftly. Her heart steady, her gaze sharp as a blade. She posed the question that had been lingering in her mind since the beginning. If you possess such power, why did you not use it from the outset? Her voice was frigid, laced with unmasked inquiry. Why force the entire city and everyone within it to the brink of despair? This question fell like a bucket of icy water upon the reveling crowd. An instant silence enveloped the surroundings. The smiles on their faces froze, and they turned their puzzled, bewildered gazes towards Lin Sanhuo. Indeed, if he could so effortlessly resolve the battle from the very beginning, what then were all the sacrifices made, and those fallen comrades? Lin Sanhuo cast a glance at Yu Xiaoyu, his eyes akin to those of an adult observing a child posing a foolish question. Suddenly, he laughed. I have underestimated myself. He gestured casually at the steel behemoth beneath him, as if introducing a cherished pet. And I have also underestimated it. Yu Xiaoyu fell silent. Her logical processor and data model could not extrapolate such an uncertain, life-risking, and reckless strategy. In her world, constructed from data and regulations, everything should be controllable and calculable. The very existence of Lin Sanhuo was a profound shock to her worldview. A madman. She finally squeezed out two words through clenched teeth. Yet in her tone, there was a hint of warmth, a complexity that was difficult to articulate. At that moment, in the heart of the city, the towering ancient tree, which had remained still throughout the night, suddenly swayed gently. Its massive crown, which had drooped from exhaustion, began to unfurl slowly. The giant leaves regained a faint green luster. A weak and somewhat dazed mental link abruptly resonated within Lin Sanhuo's mind. Luteng, hungry. The corners of Lin Sanhuo's mouth curved into a broader smile. He turned to gaze at the devastated battlefield outside the city, a grotesque feast of steel and flesh. It has awakened? He murmured softly. Just as the words left his lips, thick vines, as robust as giant pythons, burst forth from the scorched earth, driven by a primal and intense craving for organic matter, eagerly sweeping toward the remnants and corpses beyond the city. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Survivors began to search for usable resources amidst the ruins, preparing to rebuild their homes. Members of the Foundation tended to the wounded, recording incomprehensible data. Luteng indulged in its post-war banquet, regaining vitality. Everything was progressing toward the best possible outcome. The joy of victory diluted the bloodshed, bringing a long-awaited peace and hope. Leaning against the Cold War machine, Lin Sanhuo even found leisure to contemplate how to negotiate the prior agreement with Luteng once it was satiated. However, amidst this almost serene atmosphere, Yu Xiaoyu's expression suddenly changed without warning. She abruptly lifted her head, and on the screen of her personal terminal on her wrist, a blinding red alert was flashing at a frenzied pace, emitting a sharp and ominous buzz. Lin Sanhuo, her voice, for the first time, betrayed an unmistakable panic and urgency. Something has happened. Chapter 108. The arrival of the nuclear bomb. What is it? Lin Sanhuo furrowed his brow, instinctively thinking that reinforcements from the New World had arrived. However, as his gaze swept the horizon, he saw nothing but the wisps of black smoke rising from the battlefield. Yu Xiaoyu dashed in front of him, grasping his arm. Her fingertips were as cold as if just taken from freezer. Her face was devoid of color, her voice tense and high-pitched. Look at the sky. Almost simultaneously, a technician behind her, clutching a tactical tablet, emitted a pitchy scream. We have intercepted a military encrypted signal with the highest authority. It is from the command center at the rear of the New World. Trembling, he turned the tablet toward Lin Sanhuo, his youthful face now pale. On the screen, a gigantic, ever-expanding red thermal signal was descending in a cold, merciless parabolic arc toward their coordinates. Beside this thermal signal was a line of results swiftly computed by a supercomputer, each word burning like a red-hot iron. Trajectory type, intercontinental ballistic missile. Warhead payload, tactical nuclear weapon. Estimated yield, 150,000 tons of TNT. Expected arrival time, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Target, Luteng City Center. Interception probability, 0. A nuclear bomb? Professor Chen Mingyuan, standing nearby, read the words on the screen, his lips quivering, as if his spine had been severed, collapsing weakly to the ground. The mere mention of a nuclear bomb spread through the recently jubilant crowd of survivors like a silent plague. All the smiles that had adorned their faces froze instantly, transforming into a profound and incomprehensible bewilderment. They just crawled out of hell, barely had time to breathe the smoke-laden air of freedom, only to be plunged directly into the depths of despair, leaving no trace behind. Despair, heavier and more complete than ever before, enveloped them. The muffled sobs echoed once more. This time, no one had the strength to weep openly. It was a silence devoid of life, a soul drained after being toyed with by fate. Have they gone mad? The technician from the Foundation's voice trembled. Having lost a battle, they intend to use nuclear weapons to erase the battlefield? The reconstruction agreement is clearly being disregarded. Lin Sanhuo's voice at that moment was exceptionally calm. It seems that the authority of your Foundation is not as formidable as it appears. He lifted his gaze to the cloudless azure sky. With his extraordinary vision, he could discern a minuscule point, akin to a star, rapidly enlarging, trailing an almost invisible white streak. Lin Sanhuo's gaze shifted to the colossal ancient tree in the city, gradually regaining its vitality. An ultimate mutant capable of coexisting with the city and single-handedly resisting tens of thousands of modernized troops. Such a being, in any organization's hands, signified a seismic shift in the balance of power. Thus, the New World would rather risk universal condemnation than allow humanity's most extreme violence to erase it from the map entirely. Now is not the time for idle chatter. There are 2 minutes remaining. Yu Xiaoyu's voice regained a hint of the cold hardness characteristic of Foundation members. She spoke rapidly, like a barrage of cannon fire. My mech can perform short-range spatial jumps, capable of transporting up to 5 people at a time. Lin Sanhuo, come with me. Your value surpasses that of everyone here. She did not glance at the survivors. In her judgment, these individuals were already expendable. Leave? Lin Sanhuo withdrew his gaze, looking at her, and suddenly broke into a grin. If this thing explodes, the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers will be barren. Where would we go? He patted the massive steel war machine beside him. Besides, I cannot bear to part with my treasure. How can you still be smiling? Yu Xiaoyu could hardly believe her ears. Since you know this is a nuclear bomb, then you also understand that even if your vehicle were made of gold, it could not withstand the millions of degrees of temperature and hundreds of thousands of standard atmospheres at ground zero. How will we know without trying? Lin Sanhuo turned away, reascending the ladder to return to the empty cockpit. He settled firmly into the driver's seat, his consciousness sinking into the system. Xiaoyi, I am here, master. The electronic voice of Xiao Yi responded. For the first time, a flicker of fear surged within me, accompanied by a faint crackle of static. The object that had fallen exhibited an energy response that surpassed the database threshold, leaving us without a viable solution. Even you lack a response? Yes, master. The power of nuclear weaponry has transcended the conventional defenses of our armored vehicle. Lin Sanhuo interrupted, commanding, shift all energy to the energy shield. Is that feasible? Command analysis indicates it is possible. However, this will result in permanent damage to the energy core and shield generator, rendering the shield structure exceedingly unstable. A frenzied light ignited in Lin Sanhuo's eyes. What is the probability of withstanding the attack? Xiaoyi fell silent for a full 2 seconds, seemingly engaged in an overload calculation. Report. According to model extrapolation, under normal conditions, our armor and energy shield would have a survival rate of 0.001 at the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. However, Xiaoyi's voice suddenly rose, filled with an exhilaration it could scarcely comprehend. If we reverse the energy core's polarity and trigger a controlled overload annihilation within the shield, it may theoretically create an absolute force field lasting 0.3 seconds, capable of negating 99 of the shockwave and heat. Warning. The consequence of this operation is that the vehicle will experience an instantaneous overload from energy backlash, resulting in a violent explosion. We will still perish. So, it seems there is no hope. Lin Sanhuo gazed outside. The survivors looked at him with a mixture of despair and a final glimmer of hope. He recalled the little girl with braided hair who had handed him an apple. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Sanhuo inhaled deeply, preparing to issue his command. Let's try and see. But at that very moment, the ground trembled violently without warning. The green vine, which had just absorbed the battlefield's nutrients and was unfurling its leaves, abruptly halted all movement. Subsequently, its massive crown retracted sharply, and the recently glistening leaves transformed into countless streams of light, rolling back into the trunk. A deafening roar echoed from deep within the city as the roots of the green vine, embedded throughout the underground of the city, tore through the scorched earth at a terrifying speed, wildly converging towards Lin Sanhuo's armored vehicle. What is happening? Lin Sanhuo was taken aback. A weak yet resolute mental impulse surged into his mind. I can try. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than countless thick black tendrils, akin to gigantic serpents, burst forth from the ground. They did not attack, but began to grow upward, intertwining and coiling at an astonishing speed, layer upon layer. They fused together, secreting vast amounts of black resin that solidified into a hard shell upon contact with air. Sunlight was gradually obscured. The survivors stared in horror at the canopy above. A colossal dome, woven from innumerable vines, was visibly closing in, and the towering tree's essence was fervently infusing all its life energy into this vast sanctuary. It sacrificed itself, choosing to transform into a shield. A being, tree, preparing to confront the onslaught of a nuclear strike alone. Chapter 109. The Sacrifice of the Green Vine. The survivors, members of the Foundation, all gazed in a daze at the sky. Above them, a massive dome composed of countless vines and resin was rapidly closing in. It resembled an inverted giant bowl, enveloping Lin Sanhuo's armored vehicle and the surrounding area of nearly 1,000 meters. Meanwhile, at the heart of the city, the towering tree was wilting in a self-destructive manner. The once rejuvenated leaves turned instantly yellow, transforming into a cascade of light that rolled back into the trunk. The grand crown rapidly shrank and withered, as if all its life essence was being unreservedly extracted and frantically infused into the vast sanctuary above. It relinquished itself, choosing to become a shield forged of flesh and life, designed to resist divine retribution. Inside the cockpit, Xiaoyi's electronic voice was interrupted by chaotic data streams for the first time. Warning: detection of the formation of a supermassive biological energy field. Energy density cannot be calculated. Structural integrity cannot be calculated. Master, the green vine is using all its life force to construct a physical layer of absolute defense for us. Lin Sanhuo silently observed the external scene displayed on the main screen. The vine canopy, in the moment the last gap closed, plunged the entire world into darkness. Only the vehicle's own lighting system and the indicator lights on the Foundation members' devices emitted a faint glow amidst the absolute darkness. Time seemed to stretch in that instant. Every second felt as long as a century. In the darkness, no one spoke. Only the sound of heavy breathing and chattering teeth filled the air. The little girl with braided hair clutched her mother's clothing tightly, burying her head in her mother's embrace, her small body trembling. Estimated time of arrival: 10 seconds. 9. 8. Lin Sanhuo's gaze pierced through the darkness, as if he could see the Doomsday descending rapidly, trailing a white tail. 3, 2, 1. There was no sound, no cataclysmic roar as one might expect. In that moment, the world lost all sound. Then, a sun erupted above them. This was no metaphor. It was a true sun, with temperatures high enough to vaporize steel in an instant. The entire vine canopy was illuminated brilliantly. Everyone inside could see the intricate network of vines above, resembling a web of blood vessels. The brilliance was so blinding that even through a thick layer of biological armor, everyone instinctively shut their eyes. Inside the cockpit, all screens turned white in an instant, and a cacophony of alarms blared. Warning: external temperature exceeds sensor limits. Warning: detection of ultra-high intensity gamma radiation burst. Warning: energy shield overload at 900. Structure is collapsing. Lin Sanhuo gripped the control panel tightly as the massive vehicle was forcibly pressed downward by the terrifying shockwave, sinking several meters, with the ground beneath the treads cracking inch by inch. Meanwhile, the vine canopy overhead bore the most direct and horrific damage. A sizzling sound erupted, the sound of billions of cells being instantaneously carbonized and vaporized. The outer layer of vine armor could not withstand even a second before disintegrating into ash. Following it were the second and third layers. The entire canopy resembled a colossal ice cube thrown into a steel furnace, visibly peeling away and melting at an alarming rate. An indescribable stench, mingled with the distinctive odor of burning vegetation, began to permeate the confined space. The canopy trembled violently, groaning. Massive cracks spread from the top, hot, deadly white light streaming through the fissures, leaving fleeting scorch marks on the ground. A fragile and feeble consciousness, seemingly on the verge of dissipating, echoed for the final time in Lin Sanhuo's mind. Run. With this last utterance, the immense dome that had sustained itself for a protracted span of over 10 seconds finally reached the brink of its existence. It did not explode. Instead, it crumbled like a sand sculpture drained of all moisture, disintegrating in an instant. Countless charred fragments of vine, burning with dark red embers, cascaded down like a black blizzard from the heavens. Light returned, or rather, the blinding radiance imbued with the scent of sulfur and death, shone down without restraint for the very first time after the devastation. Yu Xiaoyu was the first to open her eyes, her expression freezing instantaneously. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, everything had been flattened. No, it cannot even be called flat. The earth was covered by a thick layer of black, smooth crystals, remnants of silicate that had been melted by extreme heat and rapidly cooled. It reflected the colossal and sinister mushroom cloud that was slowly rising and swirling in the sky like a mirror. The once bustling battlefield and the iron tide of a new world, along with all the twisted wreckage, had vanished completely, obliterated from the physical realm. At the center of this black glass inferno lay a small island, less than a kilometer in diameter, that was the only remnant retaining the texture of soil. In the heart of this island stood the remnants of a once mighty tree, towering like a deity, now reduced to a charred stump less than 10 meters high. Cracked and blackened, it resembled a piece of burnt charcoal, standing silently, devoid of any signs of life. It had perished, sacrificing itself for the survival of all those on this isolated land. A profound silence enveloped everyone, more terrifying than the moment of a nuclear explosion. Just then, beneath the charred stump, a small patch of earth stirred slightly. A slender root, no thicker than a finger and similarly scorched, trembled as it broke through the surface, slowly reaching towards Lin Sanhuo. At the tip of the root rested a sapling, no larger than a palm, curling two tender leaves that emitted a faint green glow. Chapter 110. Sacrifice. Chapter 111. This sapling was the only splash of color in the black glass hell. It curled up, its two tender leaves tightly closed like a newborn baby. The faint green light it radiated flickering like a candle in the wind, yet stubbornly refusing to extinguish. It was the last ember left behind after the green vine had consumed its massive body and soul. With each inch it advanced, the charred roots seemed to expend all their remaining strength. Its surface continuously shed, turning into black ash that dissipated into the air. Lin Sanhuo descended the ramp of the armored vehicle, stepping cautiously over the cracked ground. He remained silent, merely crouching down and extending his hand. The moment his fingertips made contact with the sapling, the roots fulfilled their final mission, silently crumbling into a handful of powder. The sapling fell into his palm, and the weak green light seemed to find solace, gently rubbing against his hand. A chaotic and fragmented consciousness surged into Lin Sanhuo's mind like a tide. It was not language, but rather the fleeting memories of the green vine in its final moments. The joy of breaking through the soil and seeing the sun for the first time. The solitude of taking root in the city and coexisting with the land. The determination to protect one's homeland in the face of the iron tide, accompanied by an exceedingly simple thought. Lin Sanhuo slowly closed his palm, cradling the fragile sapling. He stood upright, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The aftershocks of the nuclear explosion continued to ravage the area. The air was thick with invisible, lethal dust. On the personal terminals of the Foundation members, Geiger counters emitted sharp and urgent beeping sounds. The radiation dosage displayed on the screens was a terrifying figure capable of causing organ failure in any being within mere minutes. Everyone, do not leave this area. Yu Xiaoyu's voice was hoarse and urgent as she forcefully suppressed her shock, reverting to her instincts as a commander. It appeared that the soil structure here shielded them from most surface radiation. However, her warning had lost significance for some individuals. The man who had first shouted "We won" was now kneeling on the ground. He did not look at Lin Sanhuo or the gigantic mushroom cloud. His gaze was fixed on the distant charred stump. His lips trembled, and the muscles in his face contorted, making it difficult to distinguish between sorrow and something else. "The green vine is dead," he murmured hollowly. He stepped forward, leaving the safety of the island, treading upon the smooth, mirror-like black crystal surface. "Come back. Do you wish to die?" A Foundation member shouted sternly. The man did not look back. He merely opened his arms, as if embracing an invisible presence, and resolutely walked towards the charred stump. That was where the green vine had fallen, and it was also the area with the highest radiation. The moment his foot touched that ground, his pant leg ignited as if consumed by an invisible flame, rapidly turning a charred yellow and curling up. His skin began to redden, blister, and then decay at a visible rate. Yet, he seemed utterly oblivious, a liberated smile of happiness spreading across his face. "I have come to accompany you." Behind him, more survivors rose to their feet. They were the ones who had been sheltered by the green vine the longest, the most dependent on it, and the most reverent towards it. The existence of the green vine was their faith, their sole spiritual pillar for survival in this apocalypse. Now, that pillar had collapsed, and their world crumbled along with it. "Wait, don't go." Professor Chen Mingyuan's eyes brimmed with tears as he reached out his withered hand in an attempt to stop them, only to be jostled aside by the throng. The crowd fell silent, coalescing into a torrent. One by one, they stepped out of the sanctuary of the island, embarking on the path of pilgrimage towards death. Among them was the mother holding a girl with braided hair. She did not cry, merely tenderly kissing her daughter's forehead, holding her tightly in her embrace, attempting to shield her from the invisible radiation with her own body. "Don't be afraid, baby. We're going home." The little girl seemed to sense something. She did not wail, but buried her head deep in her mother's bosom, her small hands clutching her mother's clothing tightly. Yu Xiaoyu stared blankly at this scene. Her tactical tablet displaying the rapidly rising radiation absorption doses of those individuals. Red alarm boxes popped up frantically. Her logic, her data, all her scientific understanding that she took pride in appeared utterly pale and laughable in the face of this irrational and tragic collective suicide. She wanted to speak, but found her throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a single word. For the first time, she experienced the emotion known as helplessness. Lin Sanhuo silently observed as he watched the first man approach the stump. The body melted like wax, collapsing to the ground. Yet the hands remained in an embracing posture. He gazed upon the mother and daughter in their final moments. The mother exerted all her strength to shield her daughter beneath her, while she silently transformed into a charred corpse. He observed as individuals fell one after another around the remains of their deity, ultimately merging with the scorched earth, indistinguishable from one another. There were no screams, no wails, only a suffocating, resolute silence. When the last figure fell, this tragic martyrdom finally drew to a close. Surrounding the charred stump were various grotesque sculptures, eternally frozen on the path of pilgrimage, resting alongside their god in eternal slumber. The voice of the master, Xiao Yi, echoed in Lin Sanhuo's mind, tinged with a perplexity it could not comprehend. According to the database, this behavior was classified as a non-logical collective mental collapse, incomprehensible and unanalyzable. Lin Sanhuo remained silent, merely glancing at the small sapling in his palm that still emitted a faint green glow. He then lifted his gaze toward the landscape formed by death, his eyes betraying a complex emotion that was difficult to articulate. He had witnessed too much death, bloody, cruel, numbing. Yet, this was the first time he had seen death chosen voluntarily due to the collapse of faith. This stirred a sense of agitation within him. The madwoman, Yu Xiaoyu, finally managed to utter 2 words through clenched teeth. She was uncertain whether she spoke of the deceased survivors or of this incomprehensible world. She turned her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Sanhuo, her voice hoarse. "They are all mad just like you." On the vast expanse of black, glass-like earth, only a dozen of them remained. Lin Sanhuo's war vehicle, Yu Xiaoyu and several of her Foundation subordinates, along with Professor Chun Mingyuan and a few fortunate survivors who had not joined the pilgrimage, constituted the only living beings in this realm of death. Chapter 111. The fusion of green vines and war chariots, the air, infused with a blend of ozone, charred remnants, and a metallic sweetness, penetrated the nostrils, causing a burning sensation in the throat. In the distance, a colossal mushroom cloud unfurled in the high winds, transforming into a leaden gray, ominous canopy that completely engulfed the already dim sunlight. The monotonous and rapid beeping of the Geiger counter served as the sole background music in this land of death, striking each survivor's taut nerves. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Xiaoyu was seized by a violent fit of coughing, the physiological stimulus jarring her from the depths of her mental stupor. Soon, her gaze fell upon Lin Sanhuo and the small sapling in his palm, the only sign of life in this desolate world. Lin Sanhuo disregarded the chaos around him, engrossed in communication with Xiao Yi in his mind. Is there a way to preserve it? Analyzing target structure as a highly concentrated life, energy, and genetic information aggregate. Currently in extreme dormancy. Speak plainly. It is dead, but not entirely. We are currently dual-powered. If we modify the idle core into a temporary biological cultivation chamber and gradually nourish it with energy leakage, perhaps we can cultivate a new green vine. In an instant, Lin Sanhuo succinctly responded, turning to return to the war chariot. Wait. Yu Xiaoyu's voice called from behind. Lin Sanhuo halted his steps, turning with impatience to regard her. Yu Xiaoyu, flanked by 2 fully armed Foundation members, stood resolutely before him. The confusion and helplessness had vanished from her face, replaced by an unwavering, official scrutiny. What is that thing in your hand? None of your business, Lin Sanhuo retorted bluntly. The 2 members behind Yu Xiaoyu instinctively raised their weapons, the atmosphere plunging to a freezing point. Everyone calm down. Professor Chun Mingyuan, with a weakened frame, trembled as he interposed himself. We just survived. Professor Chun, please step back. Yu Xiaoyu interrupted, her gaze fixed intensely on Lin Sanhuo's face. Foundation Regulation A3, handling high-risk, unknown, and unique anomalous targets. Her eyes burned with intensity as they fixated on the sapling. Lin Sanhuo, what you hold is a sample left by the ultimate mutant, possessing immeasurable research value. According to the Post-Disaster Reconstruction Convention and the Foundation's highest directive, I must reclaim it. Last time we overlooked it. Now, I hope you can cooperate. Lin Sanhuo regarded her with a smirk, tinged with mockery. The Foundation? The Convention? Where was your Foundation when the nuclear bomb fell? What happened to your Convention? You were supposed to leave during the day, but now that you see something valuable, you want to snatch it from me? Yu Xiaoyu's complexion turned pale, her lips moved, yet no words escaped. Don't waste my time with that nonsense. This thing was given to me by that guy. Now it belongs to me. Lin Sanhuo's tone was flat, yet it bore more weight than any threat. I will say it again. Yu Xiaoyu's voice grew cold, her wrist raised. The Foundation is not like the Special Affairs Agency. If you violate their regulations, you truly become an enemy to the reconstruction order of all human civilization. Oh, is that so? Lin Sanhuo's smile deepened. Then you could try. In that tense moment, a grand and chilling system prompt unexpectedly resounded in his mind. Detection complete. Conqueror has succeeded. Mission evaluation. S. Perfect. You not only single-handedly confronted the local legion, you also witnessed the fall and rebirth of a great life. Issuing mission rewards. A torrent of information flooded in, causing Lin Sanhuo to momentarily freeze. Fall and rebirth? He glanced at the sapling in his palm again, then lifted his gaze to Yu Xiaoyu, who stood before him, attempting to impose order upon him. An unprecedented sense of control surged from within him. He suddenly felt that arguing with her was utterly tedious. A playful grin spread across Lin Sanhuo's face as he disregarded the two dark muzzles, striding toward his war chariot. Yu Xiaoyu's expression sharpened. She was about to issue a command for a forced interception, but in the next moment, she and all those behind her beheld a scene that would haunt their memories for a lifetime. The steel behemoth, like a mountain, suddenly began to writhe, as if alive. Countless streams of liquid metal surged forth from the seams of the armor. Atop the war chariot, a peculiarly shaped metallic base, resembling a budding flower, rapidly took form. Lin Sanhuo approached the vehicle, gently tossing the sapling upward. The sapling traced a vibrant green arc, landing precisely within the metallic bud. With a hum, the moment they made contact, the metallic bud abruptly closed, enveloping the sapling. Almost immediately, a deep, resonant roar echoed from within the entire war chariot, reminiscent of a great beast's heart awakening. The dual-core engine ignited simultaneously. A vast, almost tangible life energy surged from the core of the war chariot, continuously flooding into the metallic bud. Amidst the astonished and horrified gazes of all present, the diminutive sapling, no larger than a palm, began to grow at an astonishing pace, defying all laws of life, encased within a metallic bud. A vibrant green shoot broke free from its metallic confines, emerging into the world. It grew in the wind, extending branches and unfurling leaves. In a mere span of seconds, it transformed from a mere sapling into a towering tree, several meters high, resplendent with lush foliage and radiating a soft green luminescence. Its roots anchored firmly upon the steel surface. Its branches stretched out as if to proclaim to this desolate world the new sovereign had arrived. Yu Xiaoyu and her subordinates stood frozen in disbelief, their hands trembling uncontrollably around their weapons, the color drained from their faces. The spectacle before them had utterly surpassed their understanding. Science? Logic? Order? In this moment, all had become a farce. Lin Sanhuo turned, leaning against the cold armor of the tank, lighting another cigarette. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled a thick plume of white smoke towards the petrified members of the Foundation. His voice, languid yet imbued with a palpable sense of authority, resonated as he declared, "It is a part of my vehicle. If you wish to seize it, feel free to try." Chapter 112. Departure. Yu Xiaoyu's throat felt parched and painful as she swallowed hard, attempting to recompose her thoughts and reclaim the calm and authority expected of a Foundation investigator. You are opposing the reconstruction of human civilization S order. Yet even she recognized the futility of her words. Lin Sanhuo discarded the nearly burnt cigarette butt, extinguishing it underfoot. He raised his gaze to Yu Xiaoyu, his eyes devoid of disdain. Order? He chuckled lightly. Can your order resurrect the dead? He gestured toward the distant black sculptures, merged with the scorched earth, resembling pilgrims. What they believed in has perished. What you believe in. He pointed to the terminal on Yu Xiaoyu's wrist, flashing with the Foundation S emblem, has also met its demise. Now, I stand here, and I alone am the order. His words were delivered plainly, devoid of fervor. After speaking, he turned back to inspect his new ornament. The green vine, rooted atop the tank, unfurled its leaves, emanating a gentle glow of life. Observable streams of pale green energy flowed from the roots, spreading along the seams of the tank's armor, enveloping the entire vehicle. The frigid steel seemed infused with a soul. Master, the biological energy field has formed a stable symbiotic structure with the tank's armor. Xiao Yi's voice resonated in Lin Sanhuo's mind, this time carrying an almost imperceptible hint of delight. Preliminary tests suggest this biological energy field can efficiently neutralize gamma rays and various high-energy particles, with a neutralization efficiency of 99.8. We are currently within a mobile absolute safe zone. An absolute safe zone? Lin Sanhuo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, Master. In simpler terms, as long as we remain inside the vehicle or within a 5-meter radius, nuclear radiation is indistinguishable from ordinary sunlight. Lin Sanhuo's eyes brightened as he thought of someone. He turned his gaze past the dazed Foundation team, landing on the elderly man who had been fixated on the tree atop the tank, muttering to himself as if entranced. Chun Mingyuan, the botanist, the only individual capable of understanding the green vine and even attempting to communicate with it. Lin Sanhuo approached him. Yu Xiaoyu instinctively wanted to intervene, but as she moved, she froze once more. What right did she have to obstruct him now? Chun Mingyuan was entirely oblivious to Lin Sanhuo's approach, his entire being captivated by the newly sprouted tree. His eyes reflected no fear, only the fervor and obsession of a scholar witnessing a miracle. This is a miracle of life, he murmured. Symbiosis? No, this transcends symbiosis. This is a new life form that bridges the boundaries of organic and inorganic. It treats inanimate matter as its body, its energy core as its heart. My heavens, what might its genetic sequence be? Its photosynthesis? No, it doesn't even need photosynthesis. It directly consumes energy. Old sir, Lin Sanhuo's voice finally pulled Chun Mingyuan from his academic reverie. Chun Mingyuan jolted, finally noticing Lin Sanhuo standing before him. He glanced at Lin Sanhuo, then at the group of complex-faced Foundation members, a look of trepidation and unease crossing his features. Do you wish to take a closer look? Lin Sanhuo gestured towards his vehicle, or rather, towards the tree atop it. Chun Mingyuan's breath quickened suddenly, his eyes igniting with an intensity that even Lin Sanhuo found surprising. It was the passion of a seeker, an insatiable thirst for the unknown. Without a moment's hesitation, he emphatically nodded, his voice trembling with excitement. Yes, I want to. For a scholar who had devoted his life to the study of plants, the tree before him embodied the ultimate manifestation of his faith, the culmination of his dreams. To merely observe it was not enough. Were his life to be traded for a chance to study it, he would not hesitate for an instant. Then come with me, Lin Sanhuo stated succinctly. Go. Where to? Chun Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback. To a place where it can be nourished. Lin Sanhuo grinned widely, revealing his white teeth. Ignoring the others, he turned, leading the nearly giddy, nearly fainting professor towards the vehicle that had become a mobile miracle, leaving Yu Xiaoyu and her team isolated in this small sanctuary known as the Isle of Solitude. The feeling of abandonment enveloped Yu Xiaoyu more clearly than ever before. Chapter 113. The next target. A new world. The tank's engine had not ceased its rumble. The newly born tree atop seemed to sense something, its branches swaying gently without wind, scattering flecks of green light that landed upon Chun Mingyuan's dust-covered attire. He trembled with excitement, akin to a devotee bathed in holy light. He extended a gnarled hand, yearning to touch the smooth trunk, yet hesitated at the last moment, fearing that his earthly presence might tarnish this sanctity. It sensed me? Chun Mingyuan stammered, glancing at Lin Sanhuo. Perhaps it thinks you smell like fertilizer, Lin Sanhuo replied without turning back. Chun Mingyuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon found solace in the notion. It seemed reasonable for one capable of conjuring such miracles to possess an eccentric personality. Within the cockpit, Xiao Yi was in control of the autopilot. Lin Sanhuo returned to the driver's seat, observing the scene in the rearview mirror on the main screen. Yu Xiaoyu and her team remained rooted in place, unmoving. The cockpit was quiet enough to hear the soft hum of electricity, compared to the desolate wasteland outside, which was being reclaimed by an invisible reaper. This space felt like paradise. The air was fresh, imbued with a hint of sweetness reminiscent of rain-kissed grass. A gift bestowed upon this confined space by the small tree atop the vehicle through the energy circulation system. Professor Chen Mingyuan had gradually regained his composure from his initial fervor. At this moment, he was leaning against a small observation window at the rear of the cockpit, gazing at the radiating spectacle outside. Incredible. It was nothing short of a miracle. Professor Chen adjusted the makeshift glasses held together with tape on his nose, repeatedly uttering those very words. Turning his gaze back to Lin Sanhuo, he was filled with awe for the creator. Mr. Lin, where did you acquire this vehicle? Lin Sanhuo, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, deftly maneuvered the control stick. The war machine glided smoothly over the undulating obsidian terrain. I found it, he succinctly replied, exhaling a ring of smoke. Professor Chen was momentarily taken aback. He felt that conversing with Lin Sanhuo was a formidable challenge to his decades of academic pursuit. Yet, he dared not inquire further. He understood that his presence aboard this ark was not due to his own significance, but rather because he might still hold some utility for the nascent little tree. Master, the energy signal at the rear has dissipated. Xiao Yi's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. They have successfully evacuated. It seemed they indeed had their own methods, a fact that Lin Sanhuo found unsurprising. If the Foundation lacked even this minimal capacity, it would be unworthy of contending with the New World. They also brought away 5 surviving sacrifices, Xiao Yi added. Lin Sanhuo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The war machine continued its journey across the seemingly endless black terrain. The sky was shrouded in leaden radioactive dust, casting the entire world in a stifling, apocalyptic gray hue. Occasionally, grotesquely contorted metal remnants, vaporized in the heart of the nuclear explosion and reshaped under the shockwave, could be seen, resembling postmodern abstract sculptures silently narrating the horrors that had transpired here. This extreme silence could easily drive one to madness. Following his initial excitement, Professor Chen Mingyuan gradually fell silent, gazing at the scene outside, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion and anxiety for the future. Mr. Lin, he hesitated for a long moment before finally speaking up. Where are we headed? Is there still a safe place in this world? This question momentarily froze the atmosphere within the cockpit. Lin Sanhuo did not respond immediately. He extinguished the smoldering cigarette, but in a nearby metal receptacle, then pulled out another from his pocket and lit it. The pale blue smoke coiled around his face, obscuring his expression. Indeed, where to? This question had loomed in his heart ever since he acquired this war machine, yet he had consistently avoided confronting it. In the past, it was merely about surviving one day at a time. Later, it became about Green Vine City, safeguarding the place that had granted him a fleeting sense of peace. Now, Green Vine City was no more, and the colossal tree that had borne the faith of countless souls had also burned itself out. All that remained were his fleeting thoughts and the small creature atop the vehicle that required his nurturing. He felt himself reverting to a semblance of humanity. No, he was even lonelier than before, for the burdens he bore now were heavier than ever. He recalled the feeble thought of escape that had surfaced in the final moments of Greenvine. He also remembered those who had followed it, sacrificing their lives to complete the ultimate pilgrimage. More vividly, he recalled the force of the so-called civilized world that descended from the heavens, indiscriminately erasing all life from this land. Escape? To where? Into the tortoise shell of the Foundation, becoming a lab rat in their experiments? Or to find a deserted corner, clinging to life and praying that the madmen of the New World would never find him? A flicker of self-mockery crossed Lin Sanhuo's eyes. He had never been one to run. Master, we require a clear long-term navigation objective. Xiao Yi's voice, as if meticulously calculated, perfectly shattered the silence. It seemed to sense its master's confusion and posed the question in the best way it could comprehend. The utilization rate of the energy core is currently at 37. The biological cultivation unit is operating stably, based on existing energy reserves and the self-circulating efficiency of the biological energy field. We can undertake a long-distance expedition of no more than 30,000 kilometers without any external supplies. 30,000 kilometers, sufficient to reach any corner of this planet. Professor Chen gazed anxiously at Lin Sanhuo's back, awaiting his response. Was it to the legendary Eden, established by the elite of the old era on a remote island, or to the rumored bastions of survivors hidden beneath the polar ice caps. Lin Sanhuo inhaled deeply from his cigarette, then slowly exhaled the thick smoke onto the cold porthole, obscuring the bleak gray world outside. His voice was soft yet resonated like a stone cast into a deep pool, stirring up towering waves. Xiaoyi, I am here, master. Set the destination. He paused briefly, to find a central command of a new world.